I appreciate, we talked about Ukraine. I appreciate your past leadership in supporting Ukraine's fight for sovereignty. More recently, you voted against supplemental funding for Ukraine and against forgiving loans for Ukraine in November, loans that would be critical to Ukraine's economic stability. So can you talk about how your views on Ukraine have developed and where you are now and what you think is important for us to do in order to ensure that there is the strongest possible negotiating position if Ukraine and Russia do get to the negotiating table?
Sure. First, let me point out, although I'll still speak to my view of the process, that I voted against that bill because I said I would not vote for a bill unless it addressed the crisis at our southern border as part of the overall arrangement. That was not done, and so I voted against it. That said, here's my view of a situation. Once this war became what we now know it is, and that is a war of attrition, a stalemate, a protracted conflict, the dynamic on that situation has changed. It has. And I believe, and I think that this echoes with the president. Let me first echo the president's words and what he said in an interview about a year ago. He was asked about the war in Ukraine. He says, I want the dying to stop. I want people to stop dying. I want the killing to stop. And frankly, I don't know how anyone could say they don't. The destruction that Ukraine is undergoing is extraordinary. It's going to take a generation to rebuild it. Millions of Ukrainians no longer live in Ukraine. And the disruption, that means how many of them are going to come back, and what are they going to come back to? Even as I speak to you now, the Ukrainian infrastructure and their energy infrastructure is being decimated in ways that are going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars to rebuild over the next decades. So this is an important conflict, and I think it should be the official position of the United States that this war should be brought to an end. And the question becomes, what role can we play? And I think the first is by making that abundantly clear. And my differences with the Biden administration throughout this process is that they never clearly delineated what the end goal of the conflict was. What exactly were we funding? What exactly were we putting money towards? And on many occasions, it sounded like however much it takes for however long it takes. That is not a realistic or prudent position. The truth of the matter is that in this conflict, there is no way Russia takes all of Ukraine. The Ukrainians are too brave and fight too hard, and the country is too big. That's not going to happen. It's also unrealistic to believe that somehow a nation the size of Ukraine, no matter how incompetent and no matter how much damage the Russian Federation has suffered as a result of this invasion, there's no way Ukraine is also going to push these people all the way back to where they were on the eve of the invasion, just given the size dynamic. I saw a quote recently, and I wish I could attribute to who it was, but the quote was, and I think it was very wise, where they said the problem that Ukraine is facing is not that they're running out of money, it's that they're running out of Ukrainians. There's a size differential here that's important. Now, what Vladimir Putin has done is unacceptable. There's no doubt about it, but this war has to end. And I think it should be the official policy of the United States that we want to see it end. Now, what that master plan looks like is it's going to be hard work. This is not going to be an easy endeavor. But it's going to require bold diplomacy. And my hope is that it could begin with some ceasefire. And we're going to have, in order to achieve objectives like the one that needs to occur in Ukraine, it is important for everyone to be realistic. There will have to be concessions made by the Russian Federation, but also by the Ukrainians, and the United States lend itself there. It's also important that there be some balance on both sides. In essence, it will be difficult to achieve this objective of a ceasefire and ultimately a peace settlement unless both sides have leverage. Putin's goal now is to have maximum leverage so that he can basically impose neutrality on Ukraine, retrofit, and come back and do this again in 4 or 5 years. And that's not an outcome I think any of us would favor. By the same token, I think it's important that the Ukrainians have leverage, but they also will have to make concessions to reach this agreement. It's going to be very difficult. This will not be easy. Conflicts of this nature that have historical underpinnings to it are going to require a lot of hard diplomacy and tough work, but that's something that needs to happen. This conflict needs to end.
Well, I'm out of time, but I appreciate your last comment about the importance of leverage, and it's important for the United States to do what we can to help provide that leverage to Ukraine so that they can be in the best negotiating position possible with Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the edification of the committee, I've just been advised that there's been a ceasefire announced in Gaza. Before we all celebrate, though, obviously we're all going to want to see how that executes. With that, Senator Murphy, you're up, and then we're going to take that short break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is indeed good news. Senator Rubio, I want to talk to you about a topic that I think is going to be real trouble for you and for U.S. national security interests, at least for the first few minutes of my time, and that's the growing personal financial entanglement of President Trump, his family, and Middle East governments. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. For nearly 8 years, the Trump organization has been pursuing a real estate deal to build a hotel complex in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. During President Trump's first term, the Trump organization actually voluntarily committed to refrain from pursuing real estate deals with foreign companies, especially those that are backed by foreign governments. And so the deal didn't go through. And then it remained stalled for the entirety of the Biden administration. And then magically, 30 days after the November election, Saudi Arabia's biggest construction company that's affiliated with the government announced that the deal was going forward alongside an additional $200 million deal for a Trump property in Oman. Now, it used to be that somebody with these big financial business interests would come into government and take actions like setting up a blind trust or divestment in order to make sure there was no connection between their personal financial interests and the business they were conducting in government. But President Trump has just done the opposite, right? Over the last 8 years, while he was in office and since he's been out of office, he and his family have become more deeply dependent on revenue from governments in the Middle East. During his last presidency, Middle East interests sent about $10 million to Trump properties. After he left office, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who was his primary Middle East envoy, was handed $2 billion in investment by the Saudis, even though a Saudi investment board said the investment was a bad business decision. That investment actually comes up for renewal in 2026, giving the Saudis massive leverage over the Trump family. And then to make matters worse, right after the election, the Trump organization said that in this term, the president-elect's second term, it would drop its previous prohibition on doing new deals in the Middle East with private foreign companies aligned with foreign governments. So the Trump organization is going to be signing new business deals in the Middle East with private companies that have connections to foreign governments at the very moment that you are going to be conducting sensitive diplomacy in these countries. That's just extraordinary. Never before in the history of this country has a president been, literally receiving cash from foreign governments and from foreign companies that are backed by foreign governments in the middle of their term. If you or I had done this as senators, we would be in violent violation of Senate ethics rules. That's not permitted on the Foreign Relations Committee. And so I guess my question to you is a pretty simple one. Do you see how this fundamentally compromises your diplomatic efforts? Do you have an issue, or will you raise an issue with the president about his growing financial connection with the governments that you're going to be negotiating with?
Well, first of all, I am neither authorized nor in any position to give you sort of any insights into any of these arrangements you've pointed out. You mentioned Jared Kushner as an example. He's a private citizen, happens to be a Floridian. I don't know what, if any, engagement he has in the work that's going on now. I can tell you what I know. Obviously, I'm not in the State Department yet, but I can tell you as an example, the president's envoy to that region, who is charged, Steve Witkoff, who is charged with being an envoy towards reaching an accommodation between the Israelis and the Saudis, has been working cooperatively and together with the Biden administration. And in fact, I dare to say that all involved deserve credit for the ceasefire that the chairman's just announced. But Steve Witkoff's been a critical component of it, and he has been involved in it from day one. I think the broader consideration about whether we want to see a Saudi-Israeli mutual recognition and relationship would be one of the most historic developments in the history of the region for all the factors we've discussed here today. It would be, and one of the impediments to it has been this conflict and the ongoing conflict and the lack of a ceasefire. I also think it's going to be important for the Saudis and others to be participants in post-conflict stabilization efforts in Gaza and beyond. So all I can tell you is that what I've said from the very beginning, from the opening statement, and that is our foreign policy is going to be driven, as the President's made abundantly clear, by whether some action makes America is in the interest of the United States and our national security. And that's what it's going to be driven by, and that's how all these policies should be judged by, and that's certainly the job that I believe I've been tasked with executing on.
Well, let me then simply ask you this question. Do you believe that the President should refrain from doing new business deals with Middle East governments during his term in office?
Well, my understanding, again, I'm speaking out of turn, but the president doesn't manage that company. His family members do, and they have a right to be in the business. I mean, that's the business that they're in. They're in the real estate business. They've been for a very long time, both domestically and abroad. They have properties in multiple countries. So at the end of the day, I don't know, his family is entitled to continue to operate their business. The fundamental question is not whether his family is involved in business. The fundamental question is whether that is in any way impacting the conduct of our foreign policy in a way that's counter to our national interest. And the president's made abundantly clear that every decision he makes and every decision we are to make at the State Department should be driven by whether or not it serves the core national interests of the United States. And that's how I hope our policies will be judged by, not what business his family is conducting while the president is here in Washington working not on his business, but from the Oval Office.
You are correct. That is the fundamental question, whether or not a policy is being pursued in U.S. national security interests or due to the president's personal financial interests. That is the reason why, as United States senators, we are not allowed to have complicated existing financial arrangements with foreign governments, because you do not want to create the impression that there is a conflict of motivation. And I just wished that this president applied to this incoming administration the same rules that we hold ourselves to as United States senators. Senator Rubio, in the time I have remaining, just want to tackle two other topics. One that I know is of mutual concern to you and I, and that's the need to confront China in non-military ways as they try to exert influence around the world. Last time President Trump was in office, he was calling for pretty massive cuts to the State Department's budget. But as you know, China uses all sorts of non-kinetic tools like misinformation, economic diplomacy around the world to exert influence. I'm hopeful that you're going to be an active voice to try to make sure that you have the tools, including when it comes to combating Russian and Chinese misinformation, to be able to confront all of the ways, many of them asymmetric, that China in particular, but Russia as well, presents challenges to U.S. interests. Just wanted to get your commitment to make sure to build that full, comprehensive foreign policy toolkit.
Yeah, not only have I been someone concerned about foreign disinformation, I've been the target of it from multiple nation states. And I've learned over time that the best way to confront disinformation is through a flood of free speech that allows the counterpoints of view to be heard and understood. I think where we get ourselves into trouble, and we've learned this now, and I think multiple U.S. companies are now admitting, is when we get ourselves into a position of determining what's true and what's not, and then using the tools of government to go after that, particularly when it implicates domestic entities. But yes, it is one of the tools that they have in their toolbox. By the way, it's not just disinformation. It's flat out influencing nation states' views of the United States writ large by promoting conspiracy theories internally in other countries that undermine us and that undermine our standing, whether it's in Africa, and increasingly you see it in the Western Hemisphere as well. And one of the best ways to combat that is to be present, to be there, to show what we do, and to brag about what we do. One of the things that frustrates me the most is there are literally programs within the USAID where they do not allow us to label it as made in America or a gift of the American people because it might offend someone locally. I think it's important for the world to know that what the United States is doing to help their societies, we do not do a good enough job of promoting what we have done historically and continue to do to help our fellow man around the world.
Yeah, China is spending $10 billion per year on that propaganda and misinformation operation. They celebrate when budgets get sent up to the Hill that propose big increases in military spending and giant decreases in the kind of tools that are available to you. So I do look forward to working with you to make sure that we've given you that full suite of tools necessary to confront our adversaries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. We will move now to Senator Paul.
Senator Rubio, congratulations on your nomination. One of the questions that I've asked over time to secretaries of state as well as ambassadors and others from the State Department is, can you name for me instances where sanctions have changed behavior for the better? Now, I'm not going to ask you that question now. I'm going to wait till you come back to ask you. There's a preview of what I'll ask you the next time. But the reason I bring that up is that I think hopefully people think of sanctions as a way of trying to modulate behavior. You want better behavior out of a country. A country's doing something you don't like. You'd like them to change their behavior for better through sanctions. And I think it rarely works. And I think we pile more on. Now, some would say, well, sanctions are just to punish them, and we just want to, Russia invaded Ukraine, we're just punishing them. And so as punishment, they kind of work. I don't think they're deterring Russia's behavior or changing it. But really, sanctions can have effect in a couple of ways. I think the threat of a sanction, the same way the threat of a tariff can have an effect on behavior. But once placed, I think a sanction or a tariff only has effect on someone's behavior if you remove it. Now, you mentioned earlier a little bit about discussing ways to unwind some of the sanctions ultimately on Russia. People mentioned, well, we never want to let them sell energy again. No, you have to let people enter back into the world. That's how you're going to get behavioral changes. And it really will have to be part of the peace. If there is going to be a negotiated peace, the one aspect that makes us part of that war are all the sanctions. And so it really should be offered up of removing that and going back to normalcy when we can find a resolution to the war. I'll give you an example of where I think often the State Department loses its sight of its mission. Instead of being the Department of Diplomacy, which I think it's supposed to be, it becomes just an extension of the Department of War and muscle, and we show how strong we are through the State Department. But really, when bellicose statements come from other parts of the government, I see the State Department as the one that shows up and tries to still have a conversation. In the past, I think because of remarks, you had been banned from travel to China. The ambassador that's been nominated also has had statements that make us question whether or not he'll be received in China if he becomes the ambassador to China. When Blinken and Yellen went to China recently, they decided, and I'm not arguing with the goal was to get China not to sell dual-use parts to Russia to use in the war against Ukraine. A noble goal, I share the goal. But they got to China and they shamed them in public and called them names and told them they're terrible people and they should quit doing it. I would argue that there's another way to try to get behavioral changes. I would argue that the opposite of sanctions is trade. And so we have a lot of sanctions on China. If I'd been the one going to China with a mission, I would have said to China very quietly, we may not be able to undo everything, but perhaps we could undo one bit of sanctions that will enhance your economy by X amount if you'll agree to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia. And I think that's just it's a different look on things, and I don't think we're getting it very often. I guess my hope is that you will think about a different way of doing business other than just saying, let's sanction everybody and let's call people names we don't like, because I don't think it helps. I think it actually makes the situation worse. That doesn't mean we curl up in a ball and just say, do whatever you want, but there has to be some give and take. There has to be something we take back. And so I guess my general question to you would be, we know a lot about the stick. We know about sanctions and this and that. Do you see any possibility of any carrot with China to make relations better with China?
Well, let me first say, indeed, I've been strongly worded in my views of China. Let me just point out, they've said mean things about me, too. And I'm not sure that they're fans of mine in that regard here. My role now as the Secretary of State is to lead the diplomatic wing of the country, and that will involve engaging them. The fact of the matter is, in a mature and prudent conversation, and I would expect that they, at the end of the day, are also mature and prudent practitioners of foreign policy. They've got 1 billion people and nuclear weapons and a large economy. We have 400 million people, the largest economy in the world in nuclear weapons, and it is in their interest, our interest, and the interest of the world for two great powers to be able to communicate. In fact, despite everything I have said, I have consistently throughout my career said that it is that geopolitical balance between our countries, or imbalance, developing imbalance, that is the greatest risk to global security and prosperity, because that could quickly trigger not just a trade and economic conflict, but an armed one, which could be catastrophic. Never in the history of mankind have two powers like the United States and China ever faced off in a global conflict, and the outcome would be catastrophic, and we should want to avoid it, and so should they. So the bottom line is this: yes, we are going to have to deal with China. They're too big and too important in the world, and they're going to have to deal with us. And my goal is that it is dealt with in a way that furthers our national interest. What cannot continue to happen is that China continues to assume all of the benefits of the international system and none of its obligations, all the benefits of global trade and commerce and none of its obligations. Your point on sanctions are important. I think that one of the things that's happened over time is we have adopted this view that we're going to be involved in less armed conflicts, which I think is a positive, generally speaking, right? Most would agree. The only other alternative left in the toolbox then is economic sanctions. And while I do think that you can question whether it has an impact over the changing the behavior of a country, it can achieve two things. The first is it can deny a nation state the resources they could use to fund more of that activity. Let there be no doubt. If the Iranian regime had more money because of no sanctions, they would have spent more money on Hezbollah and Hamas and their missile program and the Houthis and others. So I do think there is value in that regard. And the second is, to be frank, leverage. When you sit down at a table, let's say we talk about Ukraine and the need to end that conflict, when you get and sit at the table, and the United States is involved in those conversations, hopefully, to reach a peaceful settlement of that conflict, you're going to have to give, not just get. And sanctions and the release of sanctions could be a part of that, assuming that the conditions are appropriate. So I do think sanctions also have a role to play in that regard. But I would not diminish the part about denying resources for governments and countries to carry out nefarious, denying them the ability to have the resources to carry out these nefarious activities.
I think you're right, and the point is probably valid with regard to Iran. Probably not so much with China. I don't think we've denied China resources, and I think their resources extend beyond what we can do. I think our sanctions are more, prodding them, but not really damaging their economic prospects. With regard to the concept of diplomacy and how we make things better, or attempt to make things better, I think if we have absolutes, we tend to not understand really the way diplomacy has to work, because it is about engagement, it's about hearing the other side. It's not about accepting their position, but it's about at least knowing what the position of the other side is. With regard to NATO and Ukraine, to a person, the State Department under the previous administration is adamant, and so are many Republicans, that there is absolutely no way we will ever say that Ukraine could be a neutral country. That absolutely they will be, and it is our absolute prerogative to invite anybody we want to into NATO. Well, we can say that, and we have the ability to do that, but there are consequences to that. And one of the consequences is that, at least from the Russian perspective, they see that as one of the reasons why the war has developed there. And so I think that if you are looking at peace, you have to look at first you have to get to a ceasefire before you even get to real discussions. But if you had a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, I think our sanctions need to be on the table as far as negotiating the removal of them. But I think also the idea of Ukraine being a neutral country as far as a military alliance, if it's not on the table, Ukraine doesn't have that much to offer. I mean, Russia now occupies a good 15-20% of the country. It's been a big bloody war, and they've done it in a sort of World War I fashion, but I don't think they're going anywhere. It is at a stalemate. But the one thing Ukraine has to offer is they won't become part of a military alliance allied against Russia. Just not taking it off the table enhances our ability to negotiate and enhances Ukraine's ability. I think Zelensky's public words have been a little less firm than they had been in the past. But instead, I think we've done the opposite with our diplomacy. Every day, it's Blinken, beating the drums. They absolutely be in Ukraine. Do you think that the concept of a neutral Ukraine, not in NATO, can be part of the negotiations to end the war?
Well, obviously, that's something that will ultimately be part of any negotiation. I do agree with your point that if we want to be real here for a second, because I think we've lost the art of reality in some of the foreign policy. These are not outcomes that are rarely are they ideal. Sadly, in many cases, our choices in foreign policy are a choice between a bad outcome and an even worse outcome. And that's been true not in the modern era, but throughout the history of diplomacy and nation-state relations. In the case of conflicts such as these, they invariably require concessions. I don't think it would be wise nor appropriate, before we're even in office or even in any public forum such as this, to discuss the parameters of what those potential concessions can be for either side. Suffice it to say, I do think, to be honest with the committee and the full Senate, if you want to reach agreements to end armed conflict where people are dying on a daily basis and enormous destruction is occurring and a great potential for escalation exists on a daily basis, if we want to be honest about bringing that to an end, true diplomacy will require concessions from every party engaged in those conversations. That's the nature of diplomacy, and it's best conducted directly and in an appropriate forum and not in public. And that can be done, by the way, without abandoning our core principles as a nation or our feelings as a people about what's happened and transpired in that conflict to date.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I got to say, boy, that sounds good, Mr. Chairman.
That isn't as good as it sounds to me, Senator. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 years working together.
Thank you.
And to Senator Rubio, let me say congratulations to you as well. We're going to miss you on this committee. We're going to miss you in the Senate, but you're going to do an extraordinary job at Foggy Bottom. And I will say, if they capture you and tie you up in the basement, we will send a team to pull you out. You know, as I look back over the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, there are a lot of policies that have done a lot of damage. Domestic policies, economic policies, but I think all of those pale compared to the damage that has been done to national security and foreign policy over the last 4 years. Over the last 4 years, this administration has systematically undermined and abandoned our allies, and it has systematically shown weakness and appeasement to our enemies. And the consequence has been disastrous. We've gone from 4 years ago, peace and prosperity, to today, a situation with wars across the globe and every enemy of America stronger than they were when this administration came into office. I am confident the incoming administration is going to change that direction. I am confident that President Trump and the White House and you as Secretary of State are going to shift us back to where we should be, which is standing by our friends and allies and standing up to our enemies. Do you agree with that assessment? Is that what you intend to do as Secretary of State?
Well, let me say first, the foreign policy of the United States will be set by the President, and my job is to advise on it and ultimately to execute. I think the President has been abundantly clear, and that is his policy is going to be driven about making America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. As I said in my opening statement, everything the State Department does, every policy, every program, every dollar it spends, every initiative it takes has to answer 3 questions. Does it make us safer? Does it make us stronger? Or does it make us more prosperous? And if it doesn't, if the answer is not yes to one of those 3, you're going to have a hard time moving that forward, because that's the priority that the President, and that's the priority that, by the way, voters gave this President when they elected him. You point to a number of things that I think are critically important, and I'll phrase it a different way, but I think we're saying the same thing. We have lost deterrence in multiple theaters around the world. So as an example, and I use this as a small-scale example, but it's really an important one. I think of the year was 2019, the Wagner Group tried to get cute and came after some of Americans operating in Syria. And fire from the sky rained down on them. And that group was pushed back pretty hard. That's deterrence. They threatened us, and they knew what the response would be. I recall the consternation here and in other places when Soleimani met his demise. But I can tell you it impacted Iranian behavior for a substantial period of time. No matter how tough they talked, it impacted their behavior. I think it's important to reestablish deterrence. And to the extent that that's been lost for a variety of reasons, the lack of deterrence is an invitation to war. The lack of deterrence is an invitation to hostility. It prevents the very thing that we hope to achieve, which is peace and stability in the world. And I do think we've lost deterrence. And I think in some ways it contributed to what happened in Ukraine. An item I know is very close to you and you've worked very on, and we talked earlier today about, is energy dependence. I recall President Trump at both a NATO summit and at the United Nations, and I recall the United Nations one in particular, President Trump said Germany is entirely going to be left dependent on China, on Russia for its energy. And they laughed at him. There were diplomats in the hall that were snickering. That's exactly what happened. It is one of the reasons why Putin believed he could invade Europe, is because Europe would not push back because they depended on him so much for energy. Now, Europe is to be congratulated. They have moved very swiftly, particularly the Germans, to diversify their energy resources. But one could argue that we may never have had that invasion had that dependence not existed, because maybe who would have thought the European response would have been more forceful than he anticipated. So I do think reestablishing deterrence and strength is important, because it prevents war and it gives us leverage in diplomacy, where we hope to solve 99.9% of the global disagreements, we hope to solve through diplomacy, not through armed conflict.
I think that's very well said.
Last question as we run out of time. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation about Panama in the news. Can you talk about the Chinese influence in the Panama Canal, what Americans should know?
Well, let me tell you, I actually didn't print a lot. things to read like verbatim here, but there's one that I thought was interesting that I wanted to share, and I'm not going to put it out there for everybody, but the whole thing, but maybe I'll submit it for the record. But I just went through, and this thing with Panama and the canal is not new. I visited there, I think it was 2016. I think I've consistently seen people express concern about it, and it's encapsulated here in quote after quote. Let me tell you, the former U.S. ambassador who served under President Obama said, "The Chinese see in Panama what we saw in Panama throughout the 20th century, a maritime and aviation logistics hub." Just immediate past head of U.S. Southern Command, General Laura Richardson, said, "I was just in Panama about a month ago and flying along the Panama Canal and looking at the state-owned enterprises from the People's Republic of China on each side of the Panama Canal. They look like civilian companies or state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability." We see questions that were asked by the ranking member in the House China Select Committee, where he asked a witness and they agreed that in a time of conflict, China could use its presence on both ends of the canal as a choke point against the United States in a conflict situation. So the concerns about Panama have been expressed by people on both sides of the aisle for at least the entire time that I've been in the United States Senate, and they've only accelerated further. And this is a very legitimate issue that we face there. And I think I'm not prepared to answer this question because I haven't looked at the legal research behind it yet, but I'm compelled to suspect that an argument could be made that the terms under which that canal were turned over have been violated, because while technically sovereignty over the canal has not been turned over to a foreign power, in reality, a foreign power today possesses, through their companies, which we know are not independent, the ability to turn the canal into a choke point in a moment of conflict, and that is a direct threat to the national interest and security of the United States, and it's particularly galling given the fact that we paid for it and that 5,000 Americans died making it. That said, Panama is a great partner on a lot of other issues, and I hope we can resolve this issue of the canal and of its security, and also continue to work with them cooperatively on a host of issues we share in common, including what to do with
Thank you.
migration.
Senator, I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Senator Rubio, I think that you're right about doing an analysis of the turnover documents, but I think even before that, we ought to do an analysis of the original documents that went into place, because they were very strong documents giving us control over a 5-mile wide on each side of the canal path, and was very specific. So I think a legal analysis beginning to end is critical. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I served together in Congress for 15 years. We didn't always agree, but I believe we shared some common values: a belief in defending democracy and human rights abroad, and honoring the Constitution at home. That's why I voted to confirm you. I believed you would stand up for those principles. You haven't. You've done the opposite. And you used to speak with conviction about the importance of foreign aid as a tool to advance American values and interests. Then you stood by while Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and other assistance programs. That has left a staggering toll: broken trust with countries, openings for China and other adversaries, and countless preventable deaths of children and others. Take Sudan, for example. The freezing of U.S. humanitarian assistance forced the closure of nearly 80% of the emergency food kitchens there. 2 million famine-affected people were left without access to food. People died because of those actions: mothers, fathers, and children. Tons of emergency food that could have saved their lives was left rotting in warehouses because you and Elon Musk refused to let USAID do its job. Sudan is a country where, by the administration's own determination, a genocide is unfolding in Darfur. But here's where it goes from cruel to despicable. While cutting off food aid to Sudanese families living through an actual genocide, you're fast-tracking white South Africans for refugee status under a manufactured claim that they are the victims of genocide. You tried to block the admission of individuals who had already been approved to come here as refugees, while making bogus claims to justify granting such status to Afrikaners. You've made a mockery of our country's refugee process, turning it into a system of global apartheid where political ideology and race, more than truth or need, matter. And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza on day one. And yet last week, you were all running around to Gulf states, giving away very sensitive American AI and chips technology, but doing nothing to end the war in Gaza and get the remaining hostages returned. You know that for 78 days, the Netanyahu government did not allow a scrap of food to enter Gaza to reach over 2 million civilians. 57 children have died from malnutrition so far, and more than 14,000 children are in imminent danger of dying of starvation. As Cindy McCain said last week, and I quote, "Families in Gaza are starving while the food they need is sitting at the border." That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call upon the Netanyahu government to end the blockade. Fortunately, other countries spoke out, and now we see a tiny trickle going in. Where have you focused your energy instead, Mr. Secretary? Well, your first trip as Secretary of State was to El Salvador, not to promote democracy, but to cozy up to President Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. The result was a cash for collusion deal to deprive people living in America of their constitutional rights to due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, instructed you to facilitate the return to the United States of Abrego Garcia, who the administration admitted was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return Abrego Garcia, you boasted, quote, "I would never tell you that. And you know who else I would never tell? A judge." Clearly, you don't care about the Fifth Amendment right to due process, and you don't care about the First Amendment either, since you've been very busy snatching students off of college campuses for exercising their right to free speech. You dredged up a relic from the McCarthy era to claim that student protesters posed a threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Give me a break, Mr. Secretary. You know as well as I do this isn't about national security, it's about punishing free speech. And you know that in America, the government doesn't get to use its power to punish speech it doesn't like. Yet in March, you boasted about revoking student visas, saying, and I'm quoting, "We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa," unquote. Let's look at one of those lunatics, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Ozturk. Her crime was co-authoring an op-ed in her college paper critical of Tufts University's response to the war in Gaza. Your own department found zero links to terrorism, no anti-Semitic statements, but you still yanked her visa and shipped her off to detention in Louisiana. And the list goes on and on. The federal judge in the case of Mohsen Madawi, who is the Columbia student who was ambushed by federal agents at his citizenship appointment, said, and I quote, this is the judge, "Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids. Like the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, your campaign of fear and repression is eating away at foundational values of our democracy. Back then, it took one voice, Attorney Joseph Welch, to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, have you no sense of decency? And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. But you have shown through your words and your actions what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may, sir.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job. based on what I know.
Well, that's
about
just
your
a
record
flippant
and what you
statement,
stand
Mr.
for.
Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask a
Senator,
question.
please let the Secretary have
I'd be
the floor.
happy to, but then I can respond to his.
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
Well-
Your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman-
Secretary, please.
Well, I'd like to. I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation.
I raised
don't regret
Sudan, Mr.
psychosocial support services.
I raised
USAID.
Sudan, Mr. Secretary,
Can I
not
respond, Mr.
Mozambique.
Chairman, or do I?
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes of
I chose
railing
to
that-
use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use my time
suspend,
that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come,
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
going to see who you went to
look,
defend.
Senator,
I'm sorry,
please,
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary
No.
Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated
Senator,
comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You had
Secretary
your time.
Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court in the
Senator-
United States because
Well,
he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach that foreign partner and talk to them, I am under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them, we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation, under our division of powers in this country, and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States. It would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts, or frankly, with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again, and we would break trust with them. So I have complied with every court order. What I won't comply with is an order to disclose what I'm saying and what we're talking about with a foreign leader, because then they won't talk to me. Diplomacy doesn't work that way. About the student visas, let me say this. I don't deport anybody, and I don't snatch anybody. The State Department does not have officers in the street snatching everybody. What I do is revoke visas, and it's very simple. A visa is not a right. It is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study. And if you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what Ms. Ostork did?
We're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what she
And if you
did?
do
Come
that-
on, Mr. Secretary.
And every single
You're
one of
just
these
blowing
cases, the
smoke
factors
here
are
now.
different.
Senator-
The bottom line is, if you're
Senator,
coming here to
we-
stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you
Does
have
the
a
First
visa
Amendment
and we find
apply
you,
to
we'll
people
revoke
living
it.
in the United
And
States?
we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities. People are paying money. These kids pay money to go to school, and they have to walk through
Writing
a bunch
an
of
op-ed
lunatics
to the
who are
tough
here on
newspapers
student visas.
disrupting the
Simple
foreign
as
policy of the United
I want to
States?
do more. I hope we can
That's
find more of these people.
pathetic, Mr.
In fact, the other
Secretary.
day, some guys led a riot. I forgot what university it was, and I asked, please, can you find the arrest records of all the people that were arrested at that riot at that campus? Because if any of them have a visa, we're going to revoke
I
it.
feel so much safer
All right,
when you
let's,
lock up people like Ms. Ostork, Mr. Secretary.
We've had enough time on the subject. Thank you very much. And thank you, Senator. Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and greetings, Secretary Rubio. And it's a pleasure to work with you when you were in your Senate capacity on a number of human rights issues related to China, Taiwan, Tibet, Hong Kong, and certainly the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which I think is a standard and a strategy I hope will spread to other countries to reject goods made by slave labor in China. Today, however, I want to wrestle a bit with another, what I consider to be a humanitarian tragedy, the conditions in Gaza. I very much supported Israel going after Hamas following October 7th, but we are now well over a year and a half into this, and there's a new phase of events, which I'll try to summarize. 6 months ago, Finance Minister Smotrich said Israel should thin the population through voluntary migration. He also used the term encouraged migration. These terms are considered a euphemism for forced displacement. And the strategies of forced migration are food denial, the demolition of homes so that there's no place to return to, and driving people from one area in the Gaza Strip south to the southern side. Then there is a new plan called Operation Gideon's Chariot, mass call-up of troops in Israel. And Netanyahu said a few days ago, he said, we're going to take over all the areas of the Gaza Strip. By the way, on that forced displacement or the demolition of homes, I want to put up a chart to accentuate the point. This is satellite images done by the New York Times that show before the war, the detailed homes, mass damage before the ceasefire, and then since the ceasefire, absolutely, the entire neighborhood turned to rubble. There's just basically nothing left that is habitable. So I wanted to just make the point that it's not some theory about the strategy. The strategy is being implemented and implemented very aggressively and effectively. But let me return to the issue of food denial. The Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs estimated that in February, 2,000 children were admitted for treatment of acute malnutrition. I was thinking about the strips that are used. They're called MUAC strips, mid-upper arm circumference. It's basically a measure of the bicep. And I saw them I went to areas that were under starvation in Africa, and I saw these being used, and you'd see a child, and you would think this child is just maybe 2 years old, and they'd be 5 years old, and their arms as thin as toothpicks. And I was struck when a UN health representative returned and said, and I quote, "I've seen them in the wards," referring to the hospital wards, "a child of 5 years old, and I thought he was 2.5. So Ulcha said 2,000 children, acute malnutrition. That's a nice way of saying we're starving. In March, there were 36 children admitted for acute malnutrition. The denial of food the blockade began March 2nd, so the numbers are undoubtedly up much higher in April and now into May. The World Health Organization reported a couple days ago that 57 children had died from the effects of malnutrition. That blockade shows signs of being changed. Netanyahu has made some public comments. He said, "We will not stand by." Let's see. "We cannot reach a point of starvation for practical and diplomatic reasons." He went on to say that mass starvation is a red line that could cost Israel support from the U.S. He didn't say it was a humanitarian problem, but support from the U.S. And yesterday, 5 trucks went in, and there's a plan to get up to 100 trucks. But 5 trucks is 1% of the amount needed for daily food supplements, and 100 trucks is still only 20% in an area that's already extremely hungry. This has led Canada, France, and Britain to say we cannot stand by while the Netanyahu government pursues these egregious actions. The level of human suffering is intolerable. So I guess my question here is the U.S. is a very close ally to Israel, both in military, security support, certainly in economic support. Is the administration conveying to the Netanyahu government that encouraging migration through food denial is an unacceptable strategy?
Well, let me say I won't discuss, obviously, for many different reasons, what we share with our partners and allies. But I will walk you through some of the steps you've rightly outlined, what has happened over the last...
It's not too long a speech, because I'm really trying to get where our administration is standing.
Well, I'm still trying to get the Senate out of me, so I still talk longer than I should,
Yeah, well,
so I'll be more brief.
I'm going to have to reclaim some time, but go ahead, try to keep it very...
Well, you want me to answer?
I do want you to answer, but hopefully answering the question is pretty simple. Does the U.S. consider this an acceptable strategy of encouraging migration?
Well, I would say that we were pleased and to see that aid is starting to flow in again. I understand your point that it's not in sufficient amounts, but we were pleased to see that decision was made. I understand another 100 trucks are behind that and maybe more in the next few days. I'll also tell you that I met in Rome 3 days ago, with the World Food Program to walk through some of the ideas and plans they had for distribution on the ground. And ultimately, the answer here is for this to end, hopefully with the elimination of Hamas, because the people of Gaza deserve a more prosperous, peaceful future, which they'll never have as long as Hamas exists.
Well, thank you. That was brief and well done. Thank you. So then the second part of this is the systematic destruction of remaining homes as a way to make it impossible for people to stay in Gaza. Does the U.S. discourage that? Is it discouraging the Netanyahu government from continuing that strategy?
Well, we don't view that that's their strategy. We understand that they are targeting elements of Hamas, is what they have claimed and said to us and to the world, that they believe that they need to root out the remaining elements of Hamas, who, by the way, have been an impediment to multiple ceasefires that I know have been negotiated and even agreed upon by Hamas external and then vetoed by Hamas internal.
Is the U.S., it sounds like then, therefore, we're not concerned about that, or you characterize it differently. There has been reports of the administration working behind the scenes to develop a plan to help deport Gazans to Libya. Have you been involved in any discussions related to deporting people from Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza, to Libya?
No, there's no deportation. What we have talked to some nations about is if someone voluntarily and willingly says, I want to go somewhere else for some period of time because I'm sick, because my children need to go to school or what have you, are there countries in the region willing to accept them for some period of time? But those would be voluntary decisions by individuals.
Well, if there are voluntary decisions because there is no clean water, there is no food, and bombing is all around you, is that really a voluntary decision?
Well, ultimately, that's the point, right? And that is you don't want people trapped there. They may want to come back. They may want to live there in the future, but right now they can't. And if there's some nation willing to accept them in the interim period, yes, we've asked countries preliminarily whether they would be open to accepting people, not as a permanent situation, but as a bridge towards reconstruction.
Does that include Libya?
I'm not aware of Libya.
Thank you. I will just summarize since my time is up. I think the U.S. has a moral responsibility to fiercely convey to the Netanyahu government that using food as an instrument of war is unacceptable. It's a violation of international humanitarian law. It's mass punishment. We have now children who are dying, and while Netanyahu has said he doesn't want to see mass starvation, he's drawing the line at mass starvation, but we're seeing real starvation right now, and I think we owe it to our connection and our close relationship to Israel to powerfully convey the importance of not just 5 trucks a day like yesterday or 100 trucks a day, but enough food to end the starvation. Is that a policy you can get behind?
To ultimately rebuild and provide people a future in Gaza?
To get behind enough trucks to end the starvation.
Yeah, we've made that point. Look, I think ultimately, I don't think you would have seen the events of the last couple of days without our engagement, the engagement of others. Israel remains a strong ally. We're supportive. We understand why, for their security, Hamas cannot exist. We are also very happy to see that they have allowed aid to begin to flow, and we hope that that will continue.
Concluding comment, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your tolerance. It's an important topic. Netanyahu did say he was responding to remarks and pressure from American politicians. I assume that's the administration saying that America cannot accept mass starvation, but I would encourage you to push not for 5 or 100 trucks, but enough food to end the fact that children are starving and adults are starving, innocents are starving. Our close relationship, we need to end it.
Senator McCormick. Thank you, Senator. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. When you were last testifying before this committee, you and I talked about water in South Texas, and we talked about the 1944 Water Treaty. As you know well, South Texas has, for the last 4 years, faced a severe drought, and that drought has been substantially exacerbated by the conduct of the government of Mexico, and in particular, its repeated and flagrant violations of the 1944 Water Treaty. Under that treaty, Mexico is obligated to provide 350,000 acre-feet of water each year to South Texas. Mexico was breaking that treaty, and there were 1.3 million acre-feet of water in arrears. As a consequence, South Texas is facing a massive drought. South Texas farmers are putting out of production up to half their acreage. They're laying off workers. Last year, the only sugar mill in the state of Texas closed because sugar farmers could not get the water to grow their crop. And you committed at that hearing to work with me and assist in pressuring Mexico to comply with that treaty. In the months since then, you have followed through on that commitment. You have leaned in vigorously with the government of Mexico. Your deputy, Chris Landau, has done the same thing. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has done the same thing. And then critically, President Trump put out a public statement on Truth Social, making clear to Mexico that there would be serious consequences, sanctions and tariffs if they did not comply with the water treaty. I will say, as a result of the president's leadership and your hard work, we've had a major victory for South Texas, and Mexico has committed to providing 400,000 acre-feet of water, which is desperately needed. So I want to just start by saying thank you. In 4 years under Joe Biden, the Biden administration would not lift a finger for Texans, for farmers in South Texas, to hold Mexico to account, and the Trump administration has done more in 4 months fighting for water in South Texas than Joe Biden did for 4 years. So I wanted to say thank you, and I wanted to ask how the State Department is approaching next steps on the 1944 Water Treaty.
Well, first of all, we have to understand that that commitment is met, and then we have to begin to prepare for the next cycle. This is a one-year problem. So we want to continue to work on that to make sure that those commitments are made, and that then in the next cycle, this becomes made permanent, that in essence, this becomes a new standard operating procedure and not a one-off. And by the way, it has to be something that exists beyond the presidency of the current president, because if the next president doesn't prioritize it, it could go back. So I just think this continued engagement with them on our expectations. The truth of the matter is, and in fairness, the Mexican government has grown increasingly cooperative on a number of fronts, both on national security issues and common security issues, but also on issues such as this. We're also happy, I think there's also the new treatment plant that they've opened, the Tijuana wastewater one, that we think will also be very helpful to water issues in the region and also to water quality issues. But this was a good news story. I think it's what happens when you make something a priority and then follow through on it. But we have to sustain it, and that really is our focus now, to sustain this through for future cycles, not just the short term.
So, and I'll tell you, earlier this year, I went down to the Rio Grande Valley with Secretary Rollins. And in December, I wrote a provision in the continuing resolution that provided emergency relief to South Texas farmers, $280 million. And Secretary Rollins came down. Now, Brooke is the first Texan ever to be the U.S. Agriculture Secretary, and she's the first Ag Secretary in history to go to the Rio Grande Valley. And Secretary Rollins and I did a roundtable, and I will say, you and I have both been very focused on the Hispanic community in particular. I will say the impact in the Rio Grande Valley of having a president and an administration that is fighting for them is enormously consequential. And so I was very grateful that she came down, and the farmers and ranchers in South Texas see that they've got a president and an administration that's fighting for them. Let me shift to a different topic. Today, South African President Ramaphosa is in Washington, D.C. He'll be meeting with President Trump tomorrow. You and the president, as well as other administration officials, have repeatedly and rightly criticized South African policies on issues ranging from human rights to activities that directly undermine American national security. Those activities, in turn, include what appears to be an explicit and extensive pivot away from the United States and towards the Chinese Communist Party. There are also serious and credible allegations that the South African government's decision-making is compromised by widespread corruption tied directly to Iran. They are working together to target our Israeli allies on the international stage. President Ramaphosa himself has taken an aggressive position, leading a charge of genocide against Israel in the International Court of Justice. And he has pushed for precedents and policies that will not just undermine Israel, but expose American officials to vulnerabilities as well. I have every confidence that President Trump will demand South African officials change their policies and will hold them accountable if they don't. And it's critically important for the American people to understand the bases for our policies. Please talk a little bit about the extent of South Africa's malign activities and how they are undermining American national security interests?
Well, it's one of the, first of all, we chose not to participate in this year's G20 hosted by South Africa, either at the foreign minister level or the president's level. And it had a lot to do with some of these issues, in addition to some of the issues they brought on their agenda, which we don't think reflect the priorities of this administration. So the president of South Africa is here today because he says he endeavors to reset relations between our countries. And President Trump, if someone says that, is always going to be open to resetting relations, but it will have to touch on some of the issues just pointed to now. Obviously, the position they've adopted towards Israel is way, not just off balance, but completely geared towards one side, and it makes one wonder about these allegations that are out there now of foreign influence, including with Iran. They clearly, on the global stage, and multiple multinational organizations have consistently been a vote against America's interests, time and again. Not one-off. You always understand when some country has to go in one direction opposite to you, because, you know, that happens. That's what diplomacy is ultimately about. Diplomacy is also about when we're aligned, we work together. When we're unaligned, we have to talk. But when one country is consistently unaligned with the United States on issue after issue after issue after issue, now you have to make conclusions about it. So all I could say about the meeting today, I'm not there obviously because I'm here with all of you. In fact, it may be going on right now as we speak, or was scheduled to go on as we speak, is this was an outreach on the part of the South African president. He said he wanted to come to Washington. He wanted to reset relations with the United States. I have no reports as to how that meeting has gone so far. If there's a willingness on their side to reset relations, obviously was something we'll explore, but we do so with eyes wide open to what they've done so far.
And how does their campaign against Israel undermine America?
Well, I think, first of all, because it echoes some of the charges that are being made by some of the biggest enemies of Israel that happen to be ours, whether it's Iran, whether it's these radical groups that chant death to America, death to Israel. So we're very concerned about that. I also think there's real concern in our mind about some of these international institutions that, frankly, South Africa has lined up strongly behind, who would seek to, if they could, jail, imprison, indict American office holders because of some of the positions we've taken on public policy, even though we're not members to the conventions that create these entities. So if you talk about these groups they are in essence utilizing their forum on the national stage as a nation state under this president and this leadership to echo the claims and the positions taken by not just Iran, but in many cases China as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In response to an earlier question, you sort of posed a question back. What is one thing that has happened during the Trump administration that has strengthened Vladimir Putin's hand in Ukraine, mentioning that the sanctions were still in place? I just would like to introduce for the record an article dated February 28 from NBC News titled, "State Department Terminates U.S. Support of Ukraine Energy Grid Restoration."
That'll be entered in the record.
I was in Ukraine the day after the Palm Sunday bombing in Sumy and spoke to USAID staffers who'd all been riffed. They're going to be laid off either in the middle of the summer or early September. I'm aware that that's subject to litigation, but they talked about the fact that the grant cancellation canceled a grant that USAID had had in place, hundreds of millions of dollars, that has been used repeatedly to restore the Ukrainian energy grid after attacks by Russians. I could give other examples. That is the one that is most present on my mind since I was just there. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about the program. It's the United States Refugee Assistance Program, and this is a program that state is the manager of, but together with other cabinet secretariats, DHS and HHS. State plays the lead management role, and it is how to manage the U.S. refugee assistance programs in tandem with contractors who help the United States on that. By an executive order on the first day of his presidency, President Trump paused all refugee programs and has canceled contracts to the agencies like the U.S. Catholic Church or Lutheran Refugee Services or HIAS or Church World Services who've been resettling refugees. Those programs are paused. There's litigation about it, but as far as I know, the United States is not, or the administration has not withdrawn the executive order. So there's essentially from this administration no refugee programs for anyone except. In early February, the president announced a special refugee program for Afrikaner farmers, justified A, by some concerns about South African foreign policy, but B, a claim that these were persecuted individuals. So right now, the U.S. refugee program allows a special program for Afrikaner farmers, the first group of whom arrived at Dulles Airport in Virginia not long ago, while shutting off the refugee program for everyone else. Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted, and they've passed every sort of check mark that had to be checked off in terms of meeting the requirements for that. They live in a country where farms are taken and land is taken on a racial basis.
Okay. Do you think they're more persecuted than Uyghurs or Rohingyas, or more persecuted than political dissidents in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, or more persecuted than those who would be threatened should they be returned to Afghanistan by violence by the Taliban?
Well, the problem we face there is the volume problem, okay? If you look at all the persecuted people of the world, it's millions of people. They can't all come here. And we had refugee programs that were acting as a magnet for
why
people to come here.
prioritize Afrikaner farmers?
Well, because it's a small subset, it's a new issue, and the president identified it as a problem and wanted to use it as an example. But that's different from having these refugee programs that were basically spending money to put people up in communities and accommodate them, and it was acting as a magnet. Millions of people entered this country illegally, and today the border is sealed.
Let me challenge you, and I'm just going to say for the public, if you want to understand about the, quote, persecution of Afrikaner farmers, go look at the composition of the South African government. Since July of 2024, there's a government of national unity, and the opposition party to the ANC, the Afrikaner Party, the Democracy Alliance, is part of the governing coalition. They joined the governing coalition a year ago, and the leader of that party was given the remit of Agriculture Minister, John Steenhuisen. He is the leader of the former Afrikaner Party, still widely representing Afrikaners. He is the Minister of Agriculture in South Africa right now. I assert that this claim that there's persecution of Afrikaner farmers is completely specious. Are you aware ever during the apartheid era in South Africa did the United States establish a special program to allow South African blacks who were treated as second-class citizens in the apartheid program, a special program so they could claim refugee status in the United States?
No, because I was probably in 9th grade or 8th grade at the time.
Well, then I don't expect you to know. I'll just tell you, never has there been a special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the United States. We've allowed special programs for people being persecuted for their religion, Soviet-era Jews. We've allowed special programs for people fleeing from communism, Cuba, Vietnam, the Soviet Union. We've never allowed a special program to allow Africans into the United States in an expedited refugee status until now. Afrikaner farmers living in a nation governed by a government of national unity that includes the main Afrikaner Party. And actually, an even more right-wing Afrikaner Party is also included in the coalition government. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that if we're interpreting the statutory phrase, a well-justified fear of persecution, we should try to do that in an even-handed way?
I think we should try to do that in the interest of the national security of the United States.
So okay, I agree with you too. We should. Should we try to do it in an even-handed way? So for example, should we say, if you're persecuted on the grounds of your religion, we'll let you in if you're a Christian, but not if you're a Muslim?
I think that the United States has a right to allow into this country and prioritize allowance to who they want to allow to come in. But I think there's
but I'm going to ask you, so a well-justified fear of persecution?
Yeah, they thought that their farms were being burned down and they would be killed. I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come. They're afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It requires prioritizing the interest of the United States.
The statutory phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So can you have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently you are, because you don't like the fact that they're white, and that's why they're coming.
I'm just asking you to say that would be unacceptable.
Well, no,
that
I would say that the United States...
a very easy thing to say.
The United States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United States.
Even based on the color of somebody's skin.
You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These
are
people whose farms were being burned down and they were killed because of the color of their skin.
Well,
Well, you've demonstrated enough because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain
Who has
criteria.
said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country. That's a small number of people that are coming.
But
in
you
that
said
particular
this
case.
weekend that
but
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year. 1 million people come to this country every year legally. 1 million
And
people
now
a year come to this
there
country
is
legally.
one group
No
of
other
people
country in
that
the
have
world
an
is nearly as
easy
generous.
pass into this country. For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I
I'm
think it should
shocked
be
at that,
applied in a
and I
way.
yield
No, well, you
back.
shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States. Our immigration policy should be based on the national interest of the United States. Period. End of story. If there is a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do when they come here, they're going to receive preference, no doubt about it. There are a lot of sad stories around the world, millions and millions of people around the world. It's heartbreaking. We cannot assume millions and millions of people around the world. No country can. So you have to have a process of deciding who do you prioritize, who do you allow in. We do it all the time. We do it in our immigration system now under our current laws. Unfortunately, it's primarily based on family connection and not on what they're going to contribute to the society from a merit standpoint. That should be changed, but that'll require statutory changes. But the bottom line is this notion that somehow we have to accept anyone who wants to come to the United States is absurd. No country in the world has an immigration policy like that. Why would
And
we?
no one is arguing that we should. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I want to turn to the issue my colleagues have mentioned, and that is there is a legal way to restructure the Secretary of State's department and USAID specifically. But what we saw on February 3rd was Elon Musk say, over the weekend, I tossed USAID into the wood chipper. That's a pretty profound weekend. It didn't involve consultation with Congress over the consequences. There was no rewriting of the law. There was no discussion of what funds could be delayed, frozen, redirected. And the result is different groups have estimated how many people have died to date and will die over the course of a year or a prolonged period as a result of the destruction of the weekend of February 1st and 2nd. Did Elon Musk have your support in putting USAID into the wood chipper?
Well, I don't think that's a X post, or I guess you're imagining a social media post, is not a government act.
Not at all. That's a quote. That's what he said.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, that's what he said, but that's not ultimately what happened as acting director. Is all these decisions
Did
have to
his
come to
actions
me.
have your full support
The ones that I signed off on, yes, which is the ones that
of
happened.
what
because
Elon Musk did with USAID?
No, but understand these are contracts. All these
Did he do it
contracts.
without or with your support? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, not
Because
my support, it was my
team,
actions.
his Doge team did a lot of cancellations very, very quickly, and it fired a lot of people. It wasn't clear to me whether that had your
No,
support or not.
the Doge team didn't do anything. I did it. I was the one that made the decisions. I went through contracts, literally spreadsheets, line by line. I remember being in a hotel, I believe in Guatemala, going through line by line on spreadsheets of contracts that were canceled, contracts that were approved, contracts that were amended. These are all contracts.
So in that case, I'll put the responsibility with you since you're taking credit for it rather than with Elon Musk. But the Boston School of Public Health has a kind of a website where they post their estimated deaths as a result of the actions that were taken to dismantle USAID. And they're updating it continuously. So you go to it, the numbers keep changing. They have a one-year estimate, but they also have what they estimate has happened to today. And as of today, they estimate that the actions taken in putting USAID in the wood chipper, child malnutrition, 53,500 more deaths. And I'm rounding off because the numbers are continuously changing. Child diarrhea, 45,400 more deaths. Child pneumonia, 59,200 more deaths. Malaria, 25,100 more deaths. So what happened that weekend has resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of children. And the estimate for the end of this year is much, much higher. This happened because the law was not followed for consultation with Congress, analysis, bringing in experts, holding hearings. How do you kind of accept what you just put forward, that it was your action to cancel these contracts? Your contracts in this fashion, freezing fund, firing individuals, has resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of children.
That's false. That's fake. That's just not true. That's a study based on if we canceled every one of these programs permanently. Okay, and I'm reading it right here because I'm glad you brought it up. It assumes a near total freeze in U.S. foreign aid for HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases. There is not a total freeze. 85% of PEPFAR recipients are receiving their care right now. But the numbers you're saying, those aren't real numbers. I understand that's what the school said in the worst case dramatic scenario, and even then I think it's exaggerated. But there's just no evidence of the fact that, I don't remember what the numbers are, 100,000 children have starved to death in the last 4 months because the United States made reductions to USAID. Well, that first of all is pretty atrocious. That would mean that nobody else in the world is doing anything. We're taking care of the entire planet?
Well, I must say, I think your response does not fit with what the published results were, but there's other groups that have done this as well. There's a study in Nature with healthcare experts from a whole number of leading universities, and they said basically if you shut down USAID, and it may not be fully shut down, but my colleagues who follow this closely say, you know, it's 80, 90% shut down. And Nature study, or published in Nature, said, look, because of what has happened, we will see some 15 million additional deaths over 15 years just from HIV, producing 14 million orphans, and another 10 million people, children and adults, dying from malnutrition, tuberculosis, diarrhea, malaria, and other diseases. And there's even higher numbers from the Friends of the Global Fight Against AIDS. I think it's this rash shutdown without due process of law, that is not coming and doing it in collaboration with rewriting the law, freezing funds, canceling these contracts without consultation, that you have exacted enormous harm on the world.
Again, those numbers you're saying are staggering and unrealistic. The reality of it is, if what you're saying is that unless the United States funds foreign aid at these levels in perpetuity, the world's going to suffer 15 million deaths in 15 years, and every country should be voting for everything we want at the UN.
The number was 15.
Because we're basically funding and feeding the world.
15 million in the study of Nature, yes, from the shutdown of these programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask my questions, I want to go back to your characterization of USAID and the Democrats' responsibility for what happened with that program. I think you've heard from virtually every person who has talked today, and we certainly heard this morning in terms of the Foreign Relations Committee, that if there were improprieties in USAID, then we were on board with addressing those, and we were on board with making changes to make sure that didn't happen again. But the concern is the wholesale throwing out of the foreign assistance programs for the 0.3% of grants that we agree maybe should never have been made. A number of them are things that never happened. They've been made up, just like President Trump's reference to transgender mice in his State of the State address. That's not what happened. He was talking about transgenic mice, which are used in cancer experiments, not transgender mice. So I think we would all be better served if we tried to work together to address the challenges of providing foreign assistance in a way that, as Secretary Rubio has said, and I think most of us have agreed with, makes it more effective and better. And I'm not sure that the chainsaw that Elon Musk took to USAID makes it better on its face. And we can disagree about that, and I'm sure we will, because we may have different views. And I, for one, don't appreciate Senator Mullins suggesting that because I may have a different view on how USAID foreign assistance should be operated, that I'm less of a patriot and don't believe in the security of this country. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that we could dispense with the name-calling in the future. And I agree, you've been a great defender of foreign assistance programs.
Well,
I feel like I have too.
Yeah,
so
you
we
have.
should agree on that.
You have, and I guess the only reason I did this, you've accused this man of killing 15 million people.
I didn't accuse him.
Well.
I think they quoted a report that suggested that because of changes to foreign assistance, that there would be significant numbers of people killed. I don't blame Senator Rubio for that. But I do blame the policy changes for the devastating impact they will have on people across the world. And I hope that we can fix those and that we are all committed to doing that.
I'll give you another minute because I interrupted you.
Okay. Well, let me go back to the question that I asked this morning, Senator Rubio, which has to do with Ukraine. Because we were talking about sanctions, and one of the things you pointed out is that the Trump administration has left in place the sanctions on Russia. Today, the EU and the UK imposed sweeping new sanctions on Russia, including targeting close to 200 vessels in Moscow's shadow fleet. But we haven't seen our sanctions change to address the changes that Moscow has been able to make in response to the sanctions regime that we've put on. So the question is, and I asked you this morning, Senator Graham and Blumenthal have a bill that has 80 Senate sponsors on it that would put in place secondary sanctions on Russia because of its continued failure to come to the negotiating table to really look at how to end the war in Ukraine. Is this legislation that you or the Trump administration or the White House would support?
Well, it's legislation we're most certainly aware of. I am not today in a position to tell you we're going to endorse it or support it at this time, and I'll explain why. We want to continue to play the role where we can speak to both sides of this conflict and get them to the table to end this war once and for all. The president is fully aware, as he has reminded on numerous occasions, both in posts on social media and in public statements, he fully recognizes that he has options at his disposal. I can also tell you, and I believe you're personally aware, along with Senator Graham, that we have warned the Russians for the better part of 2 months that the Senate is working on a package which is far more severe than anything the president could impose under his own authority in many cases, and that eventually if progress isn't made, people were going to give us some time to work this out, but if that didn't work out after a while, there was nothing that it was going to happen. This was going to come. So we're aware of that. Suffice it to say that we are still hopeful, although at the same time realistic, but hopeful with our eyes wide open, that we can reach a point here where we can begin even the process of negotiating this. We've spent a lot of time on this. We've met with both sides, far more with the Ukrainians than with the Russians. We've had 2 technical talks with the Russians in the past, 1 high-level engagement. The president's spoken to President Putin 3 times. We've spoken to the Ukrainians far more. So what we're expecting now, based on the president's phone conversation yesterday and my conversations over the weekend with Mr. Lavrov, is that at some point here fairly soon, maybe in a number of days, maybe this week hopefully, the Russian side is going to present terms that they would want to see, just broad terms that would allow us to move towards a ceasefire. And that ceasefire would then allow us to enter into detailed negotiations to bring about an end to the conflict. We are hoping that will happen. We believe that the term sheet that the Russians produce will tell us a lot about their true intentions. If it's a term sheet that's realistic and you can work off of it, that's one thing. If it makes demands that we know are unrealistic, I think that will be indicative. And what the president will decide to do at that point, I can't speak for him at this moment. I'm not prepared to say. But I think we all know he is aware of both his authorities to sanction, and he is well aware of the fact that this bill is moving in the Senate. And it's one of the reasons why I asked Senator Graham to join me in Turkey when we engaged the night you arrived with our Ukrainian partners as well.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you have talked more to the Ukrainians. And yet this morning when we talked about continued assistance to Ukraine, you said that nothing had been done to cut that assistance. But you have cut energy assistance that's necessary for repairing their electric grid after missile attacks and keeping electricity flowing. I've visited some of those electric grids, so I know how critical they are. You've cut assistance to help Ukrainians document, verify, and report on war crimes to allow them to one day hold perpetrators accountable. Again, I've had the opportunity to meet with some of those folks who were in the process of documenting the atrocities that have occurred. You've cut cost-free cooperation with international bodies that are tracking kidnapped Ukrainian children. You've cut assistance to strengthen security sector oversight, which is helpful to us as we make sure that the Ukrainians are spending funds that we have provided them appropriately. So in my mind, that doesn't mean that this administration has continued assistance to Ukraine. It means that you've cut assistance to Ukraine in many areas, the ones I just outlined. And so, again, if we're going to see a dynamic change in these negotiations and to get legitimate peace negotiations going on, then we've got to put more pressure on Russia. And so far, the administration has not been willing to do that.
Well, I don't agree we haven't put pressure on Russia as we continue to insist upon them coming to the table. For example, they agreed, albeit less than ideal, direct talks for the first time in 3 years occurred this weekend in Turkey. For the first time in multiple years, since at least 2022, the Russians have agreed to produce documentation. Now, it may not lead to anything, and at some point we may wind up right at the point you're pointing to. The president's just not prepared to close the door on that yet because he still hopes to achieve peace.
Let me just clarify. My understanding is that President Trump offered to go to Turkey to meet with President Zelensky and with Vladimir Putin. President Zelensky went. Vladimir Putin refused to go and basically dissed the president's willingness to go to meet with them in person.
I think the president...
That was certainly what was reported.
Yeah, but I was on that trip. I think the president expressed, yes, so there's going to be a meeting between Zelensky and Putin. I'm more than willing to go, but there wasn't going to be one. Putin never agreed to a meeting with Zelensky.
Right, so the president was willing to go, but Vladimir Putin wasn't. If that in my mind means that Putin, while the president may be willing to negotiate and may be willing to sit at the table, Vladimir Putin is not, because it's in his interest. He believes it's in Russia's interest to carry this war out as long as possible, because he thinks that Russia benefits from that. Well, until we change the dynamic, that's what he's going to continue to do.
Well, again, that may very well be what he believes. At some point, time will, and his actions will tell. But I think the president wants to exhaust every opportunity to bring about a peaceful negotiation here, an end to this conflict as soon as possible. And I think we should be happy that we have a president that wants to end a war, and that he's, it's taxing on the patience, and it's taken a long time. But 4 months has been dedicated to this. But ultimately, I think it's a good thing that we have a president that's trying to end this war. He wants to give it every available chance possible. And doesn't want to foreclose anything too early. If there's still a chance to achieve peace, he wants to make that happen.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I agree. I think we should try and end this war. I'm just questioning his tactics and whether he's really being successful in the way he's doing this. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter for the record a fact sheet that is called the PRC Supporting International Assistance as U.S. Withdraws. It's dated April 29th, 2025, and what it lays out is specific examples of where the PRC has come in and taken over U.S. assistance programs as we've withdrawn.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Senator Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair Graham. Senator Schatz, welcome to your new role. I look forward to working with both of you. Secretary Rubio, I am deeply concerned that you have overseen a systemic campaign to dismantle USAID, impound billions of dollars that this committee actually provided, and unilaterally remake the Department of State without the slightest bit of concern that you lack the authority to do that without Congress. It has created chaos, it's caused preventable deaths across the globe, and it has undermined American leadership. As Ranking Member Schatz noted, what you have done is outright illegal, a complete violation of bipartisan appropriation laws, the Impoundment Control Act, and the Anti-Deficiency Act. Within hours of taking office, President Trump halted all foreign aid in flagrant defiance of the law. Now, under your watch, Secretary Rubio, that freeze was implemented with chaos and cruelty, and then you illegally shuttered USAID, placing everyone on leave, halting life-saving work, literally locking people out of the building and out of their devices, even in dangerous corners of our world. You paid people not to work, abandoned our partners across the globe, and chaotically recalled global staff, putting more than 1,600 Americans who served our country abroad in limbo. And when you shut down the USAID payment system, you even refused to pay for services provided before the illegal freeze. You fought all the way to the Supreme Court, against paying for services U.S. businesses already rendered with funding that Congress already provided. And I know you know, Mr. Secretary, but you lost. And I assume you need the reminder because to this day, you have not made all the payments that are required by our nation's highest court. And as a result, American companies continue to lay off American workers. And by the way, you do continue to lose in court, including just yesterday over your move to illegally replace the U.S. Institute of Peace Leadership, and in recent cases over international broadcasting. Now, eventually, Mr. Secretary, you sent Congress notice of your intent to collapse the USAID into state. Only you didn't consult with this committee. That's required by law. It came without justification, also required by law, and it came long after USAID was reduced to rubble. So sadly, disregard for our laws and values, to me, has sort of become a pattern of your tenor, revoking visas when someone writes an op-ed you don't like, or reaching a secret deal to use taxpayer dollars to jail U.S. residents in a notorious foreign prison, no due process, or pointlessly leaving food assistance to rot in storage. Actually, in Dubai, we now have 500 tons of high-energy biscuits that expire in July. They're bought, they're shipped, they're stored, all at taxpayer expense. But you've condemned them to waste, and that is one example of many. Now, another pattern that I'm deeply worried about is transparency. We have pressed you for information. Our staffs have sent you countless emails and briefing requests so we can do our job here. There are hundreds of unanswered requests and no effort to address them. And Mr. Secretary, that's got to change. Even your plan to reorganize the State Department came with no information on the 270 offices you are moving to eliminate, the proposed layoffs, or how USAID would be merged into state. I won't ask you whether impounding billions of dollars is legal. It is not. I won't ask you whether it's efficient to pay people not to work or fire them without determining staffing needs. But, and I won't ask you if cutting 91% of our counter-narcotic and law enforcement programs make us safer, abruptly abandoning agreements with allies makes us stronger, or ceding our global leadership to China makes us more prosperous. Of course not. We know that. We have worked together for years in a bipartisan way to advance U.S. interests and fund those programs. So with respect to my colleagues, how long are we going to sit here and watch this silently? Are we going to roll over as Trump tramples our laws and undermines our U.S. leadership, burns down what we have spent decades building, and let millions of people across our globe suffer and die? Or are we going to stand up, push back, assert our constitutional power of the purse? And to my colleagues on both sides, this is the moment to decide whether this committee continues to be a powerful bipartisan force, a force that I think we've all been proud of for a very long time, a force that is focused on safety and economic strength and national security, focused on leading the world in research and development and countering China and others with our soft power and our military power. Every single member of this committee knows what we are risking by letting this administration tear down so much. On USAID and other programs, we can always talk about how we can make things work better and other reforms. I don't think any of us are opposed to any of those considerations. We have been doing that in a bipartisan way for a long time. But that's not actually what Trump's fiscal year 2026 budget proposes. Mr. Secretary, I know you would like to give a 5-minute speech back to me, but I only have a few seconds left, and I do need some information from you. As I said, we have asked and have not gotten. Can you tell me, will you share the text and details with my staff of your agreement with El Salvador and any other similar arrangements, including the funding details that we need to have?
Well, first, I'd like to respond to your 7-minute speech, which is primarily, I disagree like 99% of it. It's just not true. We've done nothing that's illegal. We've been in over 600 briefings to Congress. We've asked questions. We've answered questions repeatedly. We get hundreds of questions a day. We respond them as quickly as possible. And your characterization of the moves that we made
Mr. Secretary,
were
I would
false.
just tell you, we are here because we need the information so that we can write our budget and on a bipartisan.
Well, you'll have the
move
information you
forward.
need to write a budget.
Okay, so will we get the details on the El Salvador arrangement? Yes or no?
Well, which Salvador arrangement?
Your agreement that you've made made with them
Well,
about.
what agreement? The president of El Salvador agreed to take in 250
My understanding,
gangbangers, and we
there's
sent
funding
them.
details we have not gotten. We need to see what the costs are in that.
Well, we haven't funded that. We've provided them law enforcement assistance.
But
I know
that-
you just claimed that we cut all this law enforcement assistance. We provided El Salvador and other countries law enforcement assistance. They have the right to spend that money any way they wish. But they did us a big favor. They took 250 dangerous, trained out. We didn't deport any
Okay,
U.S. residents. No U.S. residents
I'm
were
not going to
reported.
argue with you on that.
Well,
point.
it's not an argument, but don't say we deported U.S. residents, because we didn't.
No,
I don't
no, no,
deport
I'm-
anybody.
I'm not asking.
But we didn't deport U.S.
I'm asking
residents.
you whether we can see the details of the arrangements, including the funding details.
I'm giving you
as
the
an
details.
appropriate-
The arrangements are we provide law enforcement funding to El Salvador, among other countries. How they choose to spend that
Okay,
money internally is up to
I take that as
them.
a no. How
But I can
about-
tell you,
Can you give me the details on the 200-plus offices you're proposing to
Sure, we've
eliminate?
provided
We need that. Can I get your commitment to
sure, of
give us
course.
those?
It's part of our reorg.
How about the details and justifications of your proposed rescissions from programs you claim are out of alignment with administration priorities? Are we going to get the details of that, funding priorities?
On rescissions and empowerment and things of this nature, that's obviously an OMB function, and I would talk to them about that in regard to what's going to go on with that money. I can tell you the contracts we canceled, and I can list to you the contracts we canceled and the rationale why, because I went through
Can you
them
get
myself.
those to us like today? So we can
contracts?
make our- Yes, and the funding arrangements that you've made. That's what I'm asking for.
Funding arrangements with who?
For any of the rescissions, for any of the funding, for any of the multiple congressional directives that you have given out, so that we as an appropriations committee can make our funding decisions.
Sure, you're going to have all that information
you.
when you
I
put together a
appreciate that.
budget.
Thank you. I enjoyed that.
Thank you, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to get right into it. Secretary Rubio, I'm going to embrace my Jewish mother instincts for a moment. So as a mother, a senator,
No, he's at the
and a fellow human being, I can tell you that I'm not even mad anymore about your complicity in this administration's destruction of U.S. global leadership. I'm simply disappointed. And I wonder if you're proud of yourself in this moment when you go home to your family, because I've always found you, Senator Rubio, to be a bipartisan, pragmatic partner, a true believer that the U.S. is stronger when we lead with diplomacy and development. You have a strong record on this, but I don't recognize Secretary Rubio. A stalwart support of Israel, you've watched this administration abandon Saudi normalization with Israel in order to pursue business deals. You were once a fierce critic of Vladimir Putin, but you sat idly by as the president berated the elected leader of Ukraine for not capitulating to Russia. And worst of all, you've kneecapped foreign assistance, including programs that you previously championed and made America less safe, less strong, less prosperous in doing so. I know you know this in your heart, and I can't make this point any better than you did yourself in 2019 when you said, anybody who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that will bring us to balance is lying to you. So with that, I'm just going to move on to my questions. Thank you. And I'm going to talk about international women's issues because during your time as senator, you were a champion of international women's issues. You helped introduce bills that would have codified the Department's Office of Global Women's Issues and Women's Global Development Prosperity Initiative. You supported several bills, including Senator Shaheen's Bipartisan Women, Peace, and Security Act. During your confirmation hearing, you committed to me that you would support women's economic empowerment abroad. And at this year's International Women of Courage Award, you waxed poetically about the administration's support for women abroad. So help me understand how to square your past with your present. You're proposing the full elimination of the Office of Global Women's Issues. You've terminated hundreds of programs that help women and girls. You provided no guidance to the department on whether they should continue to implement the Women, Peace, and Security Act, and I'm still waiting to see your support for women's economic empowerment overseas. How can you dismiss the concerns of women around the world? Do you believe that the data shows that women's economic participation includes greater economic development worldwide and that women's participation in peace negotiations guarantees longer outcomes? And I have a few questions, so I would respectfully ask for a yes or no. Don't you think that women's participation is important and allows for better outcomes?
This is not a game show. I'm not going to ask that with a yes or no. That's an important question. And I can answer it. We're not abandoning women's issues.
So do you believe the Office
don't need
of Global Women's Issues should be eliminated?
One thing is to eliminate an office. Another thing is to eliminate the function. The function will still exist. It'll be driven at the regional bureaus. So every one of our regions will have someone who's looking at and driving that issue, and right down to the embassy. It remains a priority. The same with the law that you outlined that I supported. This is going to be executed on, but it's going to be executed at the regional level and at the embassy level. And the reason why is because the challenges facing women in Africa are different than the challenges facing women in Central America.
And
which
I
are
have your
different than
commitment that you're going to support women around the world, because without the women being able to be successful in their countries, I believe we can't have peace, stability, and our countries move forward.
Sure, and it remains part of our agenda. It's just going to be, the service is still going to be delivered, but it's going to be delivered at the regional and embassy
And when
level,
will we
not
see-
through a standalone office in Washington, D.C.
When will we see the reports on this and how this will be delivered?
Well, this is what we're engaged in with this committee now, which is our reorganization process. We've made an initial presentation to the committees. It's not final. We've received input through the comment period, including from our own building, but also from members of Congress on both sides, and meaning the House and Senate.
but
Now we'll come back to you based on all of that input on what we propose to
Do
be
you
the
have a
final
timeline of
reorganization.
when you'll come back? Because I don't want to see women left behind around the world, and I think you'd agree with me. But I'm going to turn on to Israel. If you can give us a timeline of when you're proposing to do this, that would be helpful, and we maybe come back and revisit it, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a timeline of when?
Sure, we're engaged now. I think we'll owe you a congressional notification here within the next few weeks, which is but all of that is being built on the comment period in which we've taken input from staff and members of this committee as well as in the House.
Thank you. Can I move on to Israel for a second? So the Office of Security Coordinator in Israel, the OSC, was established by President Bush in 2005. The OSC is widely respected, including by the IDF Central Command, for facilitating security coordination between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli security forces, which has been crucial in preventing terrorist attacks against Israelis. However, it's reported that you plan, again, to eliminate OSC, which I believe, and many others, could lead to further destabilization in the West Bank and threaten Israel's security. So, Mr. Secretary, should the U.S. continue playing a role in facilitating successful security coordination between IDF and Palestinian security forces to safeguard Israeli lives? And if so, do you believe the State Department should continue to maintain the OSC and support it financially?
Yeah, there's news reports every day about things that aren't true. So the only thing that's been discussed about OSC is whether it should be brought under the authority of the ambassador and the embassy.
You're not proposing eliminating. Thank you. We'll move further on this discussion. With my minute left, I'm going to talk about vaccines abroad, because Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, we are so proud, has prevented nearly 19 million children's deaths since it was created by providing vaccines to 50 countries. Diseases, they don't know borders. So a small investment from the U.S. can save American lives by stopping outbreaks really before they reach our shores. You were previously a champion of global vaccines, twice leading resolutions in support of continued U.S. investments in these programs. So, Mr. Secretary, again, do you consider vaccines, including for malaria, Ebola, to be life-saving? Given Gavi's proven track record of saving lives, preventing global disease outbreaks that could reach our borders, will you commit to prioritizing continued U.S. support for Gavi?
But we haven't canceled U.S. support for malaria or any of these other communicable diseases and or vaccines. What we have, there are some individual programs that may have been canceled because they weren't being delivered in the appropriate way. All of these functions will continue. The difference now is the function will be happening under the Department of State, as opposed to a set-alone entity, which you had very little oversight over, by the way, in this committee, even though we tried in the years that I was on it with USAID. And I don't want to, I may respond to one point you made just because I'm curious. We have not abandoned Saudi normalization with Israel, as you pointed. The Saudis are the ones that have expressed their inability to move forward on it so long as the conflict is happening in Gaza. But we would love to see normalization.
You know, when it comes to the Saudis and normalization, and we can have this as I'd be so happy to have you in my office or come to your office and talk about this. It was quite apparent on the last trip that the president was more interested in making business deals and trying to move forward peace in the region. It's not just about the business deal. There's a lot going on, and there is pressure to bear. But we did receive a list, I just want to say for the record, that showed Gavi was terminated. And so if you could send something to show that it's turned back on, we'd be glad to see that. I know I'm over my time.
Senator Scott.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Senator Collins' line of questioning, I guess the analogy is, say a hospital that's running inefficiently, and a turnaround guy comes in and says, I got a plan for reorganizing this hospital. We're going to do delivery system reform. We're going to use technology. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to be fearless. And in the meantime, we're going to lay off half of our staff because this thing doesn't work efficiently. The practical impact of that is death. And that's what we're talking about. And so every time we talk about the practical, near-term, immediate, real-world, geopolitical, and humanitarian impacts of what has happened, especially to USAID, you pivot very skillfully and maybe even correctly to what needs to be reformed in the State Department itself and in the interaction and relationship between aid and state. That's not what I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about why in the world we wouldn't do this in the regular order. In order to put USAID under the State Department and better align it, we need a statute. In order to reform all of these programs, we need an SFOPS bill. You can't just come in and light the place on fire and say, well, it was a mess. And so I just want to understand what's the path forward, because people really are dying. It's not as though Catholic Relief Services or CARE or the World Food Program or a bunch of leftists coming out and complaining about everything that's happening because they want to get you. This is actually happening. People are vacating where they work, and then in some instances, the Chinese government comes in and provides the exact same service, not a similar service, but the same program. They just do it. We'll do it. And then in some instances, nobody does it, and as a result, people die. And so I'm just wondering, where do you think the path forward is for us to work Article 1, Article 2, former colleagues, to get this thing back on track?
Well, I think the first path is, let me just say on the regular order part, sure, we want to do that. It would be great to make all these things statutory and codify them. That would be ideal. I will say I was a member of this body for, 6, 12, 30, 40, 16 years, and we always talked about doing it by regular order. We never got to it. So now's the time to do it because we really have to do it now. The second point I would make is the U.S. is going to continue to be a very generous donor for humanity. I would venture to guess that for the rest of our lifetime, no nation on earth, if we can still afford it, no nation on earth will continue to do more for humanitarian assistance, for food and medicine and life-saving services, and even for developmental assistance. But I also think we have to recognize this. We cannot continue to be the foreign aid provider for everyone on everything. We just can't do it. We can't do it efficiently. And we cannot afford to do it either. And if we're going to, we do not have unlimited resources. And so we've now entered an era, particularly of geopolitics, where we have to be very careful about where we invest our money, where we provide aid. Humanitarian systems aside, okay, you have a mudslide somewhere, an earthquake, a hurricane, and we're going to help people. I don't know how much we would want necessarily geopolitics to play into those sorts of decisions.
What's the proposed budget cut in the humanitarian accounts?
Well, it's not the humanitarian account right now. Basically, the rest of it is reflected at over 50% in the proposed amount that you have right now before you. But we believe that we can provide these essential services while reducing some of the redundancies that were happening through this, for lack of a better term, this foreign aid industrial complex. Some of these projects, I think you understand this perhaps better than most. Some of these projects had a prime contractor who had a sub, who had a sub, who had a sub, who had a sub, who had a local provider. That's crazy. That's lunacy. Why do I need 6 subs to pass one to the other to ultimately get it down to the ground? I think we can get it maybe from the prime to the sub, in some cases directly to the group on the ground through our embassy. Our embassy can say, we want to provide food in this community, here's the best people to do it, and I can avoid all those layers of NGOs.
Part of the problem, right, is our tolerance for risk. Because if we establish a bunch of criteria and requirements and pre-audit, then you increase administrative costs, right? And I'm one of these people who thinks that it's not unreasonable to start to capitate or slowly ramp down administrative costs. But administrative costs are not 88%, right? That 12% versus the rest of it cut is what money goes to local NGOs in Africa or Asia or Pacific Islands or wherever. And we should be increasing that number, and we have been increasing that number. but it is the precipitousness with which this is all being done that is actually causing reputational damage. A lot of us are doing CODELs, and when we sort of go overseas and we sort of, temporarily take off our partisan hats, we interact with the same providers, and we see kids on half rations getting smaller and smaller. We see kids getting HIV/AIDS from their parents, and nothing you said in order to implement anything that you're talking about, is it necessary for us to allow children to die? And yet that is what's happening. And so can we please separate these two questions of should we reform the State Department, should we reform the foreign aid enterprise, and should we do it in such a catastrophically unlawful way that people around the world die and people come to believe that they can't believe that America is a reliable partner anymore. And so if we can please separate these questions and get to writing a bill, I think the country will be better for it.
Thank you, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Schatz, and good to be with you again, Secretary Rubio. I wanted to make sure that the point's been made, as I suspect it has been by my colleague, that reform to USAID and reform to some of the authorities and the spending in the legislation that we passed in the last Congress is something that could easily have been done with partnership with this committee and with Congress, and should have been done that way. I wanted to touch on a few things that you and I worked on that I think deserve continued support and that I think are important for us to sustain. Senator Graham and I worked to pass the Global Fragility Act in 2019. You were a co-sponsor. It was signed into law by President Trump. And it's designed to save literally billions of dollars by addressing root causes of terrorism in fragile countries. As you put it at the time, as the U.S. responds to humanitarian crises, we must address the factors driving instability and violence. It's both moral and international security to promote stable and prosperous countries, and I'm proud to introduce this legislation. I'm planning to work with Senator Graham on reauthorizing it this year. The primary implementing entity had long been the Bureau of Conflict Operations and Stabilization. That's a bureau that's been restructured. Do you still agree it's in our national interest to have a targeted strategy to address the root causes of terrorism? And will you work with us to sustain the capabilities we need in the State Department to continue the Global Fragility Act's work?
Yes, and let me add to that because it's a good example. Number one, part of the reorg, just because we got rid of an office named something doesn't mean the function goes away. It means that we want to drive that through the regional bureau. So a great example of global fragility, I keep going back to this over and over again, is Syria.
Yep.
And if that fragility is not addressed, there's going to be terror. There already is. I mean, ISIS is already growing there and potentially growing even more dangerous. If there is a civil war in Syria, you're going to have an ungoverned space where multiple groups are going to break out and not just threaten the region, but ultimately potentially the homeland. So it's a great example of how global fragility can be applied to the real world, but we have to do it very quickly. We have to be able to act quickly in this regard, which is one of the things we hope to do by being able to drive this down to the regional and local levels.
I also work closely with Chairman Graham, with Chairman McCall, with Ranking Member Meeks, and over 100 co-sponsors of both parties to enact the U.S. Foundation for International Conservation. It was enacted through the NDAA. There's funding allocated to it. You stated in your confirmation on January 15th that this was the sort of public-private partnership that struck you as deserving of support, and I would hope you would move quickly to execute creating it. It simply requires your signature, and obligating the funds and appointing the board. Chairman Graham and I are also working on a similar bill that would address food insecurity, again through a public-private partnership, a foundation that would rely on as much private sector funding and philanthropy as government funding. Do you still support these foundations, and is this something you look forward to working with?
And we'll get you an answer. I mean, we'll get you a decision on that very quickly, which is what you're looking for, is us to go through and try to implement the law.
Yes.
I recall the plan correctly. We'll get to that fairly quickly. We've had a lot going on over the last 4 months, but we'll get to it, including 100 and something reports that we inherited that were overdue. We're working through those as well. But because you raised it here today, if you give me a few days, I'll get you an action on it.
Thank you. We have spoken about the MCC. The Millennium Challenge Corporation is a Bush-era initiative that used metrics and accountability, working against corruption and in long-term partnership with countries to give them an alternative to Chinese financing. As you've described it, and I agree, debt trap financing. There's current compacts active in countries like Indonesia, the Solomon Islands, Nepal, Kiribati, where it gives transparency and cost sharing. You are the chair of the board of the Millennium Challenge Corporation. I understand from our discussion this morning that you're aware it's in some transition. Can you just confirm it's going through reform and will not be shut down wholesale?
Yeah, I can confirm. We're on the board. We don't operate it, obviously. We're on the board, but it's not a State Department function. We are one of the board members, albeit the chair, and actually our deputy, Chris Landau, is serving in that role when I'm not available to be at these meetings and so forth. My understanding as of the latest updates that I've gotten with the work that's being done is it is undergoing a reform effort or streamline effort, but not a takedown effort.
I think it would be an unforced error for us to hand away the relationships and the competition with China that are metrics-based and transparent that the MCC has put in place. So I hope to work with you on that. Last, your testimony highlights an America First Opportunity Fund as a more flexible and responsive account that will address waste in foreign assistance and be more agile. But at least as I see it in your proposal, the account replaces $9 billion of programs with a $3 billion account to cover everything from countering the PRC, countering Russia, aiding Jordan and others. Could you just briefly describe how you imagine that math working and how this fund being sufficient to meet a wide menu of needs?
Well, part of it is we found that some of these programs underneath it were scattered, some of them were duplicative, there were some inefficiencies. So we truly believe, now what the right number is, obviously, that's what we'll have to work with you on, but we truly believe that we can deliver on the same goals for substantially less than what those combined pre-existing funds or projects would have cost. But what it's going to enable us to do is to ensure that assistance funds are directed towards the highest priority projects that we may have on any given basis, on any given moment, given global events that are happening. It provides enough, in addition to these existing programs, it provides us being nimble enough to deal with a contingency in a world that rapidly evolves, as opposed to having to go back and repurpose existing funds to do it. So that's really the goal of the fund, is to be able to move at the speed of relevance when it comes to global events and not have to wait for the next funding cycle to come across or work through some reprogramming process that could take time for us to be able to respond quickly.
I do think, as a former senator, I hope you'll agree that there has to be a modicum of consultation, review, and approval by this subcommittee and others. But the target of agility, responding to world events, I suspect you'll get bipartisan support for that. But there needs to be a congressional role in oversight and accountability. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Senator Moran. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Let me personally thank you for your leadership on this subcommittee. We may disagree on some things and some projects, but I believe you've been honest and working with us in the past, and I look forward to that continuing. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. 99-0. That's a pretty good score coming out of the Senate. I'd like to ask you about Gaza, if I can. They anticipate a famine is underway in Gaza. In the next few days, they anticipate 14,000 infants and children will die. Israel has decided to change its policy to release baby food into Gaza. I just have to ask you, as you must see the same pictures I do, you can't escape them, of these kids with pencil-thin arms, with ribs you can count, spindly legs, wide eyes, who are just on the cusp of death because of the policy of Israel in dealing with Hamas. Now, let me make it clear for the record. I support Israel. I believe what happened October 7th was an act of terrorism, unforgivable act of terrorism, and they have a right to defend themselves, period. Number two, I believe Hamas is a terrorist organization. I do not believe that every Palestinian in Gaza territory is a member of Hamas or sympathetic with that band of terrorists, but many of them are. So today, 3 countries, France, United Kingdom, and Canada made a statement which I'd like to summarize. You probably know this already. They said the resumption of aid into Gaza by Israel wholly inadequate. The United Kingdom paused free trade talks with Israel and sanctioned Israeli settlers. And then this statement, joint message by these three countries, allies of the United States. If Israel does not cease the renewed military offensive and lift its restrictions on humanitarian aid, we will take further concrete action in response. Mr. Secretary, are we on the wrong side of history in watching this unfold and not responding as these three countries have?
Well, we're not prepared to respond the way these three countries have, but we are prepared to say, as we have, and I think the Israelis in their statements today acknowledged, have engaged with our Israeli partners over the weekend and the last few days about the need to resume humanitarian aid. We anticipate that those flows will increase over the next few days and weeks. It's important that that be achieved. I actually had an opportunity when I was in Rome on Sunday or Saturday to see Cindy McCain, as you know, is involved with the World Food Program, discuss their distribution systems. She outlined for me exactly how they would distribute food and how the program would work if it were to be restarted. So suffice it to say that we support 100% the fact that there can be no future in Gaza for the people of Gaza as long as Hamas is around. And by the way, in your comments that you made, I know many of you have noticed, there's been a growing number of anti-Hamas protests and demonstrations as well. So there are people there that understand that this is the root cause of it. That said, you have this acute, immediate challenge of food and aid not reaching people, and you have existing distribution systems that could get them there. So we have, and continue to work, even though I've been here in hearings all day, we've continued to work with our Israeli partners and as I think they've acknowledged in the statement today that they've heard from us, to allow more aid in, because I believe they can achieve their objective of defeating Hamas while still allowing aid to enter in sufficient quantities.
I agree with you. I think what you just said should be our policy. But I don't think we should use these people, these Palestinians, particularly these children, as just a casualty of war. This is a designed attack by Israel into Gaza. This is a designed decision by Israel not to provide humanitarian aid, food, medicine, water. And we provide quite a bit of money to Israel for its own defense and for other purposes. Shouldn't we be more forthcoming to speak about this humanitarian crisis?
Yeah, I think there's two things that Israel has expressed, and I don't want to speak for them because they speak for often on this topic. The first is their complaints that humanitarian aid is often stolen and siphoned off by Hamas elements. Well, it has. There's no doubt that there has happened. That said, the question is whether it has to be. The question is there a way to reliably reach as many people as possible and prevent the humanitarian crisis you're describing, while not enriching Hamas or providing Hamas relief. And we believe there is a way to do it. And we want to be supportive of that way to do it. And we've encouraged them to do it in that way, and we think we've made progress.
Did you ask Cindy McCain whether Hamas was diverting food supplies from the people in Gaza?
We didn't discuss that. We talked mostly about, I wanted to get a description of what the distribution points look like. How can you get assistance to the most number of people as quickly as possible in an orderly way based on where they live and where they are in different parts of Gaza?
Is this an emergency humanitarian situation in your view?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think we all see the same images. The question that I had in my mind in meeting with her and discussing is, do we have the mechanisms in place to quickly start, if in fact an agreement could be reached to allow humanitarian aid to flow? Did we have the mechanics in place to allow the World Food Program and their contractors to go in and immediately begin to provide it? And she assured me that they do, that they could, because one of the arguments or one of the concerns that existed is that the organizations that could do the distribution were not on the ground or were not capable of starting so quickly. She assured us that they were.
If we have this in place, what are we waiting for? These children are dying.
Well, it's my understanding, again, I've been here all day, but it's my understanding that starting yesterday and moving through the next few days, aid will increasingly flow in, and hopefully that will allow these programs to work.
I certainly hope so, too. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
I want to say I agree with what you said about it being a foreign policy crisis, the great debt and the downgrading that we just saw. To be pushing a bill right now that would add $2.7 trillion to our national debt is just outrageous. And I've been grateful for the small group of Republicans here in the Senate and a number in the House who have just called this out as plain as it is. To do this now will shake America's economy. give tax breaks to the wealthiest amongst us who are doing quite well and not help with the current economic crisis we're facing. But that's frankly just something I didn't want to talk about right now. Where I really want to just continue our conversation about Sudan, and I know you know, as was said passionately by one of my colleagues, the gravity of the crisis that's over there. Full stop, it's the greatest humanitarian crisis on the planet Earth. There's ethnic cleansing going on, an active genocide as described by our own government and others. That people are fleeing right now with the recent attacks on Zamzam and more, but I know you're very aware of this. What I want to ask you about specifically is that not only did you acknowledge the genocide and say, I quote, being backed by countries that we consider allies elsewhere in the world, this is being fueled, you were saying, we must draw a clear line on that. You specifically mentioned the UAE, and you said, and I quote, take UAE, for example, they are an important partner in the Middle East, but we must be clear they are currently supporting an entity that is carrying out genocide. I'm just wondering, have you been able to draw that clear line in your conversations with the UAE, specifically addressing the issue of the supplying of arms?
Well, again, and I wasn't satisfied when people would answer this way when I was sitting on that side, but now on this side with diplomacy, you always want to be careful what you say publicly, because then people don't want to talk to you if they think it's going to happen in the future. Let me say this, we have expressed, not just to the UAE, but to other countries, that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region, that in fact it's creating an environment, not just in Sudan, but it's threatening to destabilize. South Sudan already faces pretty substantial challenges, but some of that threatens to spill over and make it even worse.
If I can interrupt, Marco, because I think your answer's justifiable. The UAE is a vital ally to the United States in a lot of other critical areas of the world.
But it doesn't serve their interest. But my point is, it doesn't serve the interest of some of these countries involved to continue to pursue this route, because instability there is going to create a breeding nest for
And I guess when my hope is,
radicalism.
and I know you and I can have further conversations privately, is that we are pressing hard on those people that are fueling the conflict. But I want to ask the next part of this question is, the U.S. leadership is critical to end this. This is actually something that we can achieve, not only alleviation of the suffering, but an end of this. If a humanitarian corridor is created and respected, this is something we can help to do. Finding diplomatic resolution to the conflict is something we can do. Now, there's a bipartisan a commitment in this committee, mandate to appoint a special envoy for Sudan. We know that that kind of leadership can help address this the worst crisis on the globe. Time is not in our favor. Are you going to get a special envoy appointed, as colleagues on both sides of this aisle want to happen?
We do. We want to. We'd love to have somebody in charge of that. We know we have a similar arrangement with DRC, Rwanda, and have seen it play dividends.
Mr. Secretary, all I'm looking for is a sense of urgency and an answer yes.
Yes, the answer is, but we have to find the right person, and that's the challenge.
Next, 30 million people in Sudan require humanitarian assistance. In February, it was reported that, and you heard this passionately, that the freeze in humanitarian assistance is causing untold suffering. I was there myself in Chad last year and saw the role that we were playing. And frankly, I saw how great American companies like Plumpy Nut here were doing good, a double bottom line. They were helping to alleviate the crisis over there, as well as helping American businesses here. I just am hoping that you can say that you will commit to resume and even surge United States humanitarian assistance, particularly food aid, as soon as humanly as possible.
Well, all of that has been approved. All of the life-saving food and medicine programs have been turned on. To the extent that there's been impediments, has been one or two things. Either A, on the payment system front, where we faced a couple of weeks where we couldn't get money moving through Treasury because of a variety of different reasons, including changes to the technology, but that's largely been resolved. And the other is the ability to distribute it once the aid arrives at site.
Marco, Mr. Secretary, you and I have been friends for a very long time. A sense of urgency is what I'm asking for right now. That every day that we delay or that we don't plow through the line of defense here, that's stopping this from happening. People are dying. I know you, and I know we can do better. And as you and I both were taught back in the days we were playing football, better is possible, good is not enough. I want to move to my next question for you. Is the refugee camps, the U.S. main corridor to life-saving assistance, which I said to you I visited, I'm just hoping that we can make sure that we are doing more. And I'll be specific in an example of another area. Despite the escalating humanitarian crisis, the United Nations Humanitarian Air Service is vital. The termination of those flights, makes it likely that all of Chad's aid into Chad will stop and end, and they will have no resources by the end of July. It can take a week to reach Chad's border from the capital via motorcade. And so this is a vital lifeline that we were supporting. During the rainy season, you can't make that trip by road at all. And I know, again, that you know this. Why was the award terminated for these flights? It is, to me, this is just very plain. This is the lifeline. And it was denied a waiver, which we reached out for. It's just, again, a very plain way that we could save lives. And I'm not sure if it's just because it had the UN in the title, but can we get a resumption of these flights that will literally save lives by getting the resources?
I think the answer to your question is that while you were talking about a mode of transport versus the actual aid, and I understand how important that is, then the question is what percentage of responsibility the United States should bear in comparison to other countries that have capability and are actually closer to the problem. So there's a broader issue here, and that is there does come a point at which we have to understand that the United States, there's great causes all over the world. And I'm not speaking specifically about the flight because I owe you a specific answer on that question. I don't recall that waiver. I don't recall the denial.
Marco, that's all, excuse me, Mr. Secretary, that's all I'm looking for.
But all I want you to understand is that not every program we've ever funded is going to be funded in the future because we have to balance these things.
Mr. Secretary, I am aware of that. I just want an answer. I mean, this is like Schindler's List. Doing a little more saves lives. And I know we are more capable than we are right now. And I'm asking for that answer.
I'll get you the answer on the flights.
And the flights and some of the other things I mentioned, and I'm happy to work with you on the special envoy. There are people on both sides that are willing to do that. And I'll say in conclusion, because I'm over, but other people did, I do not want to lecture you, especially because I know I've had enough conversations that I know your moral core. But what my colleague brought up very passionately about the Afrikaners, I want you to know as a person that talks to countries and leaders like you do all over Africa, they are already seeing us not prioritizing ambassadors. They see embassies being closed. But the torrent I got on the Afrikaners reminded me of the torrent I got from African leaders when the president called those countries like those in Africa shithole countries. The anguish and the anger and the disappointment and the feeling of double standards. So just from a diplomatic range, where we're in a competition in many ways on that continent that you and I talked in your confirmation hearings about the profound moral urgencies, economic opportunity, security mandates, the cooperations with these countries. We have got to do a better job, in my opinion, and I've worked with you on these issues when you were a senator, diplomatically in prioritizing these issues. And I will partner with you in any way possible to make sure that we are addressing what I believe is a diplomatic shortfall right now in advancing American interests on the continent.
If I might just real quick, we haven't closed any embassies, so I think people are responding to like articles talking about the potential for embassy closures and things of that nature, but we haven't closed any embassies, and we have been engaged. Listen, Africa, to me, is one of the priorities that I've set for us in terms of our global view because of the opportunities, because of the youth of the continent, because of explosive growth that we're going to foresee. And as an example of it, one of the things we prioritized, which a lot of people thought was intractable, was trying to reach a peace agreement between the DRC and Rwanda. Now, it's not done, but we brought them both here to Washington, D.C. about a month ago. They signed a memorandum of understanding. The negotiations are moving forward. They're actually moving forward very well. Our hope is to arrive at a peace deal there that ultimately ends what was turning out to be a very brutal and difficult conflict. So I take your point on Sudan and the need for an envoy. We would love to find the right person to handle that portfolio because it has to be the right person. And we have played a supportive role. For example, the UK, about a month and a half ago, led a Sudan summit in London for a day, where a lot of other countries, we sent someone, we've offered to be helpful and work with them on it. But a lot of other countries either didn't make commitments or didn't live up to the commitments. The summit sort of was a minor disappointment because while everyone talks a big game around the world about it, they're not stepping up. But I take your point. I'll get you your answer on the flights because I'm not aware of that specific waiver. And on the envoy, we'd love to work with you to find the right person.
And the ambassadors and other things.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And second chance to ask some questions of you today. Thank you for testifying in multiple committees. Back in March, you noted that you had revoked some 300 student visas using the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act, which specifically says the Secretary of State can revoke a visa if a alien's activity in the U.S. would have a serious adverse foreign policy consequence. And that issue of 300, what's the number up to now? How many visas have you revoked?
I don't know the latest count, but we probably have more to do.
Can you give us an estimate?
Probably in the thousands at this point, depending. Not all of them are under that statute. Some are people. So there's two visa
SEVIS,
revocations.
I don't want to go into SEVIS. It's a separate issue. And
No, they're related, but we can't conflate them because they're two different. One is the one you've decided, national interest of the United States. Some of the visa revocations are happening because somebody violated the terms of their visa. They dropped out of school or they got convicted of a crime or some criminal investigation.
okay.
Those are separate from what you've said.
So
you've
300 in March, but now 1,000. How many under this 1952 Act?
I'd have to get
Roughly?
you a good answer, but probably under 1,000. But I'd have to get
Can
you
you
the right
follow
answer.
up and
I don't
get
want
us-
to
get us
speculate
an
about the
answer?
exact number.
And I'll tell you, this particular thing, it does bother me. And you testified in Louisiana Immigration Court in a pretty expansive interpretation of that 52 law, saying that it could be for citizens, it extends to any non-citizen for past, current, or expected beliefs, statements, or association. And that expected really caught my mind. This power rests solely, this 1950 law rests solely with you. And your interpretation sounds like you're saying if you, the Secretary of State, think you expect someone's beliefs or statements, past, current, or future, then you can toss their visa.
The visa's not a right, it's a privilege.
All right, so I will just say, and then I'm going to go on to another topic. I profoundly disagree. The Fifth Amendment is very powerful in protecting citizens and non-citizens alike with due process. I know this will be adjudicated in court, but the idea that one individual could on their opinion of someone's future activity or expected activity, that one individual, being our Secretary of State, can toss somebody's visa, seems to me an extraordinary violation of due process. I won't ask you to defend it now. I'm happy to put it in writing for you to give us a follow-up and explain it better. But I do think it's a fundamental attack on freedom because due process is the guardian of the gate to keep a government from taking away people's life or liberty, and liberty is what happens when you take away a visa without due process. I want to turn to the issue my colleagues have mentioned, and that is there is a legal way to restructure the Secretary of State's department and USAID specifically. But what we saw on February 3rd was Elon Musk say, over the weekend, I tossed USAID into the wood chipper. That's a pretty profound weekend. It didn't involve consultation with Congress over the consequences. There was no rewriting of the law. There was no discussion of what funds could be delayed, frozen, redirected. And the result is different groups have estimated how many people have died to date and will die over the course of a year or a prolonged period as a result of the destruction of the weekend of February 1st and 2nd. Did Elon Musk have your support in putting USAID into the wood chipper?
Well, I don't think that's a X post, or I guess you're imagining a social media post, is not a government act.
Not at all. That's a quote. That's what he said.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, that's what he said, but that's not ultimately what happened as acting director. Is all these decisions
Did
have to
his
come to
actions
me.
have your full support?
The ones that I signed off on, yes, which is the ones that
Of
happened.
what
because
Elon Musk did with USAID?
No, but understand, these are contracts. All these
Did he do it
contracts.
without or with your support? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, not
Because
my support, it was my
team,
actions.
his Doge team did a lot of cancellations very, very quickly, and it fired a lot of people. It wasn't clear to me whether that had your
No,
support or not.
the Doge team didn't do anything. I did it. I was the one that made the decisions. I went through contracts, literally spreadsheets, line by line. I remember being in a hotel, I believe in Guatemala, going through line by line on spreadsheets of contracts that were canceled, contracts that were approved, contracts that were amended. These are all contracts.
So in that case, I'll put the responsibility with you since you're taking credit for it rather than with Elon Musk. But the Boston School of Public Health has a kind of a website where they post their estimated deaths as a result of the actions that were taken to dismantle USAID. And they're updating it continuously. So you go to it, the numbers keep changing. They have a one-year estimate, but they also have what they estimate has happened to today. And as of today, they estimate that the actions taken in putting USAID in the wood chipper, child malnutrition, 53,500 more deaths. And I'm rounding off because the numbers are continuously changing. Child diarrhea, 45,400 more deaths. Child pneumonia, 59,200 more deaths. Malaria, 25,100 more deaths. So what happened that weekend has resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of children. And the estimate for the end of this year is much, much higher. This happened because the law was not followed for consultation with Congress, analysis, bringing in experts, holding hearings. How do you kind of accept what you just put forward, that it was your action to cancel these contracts? Your contracts in this fashion, freezing fund, firing individuals, has resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of children.
That's false. That's fake. That's just not true. That's a study based on if we canceled every one of these programs permanently. Okay, and I'm reading it right here because I'm glad you brought it up. It assumes a near total freeze in U.S. foreign aid for HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases. There is not a total freeze. 85% of PEPFAR recipients are receiving their care right now. But the numbers you're saying, those aren't real numbers. I understand that's what the school said in the worst case dramatic scenario, and even then I think it's exaggerated. But there's just no evidence of the fact that, I don't remember what the numbers are, 100,000 children have starved to death in the last 4 months because the United States made reductions to USAID. Well, that first of all is pretty atrocious. That would mean that nobody else in the world is doing anything. We're taking care of the entire planet?
Well, I must say, I think your response does not fit with what the published results were, but there's other groups that have done this as well. There's a study in Nature with healthcare experts from a whole number of leading universities, and they said basically if you shut down USAID, and it may not be fully shut down, but my colleagues who follow this closely say, you know, it's 80, 90% shut down. And Nature study, or published in Nature, said, look, because of what has happened, we will see some 15 million additional deaths over 15 years just from HIV, producing 14 million orphans, and another 10 million people, children and adults, dying from malnutrition, tuberculosis, diarrhea, malaria, and other diseases. And there's even higher numbers from the Friends of the Global Fight Against AIDS. I think it's this rash shutdown without due process of law, that is not coming and doing it in collaboration with rewriting the law, freezing funds, canceling these contracts without consultation, that you have exacted enormous harm on the world.
Again, those numbers you're saying are staggering and unrealistic. The reality of it is, if what you're saying is that unless the United States funds foreign aid at these levels in perpetuity, the world's going to suffer 15 million deaths in 15 years, and every country should be voting for everything we want at the UN.
The number was 15,
because we're basically funding and feeding the world.
15 million in the study of Nature, yes, from the shutdown of these programs.
Thank you. You're up.
Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Obviously, there are two ways to prevent war and to maintain America's position in the world: hard power, soft power. Over my years here, the people that have spoken mostly about the importance of soft power have been generals who know the cost of war. So we're talking about saving money, and I'm all for that. Let's take a look at what it costs to have an actual war. 37% of our GDP in World War II spent on defense, 13% in Korea, 9% in Vietnam. The Reagan buildup, about 6%. of GDP. It worked. They didn't want to mess with us because they knew how strong we were going to be. And an equal partner, much less costly, is the soft power side. I think, I don't care what you call it or how you reorganize, but the basic functions that soft power provides are extremely important. You get a lot of friends for not much money. And we're being outmaneuvered, as you well know, in country after country after country by the People's Republic of China, who are effectively playing in ways that are more effective than we are. So if you can figure out how to way to reorganize it and call it whatever you will, that role is extremely important. How are foreigners looking at us right now? I think they think we're losing interest. The previous administration didn't have a single budget for defense that even kept up with inflation. And unfortunately, because of the continuing resolution this year, it looks like more of the same. So it strikes me, no matter how well the tariffs, for example, work out, that the perception at the beginning of this administration is that we want to fight with our allies and figure out some way to make an agreement with our enemies, which brings me to Ukraine. And I think the America that I believe in, and most of us believe in, would find no equivalence between the Russians and the Ukrainians. And so I'm hoping, as this administration moves forward, it doesn't end up not facing the actual enemies we have now, North Korea, China, Russia, Iran's proxies, by working with our allies to stand up to them. Just to take a specific example of how soft power makes a difference, look at a country like Burma that you've had an interest in, and I have too over the years. Horrible place run by despicable people. Lots of storms and problems of one kind or another. The Chinese are in there just operating effectively. And we, because of not honoring contracts and some of the other things that we were doing to try to be helpful, just completely getting outmaneuvered. So, having had to endure that, I'd be interested in your observations about what you think about soft power and how important it is to this country's future.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I think soft power has the Department of State ultimately is a soft power entity. I mean, it's the Department of Peace, the Department of War is the Department of Defense. Our job is to try to prevent them. And so I do think that the model you've outlined, especially during the Cold War, was quite useful because during that time, that model served to keep societies from collapsing and becoming susceptible to Marxist regimes taking them over. That was the biggest fear during the Cold War, was that governments with high levels of poverty would be attracted to a Marxist revolution that would overthrow an allied government and create another satellite state for the Soviet Union. We live in a different world today. The threats look different. In some cases, fragility is still a factor, but it is largely a factor that will lead to either a costly humanitarian crisis and in some cases operating in safe haven spaces for radical jihadists to threaten us here at home. So the concept remains true. How it's applied is what has changed because I think the context, and in that context, no matter how much even with these reductions that are proposed before you, we would still be the single largest foreign aid donor on the planet by multiples. I mean, no one even comes close. I think Germany was second, if I recall the last time I checked, and it's not even close. That remains the case. What we have to do now is apply that soft power to the places where it matters most to our national interests and to the programs that can make the biggest difference, the biggest impact in furthering our national interests. I think it's possible to both be a humanitarian and at the same time further the national interest. And there are cases where perhaps there isn't going to be a national interest argument. We just do it because we don't want people to die, or we want to help alleviate suffering. The case of Burma is an example. It wasn't just a reduction in aid because we had teams on the ground. It was actual local authorities that prevented us from getting involved or allowing certain aid to be distributed because they were in the middle of their own conflicts internally in the midst of it. So some of these environments where we're trying to deliver aid are quite challenging. Even if we provide the money, we struggle to get it to the recipients because of some local impediment on the ground that could include, for example, in the case of Haiti, armed gangs that will hijack humanitarian shipments and steal them. Just steal them as soon as they come into the country. So it's not that we care less about Haiti, but I certainly don't think foreign aid should be going into the hands of a Haitian gang and being stolen from the people that we're intending to benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, welcome back. 4 months ago, you sat in that chair and you said that China is, quote, the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. You called China an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor, a scientific competitor. I believe you were right. And yet, this administration has eviscerated 6 decades of American foreign policy investments, undercutting our ability to compete with adversaries like China. And Beijing is not just sitting back. As Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and you proposed cutting 83% of foreign assistance programs, China has promised increasing its diplomatic budget by 8.4%. As we move to reduce our diplomatic workforce and discuss closing U.S. embassies, China has more diplomatic missions than any other nation on earth. And as the U.S. canceled PEPFAR, our most successful program fighting HIV/AIDS, China has been happy to replace our global health efforts across Africa and Asia. As this administration distracts from serious national security issues with threats against Panama and Greenland, Xi Jinping has welcomed Brazil's president and other Latin American leaders pledging more than $9 billion in investments. And as the U.S. has shuttered Voice of America and Radio Free Asia and crippled the State Department's ability to counter foreign propaganda, China pours billions into propaganda, spreading lies and eroding trust in the U.S. As this administration imposes tariffs on our closest allies, China is courting them in Europe, in Asia, and in our own hemisphere. Beijing is making the case that they are, and the term they are using is frightening, they are a more reliable partner than the United States. And it's not just our allies. Xi has deepened ties with Putin, shielding the Russian economy from sanctions. Because of that, and because President Trump has given away our leverage, Putin doesn't feel pressured to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. And for all the administration's talk, for all Elon Musk's promises, according to reports, DOGE has not saved a dime. CBS News reports that the federal government has spent $200 billion more in its first 100 days than it did last year. And according to the Partnership for Public Service, DOGE's cuts might cost American taxpayers $135 billion this year. This is in addition to the costs to American families and businesses stemming from the president's trade war. I recently met with a New Hampshire company that provides ball bearings to the aerospace industry. They do a lot of their business with defense. Their lead time for steel has gone from 20 weeks to 2.5 years because of the tariffs on steel. We can't support our defense industry with a 2.5-year lead time on steel. According to the Yale Budget Lab, consumers face an overall tariff rate of 17.8%, which is the highest since 1934. That's $2,800 per household each year. And these tariffs amount to the largest tax increase during peacetime in U.S. history. 4 months ago, Mr. Secretary, you said we were going to be safer, stronger, and more prosperous. But whether it's President Trump's deals with the Sinaloa cartel to let cartel members into the United States, or watching masked agents abduct a Tufts college student. I don't feel safer. With Canadians canceling summer trips to New Hampshire and hurting our tourism industry, I don't feel more prosperous. And after traveling to Ukraine and visiting the graves of people who were massacred on the orders of a Russian president, this administration has bent over backwards to please, I don't feel more secure. To your credit, Mr. Secretary, your trip and the statement from President Trump that he will be lifting sanctions on Syria was welcome news. And you've worked to restart some programs and grant waivers to others. But contrary to what we've heard, life-saving health and humanitarian aid is still not flowing in any meaningful way. My staff was just in Africa. We have photos of the empty shelves and closed-down clinics. We were promised a golden age for America, but instead our disease surveillance programs are down, our counterterrorism programs are in chaos, the ceasefire in Gaza has ended and fighting has begun again, and we have unilaterally disarmed against some of our most dangerous adversaries. You know, one of the things that I'll never forget in the past 4 months is my trip to Ukraine, where we stopped in Poland, which has been one of the most pro-American countries in the world. But because of the cuts and the stop work orders, we met with one civil society leader who was working with Ukrainian refugees. And he said to me, to the Codel, "We always looked up to Americans. You are our trusted ally. My trust in America is broken." They were told to remove all the American flags with the halt on assistance to foreign assistance. Removing all the American flags is a sad commentary on the foreign assistance legacy for this administration. American flags coming down around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking Member, thank you, Secretary Rubio. Look forward to 2 sessions together today. This afternoon, you'll be in front of the Appropriations Subcommittee. And I think there's going to be some themes across both of these. First, I think we all agree that China poses our single greatest geopolitical threat and that we have no choice but to deter China across the board and to outcompete China. Senator Ricketts and I just traveled to the Philippines and Taiwan and saw directly the challenges that we face there and regionally. And you've recently had some significant successes, the DRC, Rwanda, peace transition, the avoidance of escalation in India and Pakistan, the opening towards Syria. But I also frankly think that there's been a real lack of coordination and some serious harm to our standing in the world with some of the countries that we have worked most closely with over decades. The DOGE-driven, abrupt, and largely illegal cancellation of billions of dollars of contracts for humanitarian relief and aid, and the disrespect and the dismissal of thousands of AID staff and our NGO partners stands in sharp contrast to the state reorganization process you just presented on in your following. You've submitted plans and proposals. We're having a conversation. You're going to send a congressional notification. We're going to have a hearing. That's the way that the reforming of USAID could have and should have happened. And so I just at the outset had to say, as someone who spent 15 years traveling the world, visiting both our partners and allies, looking at independent or semi-independent agencies like the MCC and the DFC and their role, and visiting NGO partners and the USAID, I reject the broad characterization of them by Elon Musk and DOGE as criminals who were wasting taxpayer money. You've heard across all of us support for PEPFAR, concern about humanitarian relief, and the vision that this is a key strategic asset for us. It's my hope that we'll work together to actually make real a more effective, focused, and sustainable foreign aid component to what STAID does, and sustaining organizations that we help build together, like the MCC, the DFC, and the Global Fragility Act. So let me turn to this for a moment. My colleague, Senator Shaheen, made reference to places in the world where the CCP and the PRC have stepped forward. I agree, they're never going to deliver humanitarian aid the way we used to, and with the breadth, depth, and effectiveness that we have. But I also think they're taking advantage of the opening to say that we're not reliable, that our decades-long partnerships can't be sustained and extended, and to question our motivations. So I think we need to step out quickly to avoid creating a big hole in our credibility globally. Let me just start on a few questions with Ukraine. The previous administration worked closely with our partners and allies in Europe on sanctions to tighten them, to close loopholes, to extend designations. Are you continuing to do that?
Work with our allies?
To tighten the
Yeah,
sanctions?
so, well, first of all, the Europeans have their own set of sanctions, and we've coordinated with them very closely. In fact, the president had a call with at least 6 leaders from Europe yesterday. I had meetings with what we call the Quint that include Italy, France, the UK, the Germans, the French. So we are in constant contact with them on the work that they're doing. And they're proceeding along their own route. And in fact, in our conversations in the past with the Russians, we made clear to them that the Europeans and ultimately will have to be at the table because they have their own set of sanctions that they're imposing. So the answer to your question is we have worked very closely with them. The president understands fully the options he has available to him, some of which are represented in the bill before the Senate.
In the bill before the Senate that Senator Graham and others have led and that I co-sponsor, I think we have an opportunity to put more pressure on Russia and to push Putin to get to the table and to agree to a just and enduring peace. Do you support that sanctions bill? And do you think we should continue to arm Ukraine and to strengthen the sanctions against Ukraine in order to create the conditions for a real negotiation?
Yeah, look, it may come to that point. If, in fact, it is clear that the Russians are not interested in a peace deal and they just want to keep fighting a war, it may very well come to that point. The president has made that in the past. Our belief, the president's belief, is he believes that right now, if you start threatening sanctions, the Russians will stop talking. And there's value in us being able to talk to them and drive them to get to the table. We'll see. Look, they have to do this. No one's claiming that this is a guarantee.
President Zelensky reversed himself, showed up, was ready and willing to negotiate. And Putin, I think, my view, continues to play for time.
Well, so
I hope that we can work together to put more pressure on Putin to get to the table and to resolve this. The other thing that I see clearly, and I think many of my colleagues do, is that what happens in Ukraine sets the table for what happens in the Indo-Pacific. That there's an increasing coordination between the Russians, the Iranians, the DPRK, and the PRC. Do you see that as well, Mr. Secretary?
Well, we remind our European allies every day that were it not for China, Russia would not be able to sustain this. And they're fully aware of that. And obviously, we all understand the presence of the North Koreans and the Iranian role in this as well. But by the same token, I would say there's a flip side to that, and that is every minute we spend, every dollar we spend on this conflict in Europe is distracting both our focus and our resources away from a potential for a much more serious and much more cataclysmic confrontation in the Indo-Pacific. So the answer is yes, they are related, but they're related both ways. They're related on the one hand by the precedent that it could set, but they're also related by the fact that every minute that we spend on this conflict that cannot be won by military means, every resource that's expended into it is money and time that's not being spent on preventing a much more serious confrontation from a global perspective in the Indo-Pacific.
You made the point earlier that, in your view, we did not coordinate well enough between countries where we for decades had done humanitarian aid, disaster relief, public health work, and countries that ally with China in terms of resource mining and processing. One of the countries we visited was the Philippines. The Philippines is the most disaster-prone country on Earth. They have more typhoons, volcanoes, earthquakes than anywhere else, and they are a treaty ally of the United States. Yet we abruptly canceled a whole series of programs that provided disaster assistance, development assistance, and humanitarian aid. My hope is that we will work together to follow an appropriate and legal process to reform foreign aid and to align it with our values and priorities. I've long seen the MCC and the DFC as critical components in pushing back on what you correctly perceive as the PRC's extractive engagement with much of their region. What do you see as the future for organizations like the MCC and the DFC? And when we next speak this afternoon, I'll be pressing you on the America First Opportunity Fund and understanding how this nearly $3 billion Agile fund will fit into the picture for the future of aid.
Yeah, on DFC, we don't control those two entities. They're independent. They're both undergoing a review. DFC, I think, has the opportunity to potentially even expand. That's not a commitment, but I'm telling you there's talk about that. On Millennium Challenge, I think that I saw some reporting out there that it was being imploded. My understanding is the way it's being approached is that it's being reformed, but not done away with. It was actually created as an alternative to the way we did aid with USAID. And so there's work happening on both of them. So my personal view on DFC is I think DFC has an opportunity to perhaps do more, and it's the sort of investment we want to make around the world and the way it's structured. And on Millennium Challenge, it's undergoing a review right now, but the review is designed to improve it, not to eliminate it.
Well, we should talk more directly about that. I'm concerned that what's happened in other agencies is happening there. The overwhelming majority of the headquarters staff being suspended or fired, and then compacts eliminated more quickly than it's being reformed. Same thing with global communications through USAGM, Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia. I'm concerned that we are conceding spaces to the PRC when we should be working together on a shared objective.
For many years, we know of your the qualities that you bring to this job, and I think you're exactly the right person for this job in a very dangerous and turbulent world. When I look at what you and the administration has done just in, I mean, it's May the 20th, January the 20th, President Trump was sworn into office, but just a few of the things that have happened during that time, obviously the critical minerals deal in Ukraine, the Pakistani-Indian conflict, which could have resulted in a nuclear conflict between two nuclear-armed countries, things back closer to where I live, the Mexican water deal that was negotiated with Mexico. I'm frankly amazed at your stamina and what you and the administration have been able to do in a short period of time. And listening to some of the criticism that I've heard this morning, it reminded me of a quote from NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers talking about dealing with criticism, things he wished he had known when he was younger. And he said, never listen to criticism from somebody that you never would have taken advice from in the first place. But let me ask you specifically about two issues. One has to do with Ukraine and peace negotiations. I applaud you and the administration, and particularly President Trump, for initiating these negotiations between Ukraine and Russia and try to bring a peace, or at least a ceasefire, between these warring countries. This is enormously dangerous, as you know better than most, because it could easily spill over into the rest of Europe, result in NATO becoming involved and the like. But I wonder what you believe Mr. Putin's motivations are. Do you think that he is engaging in these negotiations in good faith, that he intends to give something in order to get something, or not?
Well, I think that's, on the question of Putin, I think that's still an open question. I think he approaches it, we have to assume, from a cold, calculated cost-benefit, nation-state evaluation of what's in the best interest of his view of Russia. What I'm pretty certain of is this is not the war he thought he was getting. When he first invaded Ukraine, I think he anticipated that the government would collapse and that he would be greeted as a liberator, and it has not turned out that way. And in fact, Russia today controls less territory than they did after the first 2 months of the war. So they've suffered significant losses. They've suffered the losses of at least, by some estimates, 250,000 men in uniform, and the Ukrainians have suffered less, but nonetheless suffered as well. It is a battlefield today in which the front lines move 10 kilometers at a time in one direction or another. Even if they're advancing at a tremendously high cost. But the challenge Russia faces now is their entire economy is built around the war effort. Their entire economy is built around munitions production and, frankly, around the fact that you've deployed about 1 million to 1.5 million people to the front lines, and they're making a lot more money fighting a war than they would in the private sector. So I think that that's potentially a challenge here in terms of bringing this war to an end. What we've tried to do is find any way forward to end this conflict. We think it is costly, it is deadly, it is disruptive, and we want to see it end. We want to see it end because of the destruction to Ukraine. We want to see it end because of the strains it's placing on the budgets of countries, neighboring countries, and the fears that it's stirring up in their regard. We want to see the conflict end in a way that's enduring, meaning not a peace that lasts 3 months and then restarts again, but something that's enduring, that both sides could live with for a long period of time without it restarting again. And that's hard. There's a reason why. This an effort that I wish would have started 2 years ago, but it's starting now. We've done the best we can because we are able to talk to both sides. Obviously, only one side is getting American aid, and only one side is receiving American sanctions. But nonetheless, we think it's important to preserve our ability to talk to both sides. The president is fully aware and has intimated on a number of occasions that he has options available to him in the sanctions field that he could pursue if in fact he determines that Putin is not interested in negotiating. But by the same token, I think the president is very committed to ending the dying, ending the bloodshed, ending the destruction, and he wants to preserve, as long as he possibly can, the opportunity to influence both sides towards peace. The minute you do certain things, your influence over one of the two sides to at least lead to peace really diminishes. And then we're back to where we were in January when he went into the White House, which is with no one had a clear path forward. I mean, there had been no... The first time Russians and Ukrainians have actually met directly and spoken was 3 days ago in Turkey. They had not spoken since the Istanbul process in 2022 had failed. So there are 1,000 prisoners that are going to be released from both sides from a humanitarian standpoint. That's good. What we haven't seen yet is moves towards peace. It's our understanding that the Russians are going to write up terms for what they would require in order to reach a ceasefire that then would allow broader negotiations. We await those terms, and then we'll have a much better understanding about Mr. Putin's calculation once we see what those terms look like.
So to quote you, the jury's still out.
These are complex conflicts, obviously, that are difficult to bring to bear, and there are a lot of other things playing at stake. But I do think that whatever offer Russia puts on the table, if in fact they do, as they said they were going to do, they put an offer on the table and say, if this happens, we agree to a ceasefire and further negotiations. I think that offer will tell us a lot about their intent here in the short term.
Well, I applaud your and President Trump's efforts to try to bring a ceasefire and hopefully a peaceful outcome to this terrible bloodshed, which has devastated both sides, the Ukrainians and the Russian people. Since you wear multiple hats, including as the archivist and Secretary of State, one of those that you wear is the National Security Advisor, and I want to talk a little bit about the Indo-Pacific and the threat that we face from a potential conflict there. I am delighted to hear President Trump repeatedly say he believes in peace through strength. And I think that is exactly right. I think that's exactly the right approach. But I worry that the United States and our allies are not ready for what could be a conflict initiated by President Xi as early as 2027, when he's instructed the People's Liberation Army to be ready to take Taiwan. General Douglas MacArthur said these words which sort of haunt me in this connection. He said, "The history of failure in war is almost always to be summed up in two words: too late. Too late in comprehending the deadly purpose of a potential enemy, too late in realizing the mortal danger, too late in preparedness, too late in uniting all possible forces for resistance." I don't believe we are ready at this point, but can you share with us your view and the administration's view of what we need to do in order to establish that deterrence that comes from peace through strength in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, in the most simplistic terms, we have to make the benefit of a Taiwan event for China, we have to make the benefit of it less than the costs. In essence, it has to cost more than what it's worth in order to do something like that, and deterrence is the key to that regard. And I think deterrence obviously begins with Taiwan's own self-defense capabilities. And the harder they are to take militarily, the more time I think they buy for themselves in that regard. I think it continues by having a credible regional deterrent, not just the United States, but Japan and other allied countries around the world, and an increased interest in the Indo-Pacific, by the way, from our European allies. I was at the NATO Foreign Ministers gathering over the last week in Turkey, and multiple member states raised their concerns about the Indo-Pacific and what it would mean for the European continent if there were a conflict there. So I think that also underpins why it's important. We have to understand that anytime there's a conflict in the Middle East or a conflict in Europe or what have you, that we have to dedicate resources and time to that. That's time and resources that we're not dedicating to the Indo-Pacific. We would like to be able to do all things everywhere, but the fact of the matter is there are finite resources and there's only 24 hours in every day. And so it would be of great benefit if we were able to conclude the war in Ukraine and with Russia and Ukraine, if we were able to establish some stability and peace in the Middle East, if we were able to deal with these issues, it would allow us to focus more time, energy, and frankly, resources on some of the challenges we face in the long term with regard to the Indo-Pacific and other parts of the world, but particularly the Indo-Pacific.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And second chance to ask some questions of you today. Thank you for testifying in multiple committees. Back in March, you noted that you had revoked some 300 student visas using the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act, which specifically says the Secretary of State can revoke a visa if an alien's activity in the U.S. would have a serious adverse foreign policy consequence. And that issue of 300, what's the number up to now? How many visas have you revoked?
I don't know the latest count, but we probably have more to do.
Can you give us an estimate?
Probably in the thousands at this point, depending. Not all of them are at under that statute. Some are people. So there's two visa revocations.
I don't want to go into SEVIS. It's a separate issue. And
No. They're related, but we can't conflate them because they're two different. One is the one you've decided, national interest of the United States. Some of the visa revocations are happening because somebody violated the terms of their visa. They dropped out of school or they got convicted of a crime or some criminal investigation.
okay.
Those are separate from what you've said.
So 300 in March, but now 1,000. How many under this 1952 Act?
I'd have to
Roughly?
get you a good answer, but probably under 1,000. But I'd have to get you the right answer. I don't want to speculate about the exact number.
And I'll tell you, this particular thing, it does bother me. And you testified in Louisiana Immigration Court in a pretty expansive interpretation of that 52 law, saying that it could be for citizens, it extends to any non-citizen for past, current, or expected beliefs, statements, or association. And that expected really caught my mind. This power rests solely, this 1950 law rests solely with you. And your interpretation sounds like you're saying if you, the Secretary of State, think you expect someone's beliefs or statements, past, current, or future, then you can toss their visa.
The visa is not a right, it's a privilege.
All right, so I will just say, and then I'm going to go on to another topic. I profoundly disagree. The Fifth Amendment is very powerful in protecting citizens and non-citizens alike with due process. I know this will be adjudicated in court, but the idea that one individual could on their opinion of someone's future activity or expected activity, that one individual, being our Secretary of State, can toss somebody's visa seems to me an extraordinary violation of due process. I won't ask you to defend it now. I'm happy to put it in writing for you to give us a follow-up and explain it better. But I do think it's a fundamental attack on freedom because due process is the guardian of the gate to keep a government from taking away people's life or liberty, and liberty is what happens when you take away a visa without due process. I want to turn to the...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say, first of all, welcome, Secretary Rubio. I hope that you look forward to working with us, not only because you have to, but also because you want to. And I keep wondering how it is for you to be on the other side of the dais. But we're very happy to have you in the position that you are. I do want to follow up and talk with you about the global health programs. I obviously share the goal of evaluating programs, reforming them to root out wasteful spending, reduce overhead costs, even question whether or not a particular program has achieved its objective and is no longer needed. However, I'm also mindful that U.S. international assistance plays a key role in helping us to respond to humanitarian crises, fight the spread of deadly diseases like Ebola, and project soft power. And that's why I'm concerned that the president's budget request proposes a cut of 62% below the enacted level of 2025 for global health programs. Are you concerned that if we cut back by that amount, that China is going to step in and pick up the terminated USAID health programs, particularly in Southeast Asia?
Well, let me first say China has no history in the past or even now. I know that there's been some talk about this, but they really have demonstrated no willingness or capability to deliver humanitarian aid at scale to anyone. Their aid is largely driven by loans, sometimes low interest or no interest loans, but nonetheless loans, and in other times interest, traditional loans to trap nations. They also give you the money so that you hire their companies to do the work. But on the space of humanitarian, they are not a major player. As I said, even on humanitarian assistance, the United States dwarfs the next 9 or 10 countries on the list in terms of what we provide. And we intend for that to continue, and that as part of this budget. We'll obviously work with you to find what the number needs to be to fit the need. But I can tell you that one of the reasons why the number is so stark is because the reductions that happened at USAID transferred some of these programs over under state. And so now we have to accommodate that within our overall budget. And so we'll have to work with the committee to find out what the right number is to fit the need. But I will say that it cannot be, no matter what, I think we are living in a time where it's essential that we recognize that this is not a time of largesse. We are going to have to, in my view, to limit how much we spend in general as a government, given the fact that just a few days ago we saw a downgrade to our debt. These are problematic things, and other nations need to step up and do more. It is frustrating to me to see how much money we invest in certain countries, albeit on what we term humanitarian or global health. But when you look at the other side of the ledger, all the business deals, all the critical mineral deals, all their votes at the United Nations are all aligned with China or Russia or Iran. And so I do think that has to be taken into account here. We are humanitarians. We cannot solve all of the world's humanitarian problems. There are many. We can contribute it, and we'll continue to be the largest contributor in the world. But I do think how we allocate the limited resources of our government has to somehow be viewed through the lens of the benefit to the United States, certainly in the mid to long term.
The administration also included Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, in its list of terminated programs. And you've always been a very strong advocate for that program, which has resulted in 1.1 billion children being immunized and averted more than 18 million deaths. And I would point out that the United States is not the largest donor. We actually rank third behind the United Kingdom and the Gates Foundation. But without the U.S. doing what it's traditionally done in this program, Gavi will be unable to vaccinate 75 million of the 500 million children it traditionally has reached every year. And I'm really concerned that that's going to lead to preventable deaths like tuberculosis and pneumonia. So I think about how the Defense Department always, due to our law, has each of these services give us a list of unfunded priorities. Would that be on your personal list of an unfunded priority?
Well, first of all, we still are doing vaccines. We are still doing vaccines for malaria, for example. We're still doing tuberculosis. We're still doing AIDS funding as well. What we have done is we are reviewing our relationship with a number of multinational, multilateral institutions across the board because many of them have strayed from their core purpose, the World Health Organization being one of them, which I personally view did a very poor job in the early days of COVID as an example. So we're also working closely with HHS to identify alternatives to some of these existing multilateral organizations that we think could end up helping us provide the aid we provide, reach more people for less money, in essence, in a more efficient way. So we'll clearly include that in our work that we're doing. I'm not prepared to tell you whether we've identified today what those alternative entities would look like, but we definitely want to find one. This is the kind of aid we want to continue to provide, but not through the existing mechanisms that we have found wanting in many cases.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, it's very good to have you back here. I want to say it's good to see the fauna in its natural habitat, but it's more like its former habitat because your current one is also where you naturally belong. And I, for one, I know a majority of us feel the same way. have every confidence in your ability to serve us and are very grateful for your service. One of the many things that I've always liked about you and I always agreed with you on is your clear-eyed vision for the Western Hemisphere. You seem to share the understanding many of us have, which is that we've been blessed as a country throughout our 250-year existence by the fact that we're protected by a big ocean to our left, another big ocean to our right, and friendly neighbors to our north and south. Those natural barriers are good for us and gave rise to the Monroe Doctrine and things like that. And I appreciate the fact that we now have a Secretary of State who understands and appreciates the importance of the Western Hemisphere. So I want to ask you where the Western Hemisphere fits relative to other regions of the globe and, with the current administration. Now, as I understand it, the America First Opportunity Fund is intended to support, quote, America's most enduring and critical partners. As you, as Secretary of State, work to realign State Department priorities and funding programs with our national interests, will the countries in our immediate periphery, those in our hemisphere, our neighbors, be counted among our most critical partners?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, by the way, the new Prime Minister of Canada was here a couple weeks ago. We had a very productive engagement with the President. Their new foreign minister is coming on board, wasn't able to join us at the NATO gathering a few days ago, but look forward to interacting with her as well. We've obviously had some disagreements with Canada in regards to the nature of trade between our countries. But I think there's hope here that we can work something out on the trade front with them, although that's not something that I'm involved in negotiating. And then we have a lot of other mutual interests. As an example, national security on our shared obligations to NORAD and the defense of the North American continent. They've been a strong partner, and we look forward to building on that. And one of the most encouraging things is that Canada, that has historically not spent a lot of money, at one point less than 1% of their GDP on the military, it's now increasing, has made a pledge to get to 2% and has signed on to the NATO pledge to get to 5% over the next decade. So I think that's going to strengthen our partnership as well in providing security to our hemisphere.
Thank you. I want to touch next on the contributions to international organizations account. This multi-purpose account has been used to facilitate U.S. payments to over 40 international organizations. I think the current tally might be at 44. Now, as someone who has been skeptical of international organizations in the way we fund them, the way they've been used, and the way they've used our money, I very much welcome the proposed reduction in funding of international organizations. But the budget request before us mentions only the UN in that context, not the dozens of other organizations that we're also funding. As you keep up your efforts to review our participation in and funding of international organizations, can you offer us some kind of a glimpse into the universe of organizations as to which we might be terminating our funding this year?
Well, I think there are some already that we have with UNRWA and some of the other programs that we are not happy with what they do. But the assessment is very simple, and that is our participation in this organization further our national interests or not? It doesn't mean we have to agree with everything the organization does, because sometimes there's benefit to being at the table. Sometimes there's benefit to being there and being able to influence the direction that it's going. In other cases, these are just forums that are used for anti-American positioning, but we're paying for it. So you start to ask yourself, well, why are people, and in other cases, you're legitimizing it. So you look at the Human Rights Council at the United Nations, which basically doesn't do anything to sanctions. In fact, it has become a place where some of the worst human rights violators on the planet go to hide. And yet we're funding that, and we're participating and giving it credibility. So I do think there are agencies like this. And here's one that I would say, because you asked about the Western Hemisphere, and I'm not saying it's one of the ones we're going to walk away from. I'm not claiming that right now. I am saying this. We have a catastrophe in our own hemisphere right now in Haiti that we are seeking to come up with an alternative strategy, because the one that's in place right now isn't working. And Haiti's heading in a very bad direction very quickly. And everyone's bending themselves and twisting themselves into pretzels to try to figure out how can we get the United Nations or some other entity to fly a flag over the country that you could put a mission that deals with it. And I asked myself, the Organization of American States has not led a mission since 1965, I believe. Why do we have an Organization of American States if it is unable to collectively respond to what is a severe catastrophe in our own hemisphere? Again, I'm not threatening we're going to pull out of the OAS. And that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is we need to challenge some of our existing memberships to step up. Because you would think that one of the reasons why the OAS exists is to deal with a crisis like the one we have in Haiti, which is not like a crisis anywhere else, because these are not warring ideological movements. This is a country being taken over by criminal gangs. Or in fact, much of it's already been taken over by criminal gangs, and you have to deal with that very differently. And I want to say one thing here publicly. We are grateful to the Kenyans and to the mission. We remain committed to it because they've done it at great sacrifice and risk, but that mission alone will not solve this problem. And so that is one example of something that I want to see us be able to lead on, and that is to get organizations like the OAS, which we contribute to quite a bit, step forward and provide a mission with countries, member countries, to deal with the issue of Haiti, which is about to take a very dramatic turn if not addressed very quickly.
That's a great point. I'm glad you raised OAS. I know that Lee Rizzuto, who's been named by President Trump to be our ambassador to that organization, has a vision that aligns closely with that of the President and of you, our Secretary of State. Now, the Biden administration used the Development Finance Corporation as yet another vehicle for pursuing international climate alarmism with U.S. funding. Under the Biden administration, the DFC committed $20 million for sustainable tilapia production in Kenya, $50 million to purchase new vehicles for a car rental business in Ukraine, and $350 million for wind power in Turkey. These are just a few examples. As the Trump example seeks to lean on the DFC as an alternative for foreign aid, what sorts of projects and in which regions would you advise the U.S. to fund through the DFC?
Well, I think that's first of all, the DFC obviously is independent from the Department of State, so they have an own board and an own governing structure. Although I'm a member of it, I don't control it. But I think the broader question that you're asking is exactly the point of this reorganization, and that is it will now be incumbent upon our regional bureaus and our embassies under those bureaus to identify those opportunities for us, and then to elevate that at the leadership level and say, here's what we need to be funding in this country on the basis of our interaction. For example, in the Caribbean basin, when you talk to leaders there, they will tell you their number one need is to build up the capacity of their local law enforcement so they can take on these gangs. If they can get control of the gangs and the security situation, then they can expand to economic development and things of that nature. But it's difficult to do as long as it's insecure on the ground. These are the kinds of things that we want to be able to pursue, which is why we want to empower the regional bureaus and our embassies to have a role to play in determining what we fund and what we put our money towards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I see
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Secretary, thanks for being here, and I appreciate our ongoing dialogue, even if we're in some disagreement about a number of things. I want to ask you, and I'm going to try to work the senator out of you here. A bunch of yes or no questions. They are not trick questions. Are you still the acting USAID administrator?
Yes.
Do you control hiring and firing at USAID?
Yes. Well, I delegate the authority to an administrator, but obviously, yes.
And you control hiring and firing at state?
Again, we obviously rely on our bureaus that do, I mean, it depends what you're, I mean, that's a highly technical question. I don't hire the line officers in every embassy, but I mean, technically,
you're ultimately in charge?
Yes.
Okay. Did you personally review all the programs terminated during the foreign assistance review and personally make termination decisions?
Yes.
Do you have the authority to direct any state or USAID staff to brief Congress?
Yes.
Can you have Mr. Lewin or you come back to Congress and talk about USAID in the context of the coming end of the federal fiscal year and SFOPs and appropriations?
That's already planned to do that, not just him, but others, because we'll have to update you on that, on our organization, whatever OMB decides to do with money. So there's a host of things for us to all talk about.
So I just want to illustrate, whenever I talk with you, I feel pretty encouraged, and then stuff doesn't happen. I wrote 8 unanswered letters, and I request to enter those into the record without objection. And my staff has sent 200 unanswered questions, 200 unanswered questions about this much paper. Consultation is not a courtesy. It is required by law, and we have now 200, and these are perfunctory. What are you up to? What does this mean? This is the kind of normal pace of operations. Radio silence. Other than you're very responsive, your department and USAID has not been very responsive. Foreign Affairs Reform and Restructuring Act, the Empowerment Control Act, the Anti-Deficiency Act, the Foreign Assistance Act, and the annual appropriations bills for state and foreign operations have been violated in multiple ways. On March 12th, you wrote, "We plan to engage Congress as required both by law and reality before we start drafting a plan to bring USAID over understate." That did not happen. As you know, we have a pledge. We owe the Global Fund $1.3 billion. I spoke with the head of the Global Fund in response to my repeated requests and multiple other people's repeated requests. You told me that those funds were going to be released. It has not happened. I'd just like you to respond to that. And again, I like you, I like our working relationship, but what is happening is we have a good conversation, and then I don't know, it seems to be getting sandbagged underneath you in this vast bureaucracy.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why we want to reorganize, is to have less vast bureaucracy, but I wouldn't blame that on this. The first couple points, we believe and continue to believe that we have complied with the law on every step of the way, including through advising Congress of our roles, and even now with the reorganization. We have not issued a congressional notification yet. We issued a preliminary. We have taken input from members. I actually personally signed a letter that I think should have been delivered to you. I was overseas. I don't know if it was Monday or Sunday or Saturday, but it was in response to your latest letter.
Yeah.
So I hope you did get that. And obviously, we'll continue to engage with you on all of this as well.
So the practical effect here, right, because everyone can agree that, well, I don't know if everyone can agree, but it seems to me that most of us agree that there is virtue in reforming any big institution, and that aligning USAID's operations with the State Department and the President's and the Secretary's foreign policy objectives is beneficial. The question is, can we do this lawfully and in a way that doesn't damage our international reputation? Mothers who have fled Boko Haram in Nigeria are watching their babies starve. Children in South Sudan are dying of cholera. Families are dying because they have been cut off from their HIV medications. There are about 103 deaths an hour. And so we can talk about the reorganization of the State Department, but this becomes quickly not an abstraction, not a normal public policy tug and pull, because the way that this has been done, set aside our disagreement about whether it's been done lawfully, it's been done in a just catastrophic fashion. And so on some level, that's water under the bridge. But what I want from you is a commitment to try to get an appropriations bill that is done on a bipartisan basis that reconstitutes the foreign aid enterprise. I think we can do fewer things. I think we can be more narrow in our focus. But you are pushing on an open door, and instead of pushing on that open door, you are lighting the room on fire. Maybe that was not your intent. And I think we have two objectives right now: minimize suffering and reputational damage that's one line of effort. And the other is, how do we get back to the regular order where we can do a bill together? And I'd like your thoughts in the remaining minute and a half.
Yeah, well, first of all, that is the intent here, right, is to rebuild the foreign aid enterprise under the State Department. By the way, it's something multiple secretaries of states before me have wanted to do, because we want foreign aid to be a part of our diplomacy toolbox and our way we engage the world, not its own separate entity, but all of it coordinated one with the other. So that's our hope on the reorg, and that's what we're trying to endeavor towards. I also don't think it's fair, by the way, you highlighted a couple points, like in South Sudan, there's distribution problems there. It's not just a program. PEPFAR is 85% operative right now. So you touched about HIV medication.
Secretary, you are required to spend 100% of the money, not 85% of the money.
But 15% of that is funding of programs that we've canceled. We're going to cancel those programs. We've rescinded because they don't reach the purpose of those are elements of individual programs, for example, that were not meeting the mandate of the program. They were not being delivered. We just the other day at the embassy level in Namibia identified fraud. where millions and millions of dollars of U.S. aid was found on the store shelves being resold into the marketplace. It was our ambassador who discovered it. We tried to work with local authorities to fix it, and it was not fixed. And he was weeping at the conference while announcing this decision because he'd hated to do it. And some of the places you highlight, it's important to remember, even if the money is distributed, sometimes it cannot be brought out. The aid does not reach people because armed elements in Sudan, in South Sudan, are impeding aid from reaching their intended recipients.
It's a very complicated world in terms of the delivery of aid. The one point I'd like to
Senator, you're out of time?
With your indulgence,
Yeah.
30 more seconds. And you and Senator Murphy had an exchange about this. It is just not true that only 12% of the aid reaches recipients. The way you get to 12% is it's 12% local NGOs. So that is excluding CARE, that is excluding the World Food Program, that is excluding Catholic Relief Services. And so if you're going to count that as like overhead or inefficiency, Secretary Rubio, you and I have honest disagreements, but that number has been given to you and is not an accurate assessment of the extent to which aid reaches the people who need it. And I will just say, if there's an enterprise to reduce overhead, count me in, but it is not 88% overhead. That's not what's happening. Thank you.
Well, that number, just to clarify, was actually Samantha Power's number. And she regretted that one of the things she was unable to do at USAID is improve upon that number.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso.
Senator Moran.
Chairman, thank you. Secretary Rubio, welcome. Welcome back to Capitol Hill. Let me ask you to tell us, as the State Department prepares to undertake restructuring of its humanitarian and aid operations, where does food assistance fit in within the department's strategic priorities, and in which office will state place those programs?
Well, it'll be under our director, the new directorate that will oversee both human rights and humanitarian affairs and foreign aid. The only ones that are going to be separated from that is military sales and military financing. But the primary driver of our humanitarian assistance, food assistance, medicine will be through the new bureau that will handle that. It'll be a Senate-confirmed position as well that will respond and answer to that they will answer to. And it will be a priority, but it will be structured in a way to deliver the most amount of money, or the most amount of aid at the least amount of cost in the most effective way.
Do you have a person in mind as this position is in the process of being filled?
That will require Senate confirmation. I don't believe that position has been filled yet. There's someone acting in a temporary capacity and an acting capacity at the moment, but we will have to come back to you to find a nominee that will run that.
Let me highlight a couple of food programs. Food for Peace and what we call Dole McGovern nutrition program are two long-standing initiatives with deep roots in my home state of Kansas. These programs, in my view, are critical tools in the fight against global hunger, the moral aspect of that, but also vital to Kansas farmers, to American agriculture producers who help deliver. And this program started with a Kansas farmer who felt compelled to do something with excess grain piled on the ground at a time when people across the globe were still starving and hungry. I understand there were findings of mismanagement at USAID. I look forward to working with you and this subcommittee to make sure that mismanagement is something that stays out of our delivery of food aid. I did join with Senator Hoeven and Senator Marshall in legislation that would transfer the administration of Food for Peace to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I have some sense that you are supportive of that concept. I have some sense that the Secretary of Agriculture is supportive of that concept. I have some sense that the Office of Management and Budget is supportive of that concept. This is my first opportunity to have a conversation with you. Tell me how I can be helpful to you and to the department in the cause of Food for Peace and its future.
Well, again, that's still, obviously, there's legislation out there that's pending on it, but I would argue that it is what you have described as the new arrangement under the Department of Agriculture would generally align with the idea that we want to, because no matter what, we still have to work with them on this program. It would align towards removing one more layer of government that allow us to both identify recipients and delivery mechanisms quicker and more effectively. So generally, your perceptions are correct. We're very open to that transition being done. Obviously, whether it's done statutorily or otherwise, it's something would be open to, because we think it has the potential to deliver assistance much quicker, much faster, much more efficiently, and perhaps to a broader set of people.
Mr. Secretary, food for peace, the Dole-McGovern. Let me ask about McGovern-Dole. Any observations in regard to that program?
We haven't made any determinations, but I would imagine it would fold under, if it was under our responsibilities, it would fold under the same bureau that's handling what we call the life-saving assistance or humanitarian assistance.
My take from your answer is that there is a role for food aid programs to continue to exist, to be administered. The goal is to figure out how to reduce the bureaucracy and how to deliver more aid for the same bigger bang for the buck.
We're not stopping foreign aid. I mean, we're going to continue foreign aid, and at levels as generous, more generous than any other country in the world, and most countries in the world combined. The question is, how can we deliver it more effectively and ensure that it is aligned with our foreign policy priorities? But in the case of food aid, as an example, there's no goal to end it or to stop doing this kind of work. It is more about how can we deliver it more efficiently and effectively and quickly, and in ways that are aligned with our broader foreign policy, and to empower, again, I keep going back to this point because it's really important to make, empowering our regional bureaus to drive these programs, to identify chronic or critical needs, whether they're acute or chronic, and allow us to quickly operationalize it, as opposed to having a standoff bureau that views the whole entire world holistically. We are able to drive this at the local and regional level, where they know what the priorities are and can drive this aid quickly.
Mr. Secretary, among the many things that you've said in this hearing this afternoon, that's one that certainly caught my attention as having merit, get the process where it's the closest to the crisis, the emergency, the facts are better known, and implemented more closely to home in a foreign country. Let me highlight one more feeding program, and this one's about the future. There's a program called Feed the Future, in which research is done in agriculture designed to figure out how to produce more food, in other words, greater efficiency, and the food that's needed in countries that have different kinds of opportunities to feed themselves. How can we use the powerhouse of American agricultural research to find ways to better allow other countries not only receive food aid from us, but also to grow their own?
I think imagine if you're an ambassador in a country that has a chronic food shortage, and you're somehow able to provide them American ingenuity that allows them to produce more food at a lower cost using less land or less facility. That's an extraordinary thing to offer as part of our toolbox. But those are unique opportunities that probably exist in some places and not in others. And the ability to identify from the ground level, have an ambassador, an embassy, or a regional bureau identify that as both a need and an opportunity, and then us to operationalize it, is exactly the kind of nimble programming that we want to be able to do. But I see great benefit in the ability of us to allow, and it's also, by the way, the kind of foreign aid that ends. Because once they have acquired the capacity to do it, it's helped our companies to find a place where they can deploy it. It's helped them to develop independence, and it creates good faith among the nations in the future. That is part of the soft power that Senator McConnell was talking about a moment ago.
Mr. Secretary, I think it's the components that I've outlined are three circumstances. You meet the needs of someone in a crisis today, but the long-term goal is to help people around the globe be self-sufficient, countries to care for themselves, and reduce the role, perhaps, of the United States in that effort. I would highlight for what you just said, the program that provides the agricultural research to accomplish what you described as a positive development is a program called Food for Peace. I said that wrong. It's a program called Feed the Future. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Rubio, thank you. We're probably violating the Geneva Convention doing all this in one day, but I know you've had a long day, and I appreciate you coming to the committee. To the new members of the committee, welcome. I look forward to working with you and Senator Britton Mullen. I look forward to working with our new ranking member, Senator Schatz. Senator Coons and I work extremely well, and I'll try to keep that going from my end, and I know you will too. We'll have opening statements. I'll start out, then we'll have 6-minute rounds, and I will start, then Senator Schatz, and we'll have Secretary Rubio. Then we'll recognize people as they come. The deadline for submitting SFOP requests is May 22nd to all the members of the committee. To our audience, you're welcome to be here. If you disrupt, you'll get kicked out. Okay, so let's start the committee meeting with a couple ideas. Reform at the State Department is welcomed. Secretary Rubio has reorganized the place in a way that I think is long overdue. And Marco, I want to congratulate you for sitting down and getting input from people before you. How can we make the State Department work better? And I think your organizational efforts are going to pay dividends, and I support them completely. And people before you have been talking about it, but you've actually done it. So congratulations, and I think it will be good for the country. In terms of the budget, this is 48% below the enacted level. And presidential budgets are given some consideration, and this will get some consideration. Bottom line is, I believe that there is space to save money in this account, and I look forward to finding a way to do that. I think Secretary Rubio is the right guy at the right time. We've had all kind of problems with USAID. We're trying to preserve functions that make sense and eliminate functions that are not in the best interest of the American taxpayer. My view about this account is pretty well known. I would consider myself a fairly hawkish person, for lack of a better term, simply because I think the best way to stay safe is deal with problems before they get worse and put bad guys on notice. If you screw with America, you do so at your own peril, and have allies who trust us. I think we're paying a heavy price from the way we got out of Afghanistan. But this secretary, I spent the weekend with him in Turkey as he met with the foreign minister of Syria, as he met with the foreign ministers of all NATO nations. And I was very impressed with Secretary Rubio of trying to make sure that America first was burden sharing. You need to do more. You need to up your game, but we committed to a world order here, and we're committed to making sure that the world is a good place to live in. Having said that, Syria, we have a chance here. Secretary Rubio allowed me to be in the meetings, and I met the foreign minister of Syria. This is a very tenuous government, for lack of a better word. The people in charge of Syria took over by force of arms, but I've been, quite frankly, impressed with their willingness to engage with us, Saudi Arabia, and their commitment to rejecting Iran and moving the country in a new direction. Secretary Rubio this morning said that it could be a matter of weeks or months to this whole place collapse in Syria, and I agree with him. Syria is designated a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law since 1979. I'm looking forward to Secretary Rubio's input about should we change that designation? Is it worth trying? My belief is that we have a moment here to provide some capability to this new government that should be conditions-based, and I don't want that moment to pass and we have a situation in Syria that's just going to break the country up and continue regional conflicts. Iran negotiations, Secretary Rubio has said something I completely endorse. No enrichment, 1, 2, 3 agreements would be available to the Iranians if they decided to dismantle the enrichment program. As Secretary Rubio indicated, I do not mind the Iranian regime having nuclear power. I mind them having the capability to make a bomb. So right now they have about 600 pounds of highly enriched uranium at 60%. In about a month they could go to 90%. They have one reactor, nuclear reactor, and the fuel for that reactor is provided by the Russians, and I'm okay with that. Of this 600 pounds of highly enriched uranium, not 1 gram has been used to run their peaceful nuclear power plant. Clearly, they're stockpiling uranium to be a threshold nuclear nation, and that is unacceptable to me and hopefully to all of us. So civilian nuclear power, yes. Enrichment, no. I think it's good policy for the country to follow. Russia, Ukraine, Secretary Rubio explained the role the Senate and the House plays in our system to the foreign ministers of NATO, but quite frankly, he's been very clear to the Russians that the Senate is a separate body with its own will, and I hope President Trump is right that Putin wants peace. Time will tell. He certainly doesn't act like a guy wanting peace. We have now 80 co-sponsors of sanctions against Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. I would like to get this war over honorably and justly. And one of the problems we have with this war is China. In case you're listening in China, which I doubt you are, you're propping up Putin. If you would stop buying their cheap Russian oil, he'd have a reason to get to the peace table. India and China are propping up Putin's war machine, and the sanctions we have are secondary in nature. They put a 500% tariff on any country that buys Russian oil, gas, uranium to prop up the Putin war machine. This body will move sooner rather than later if Putin doesn't get to the table. And to China, you want to be a normal country, act normally. Quit buying cheap oil with blood mixed in it to keep a war going that you could end tomorrow if you chose to. Your plate is about as full as anybody I've ever seen. You're juggling so many things at once, and I just admire you and the way you've conducted yourself, and I think you're the right person at the right time. So welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in just 5 months, Secretary Rubio, and it's wonderful to have you back here in the committee. In just 5 months since you've been there, along with President Trump, I just want to take a moment to highlight the incredible work that this administration has accomplished with your leadership and clearly President Trump's, restored U.S. leadership across the globe, unleashed American energy, secured our southern border, reduced illegal immigration by 95%, reimposed maximal deterrence on Iran, pushed back on Chinese aggression, created new deals for U.S. companies, secured the release of hostages and unjustly detained Americans. I really appreciate the strong leadership. And according to Monday, Mr. Secretary, and you see the wonderful picture of you in today's Washington Post, you and your bride Jeanette meeting with the Pope. If you take a look up here, Marco, you're going to see this great picture of you. And yeah. Want to comment on that at all? What it was, I've done all these things, and you got to meet the Pope. A new Pope, an American.
Well, I told people yesterday I started the morning meeting with the Pope, and I ended the evening at an event, a Kennedy Center event at the White House with the U.S. President, and they were both Americans.
Amazing times. I want to talk about Iran, if we could. So in the first 100 days, the maximum pressure campaign against Iran came into full force once again. The administration sanctioned 72 entities, 14 individuals, 74 vessels, as well as 18 additional entities, including 2 Chinese-based oil terminals, 13 vessels. I think the maximum pressure campaign is working. We're already seeing a reduction in Iran's ability to fund destabilizing operations across the region. How does the administration plan to maintain this momentum and then continue with the talks that are going on?
Well, I think it's clear for the Iranians. I mean, we're going to continue with sanctions until there's a deal otherwise. And by the way, there's also another set of sanctions out there that involve things like the sponsorship of terrorism and things of that they're doing. But when it comes to the nuclear program, until there's a deal, there's going to be sanctions. That's just the way it works. And so that's the president has issued an executive order for maximum pressure, and that's being executed on every single day. None of these are being slowed down while we're engaged in these talks. Ultimately, if we are able to reach a deal, then obviously that could be a part of it, but we're not at that stage yet. So look, we hope that there can be something done. These will not be easy. And by the way, one additional note on it is there's a separate set of sanctions out there, which are the snapback provisions that the E3 in Europe have. That's on another clock, completely different from ours. And I want to be clear about that. What they decide to do with their sanctions. Now, maybe we'll do a deal with Iran and they'll be satisfied with it and not impose their sanctions. But I met with the E3 again. What day is it today? Tuesday? I met with them maybe 4 days ago in Turkey. And they are moving forward on their process, independent from ours, that could impose additional sanctions as early as July, August, September, October, November, September, October of this year.
I want to move to one of Iran's in the neighborhood neighbors with Syria.
and President Trump met with the new Syrian president. He's urged the leader to deport foreign terrorists from Syria, help the U.S. counter ISIS. I want to just talk about ISIS, if I can, the concern for the resurgence of ISIS. It's been a significant concern. About 2,500 active ISIS fighters operating in Syria and in Iraq. Estimated 10,000 ISIS fighters in prisons in Syria. And what's your assessment of the threat posed in ISIS? And I know we have a presence. I was visiting our Wyoming troops who are in eastern Syria, and I want to know how that's helped to address the threats.
Yeah, so there's two major threats facing the Transitional Authority in Syria. The first is a resurgence of ISIS, many of them foreign fighters, most of them foreign fighters, and that's a very significant element because any space that's ungoverned, if there are parts of the country where the Transitional Authority does not control it, it creates an ungoverned space that ISIS can come in. So that's the first threat. The other is Iran. Iran has not given up its efforts to gin up former Assad officials and others to get behind certain armed groups on the ground and stir up trouble as well in the country. So these are both threats. They're different, but they're related, and they pose two of the most serious threats to the Transitional Authority's efforts to create a nation state in in Syria that does not threaten Israel, does not threaten its neighbors, and is able to provide the life that the people of Syria want to rebuild for themselves, including many who are abroad, who have expressed a willingness or an interest in returning. And in fact, we've seen some of those people begin to return just because of the U.S. sanctions announcement. But we want that trend to continue because Syria will need them in order to rebuild their country and reclaim it.
Can I talk to you about Gaza? President Trump's laid out a plan for Gaza. You recently said, we support a future for the people of Gaza that is free of Hamas and full of opportunity. How do you envision a transition to a non-Hamas security and governance in Gaza?
Well, that's a central question and not an easy one to solve, obviously. We've engaged with partners. There was an Egyptian-led effort for a while. There's a Saudi effort now. We've obviously engaged with our regional partners to come up with the constructs of what that looks like. Not to be frank, I mean, in the midst of the conflict ongoing, most of the attention has been paid to the humanitarian situation and the freeing of the hostages and multiple failed efforts at a ceasefire, which are ongoing and continue, and the hopes of ending this and the cessation of hostilities at some point. But thought has been given to it. But I think at the core of it is, I think we can find the funds to do it. I think you can find the partners to do it. I think the central question for the future of Gaza is going to be who governs it. Because as long as there's a group like Hamas there, it's going to be very difficult to envision long-term peace and prosperity. So whether it's Hamas or some successor organization that spins out of it, that has to be a factor that you eliminate. And one of the ways you prevent it is by having a governing authority on the ground in Gaza that can provide the security necessary to allow there to be the peace necessary so you can have the prosperity we hope for.
I want to talk, last question, in terms of American energy. Last year, the Biden administration chose to pause approvals of pending LNG exports. We know that Europe needs those. It created a lot of uncertainty. President Trump has promised in his unleashing American energy, he's removed a lot of the obstacles. Our LNG exports have surged. I think it's going to help in Europe. European countries have increased their purchases of U.S. LNG. How has lifting this pause that Biden put on here restored confidence in America as a reliable partner to Europe?
Well, obviously, I was just commenting a moment ago, I believe on Saturday, the first LNG shipment reached Italy, and there are other countries that are building terminals to receive it as well. So the fact that the United States joins now in the world as a reliable long-term source of liquefied natural gas as an export, I think improves our ties and our partnerships around the world. And it's a need for us because we have the capacity to export it and to develop it, and it's a need for our allies who need to diversify and in some cases make less dependent their system of generating electricity. It's a fundamental problem for multiple countries, for example, in Europe. It's not just the energy they need now, it's the energy they're going to need in the years to come. If you do an audit of where they're going to wind up needing, they don't have any way to generate that now unless they rely on things like U.S. exports of LNG. And that alone even won't be enough. They're going to have to find some other resources as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, I'm glad you are finally before this committee. Your testimony actually comes long after the State Department, under your leadership, took actions without required congressional consultation or that were contrary to the law. But I guess it's better late than never. But let me be clear, showing up months after the fact and refusing to stay until every member has questioned you for 5 minutes as entitled to under House rules are not the standards to which we hold the Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, I've known you for a while, and I respected very much Senator Rubio, even when we disagreed. Senator Rubio was a principled statesman. Secretary Rubio, however, as we've seen in the past few months, is something different entirely. As a senator, you spoke often and forcefully about the dangers of executive overreach. You warned America not to lose its moral clarity or sacrifice democratic principles for short-term gain. Senator Rubio recognized that we cannot allow the executive branch to unilaterally determine the direction of the United States foreign policy without accountability to Congress. Secretary Rubio is doing precisely what Senator Rubio feared, withholding congressional appropriated funds, stonewalling oversight, and acting as if laws passed by this body are optional. Secretary Rubio has presided over the dismantling and destruction of everything Senator Rubio once defended. So although you may be the Secretary of State, the acting head of USAID, the National Security Advisor, the Archivist of America, the empire you have stumbled upon is not one of influence, sir. It is a kingdom of ash. So I ask, was it worth it? Was it worth it to allow the near extension of U.S. foreign assistance and USAID, which Senator Rubio said, and I quote, is a very cost-effective way not only to export our values and our example, but to advance our security and our economic interests? And lie is exactly what this administration has done again and again. Each time Elon Musk and his department of arsonists brag and mislead the American public about massively inflated savings or lie about the programs they have cut and their purpose, they're not telling you about the food that rotted on the shelves while people went hungry, or the medicine that was undistributed to children needlessly suffering, or the trust that was lost by your actions. But I believe you know better, because you've said as much, and yet here we are. In 2022, Senator Rubio warned about the urgent and growing threat posed by China and called for a fully funded State Department and USAID. Senator Rubio wrote that soft power tools and alliances were vital to our national security. And today, Secretary Rubio is here to defend an 84% cut of the foreign affairs budget. How does hollowing out our State Department and dismantling USAID help us compete with China? How does the America Alone budget project American strength? On human rights, the contrast is even starker. Senator Rubio built his political brand on the cause of freedom and dignity. You condemned autocrats in Caracas, Havana, and Beijing for silencing dissent. But Secretary Rubio, he looks the other way when strongmen commit similar abuses. Secretary Rubio even defied a Supreme Court order to facilitate the return of a wrongly detained spouse of an American citizen. And when Senator Rubio became the first Hispanic American to serve as Secretary of State, he made sure to pull the ladder up behind him. In the name of dismantling efforts to making hiring and promotion fair, as you call it, wokeness, you have unlawfully dismantled programs designed to address decades of historical exclusion. These are not political experiments. They were congressionally supported efforts rooted in bipartisan recognition that our diplomatic corps must reflect the diversity and the strength of the nation it represents abroad. These are initiatives that Senator Rubio supported. You replaced experienced career employees with ideologues and political loyalists. Under your watch, sir, America's diplomatic and development corps have suffered the greatest brain drain in history, and America has been weakened and made more isolated by the actions of an administration that has abandoned its allies, cozied up to dictators, and conducted a foreign policy driven not by interests of the American people, but in support of the personal enrichment of the president and his family. And with that, I yield back.
Representative Sherman. We all miss Jerry Conley, and I do not think that he would want us to be passive in our questioning here today. Mr. Chairman, it's our job to oversee the State Department. You can't do that by having think tank witnesses come before us. Our job isn't to oversee the think tanks. In 2023, we had 44 government witnesses. This year, we have our first, and I hope very much that we have all not only the secretary, but the undersecretaries and assistant secretaries so that we can really do our job. Secretary Rubio, in the 1970s, there was a powerful Middle East monarch who claimed to be a friend of the United States, may very well have been, claimed to be at least agreeable to Israel. And so in the 1970s, we transferred enormous, sophisticated weapons to him. In 1979, the Shah was deposed, and all those weapons were in the hands of the Ayatollah. Today, MBS wants a nuclear weapon. But he says what he wants is a nuclear cooperation agreement. Well, we have a nuclear cooperation agreement with the United Arab Emirates and Turkey and Morocco that all provide for a gold standard of safety. Can you assure us that you will not enter into a nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia that does not have that same gold standard of security to make sure they're not building a nuclear weapon?
Well, first I will tell you that there has been no conversation about entering into one. For example, during the recent trip.
Can you, I've got limited time.
I can't. So here's the thing. I can
Sir,
tell you.
either give me a yes, give me a no.
Well, I'm going to
let me
give
go
you
on.
my answer if you want my answer.
I want a yes
this is not
or
a
a
game
no.
show.
Reclaiming my time.
Well, reclaim your time, but it's not a game show. I get to answer. These are complex questions. Let me answer.
Mr. Secretary, I'm reclaiming my time.
I
The
don't know what that means.
filibustering takes place in the Senate, not here.
I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to answer your question.
You're trying. Let's go on to the next question. With regard to Iran, can you assure us that you will continue sanctions on Iran until they verifiably agree to abandon all enrichment? That's a yes or no question.
No, it's not.
Well, can you give me a yes or no, or should I go on to the next question?
We believe that Iran should not be allowed to enrich uranium. Correct.
You believe that it should? Yeah, I believe,
No, we believe that an acceptable deal with Iran is one in which they cannot enrich, because if they can enrich, they can weaponize.
I know why we don't want. I asked you, will we agree? Will we continue the sanctions until they verifiably agree to get rid of?
Oh, you
the
have no
enrichments?
worry about us. The worry was the previous administration. This administration
Sir,
has
your
been
refusal to give me an answer is loud and clear.
No, well, I'd like
is
to answer your
reclaiming my time. Mr. Chair, you told us about all these wonderful business deals that were announced in the Middle East. It's reminiscent of the first year of the first term of Donald Trump, where he announced a $10 billion investment by Foxconn in Wisconsin. It is still an empty field. I am sure that the only deals announced in the Middle East that will actually happen were the bribery deals, the $400 million plane and the $2 billion Abu Dhabi will put into the cryptocurrency sponsored by Mr. Trump. TikTok. Mr. Secretary, you led the effort to say that it shouldn't be controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. We passed a law with your help. That law requires that we ban TikTok now because all of the expiration dates have expired. But instead, we saw Chinese interests affiliated with TikTok transfer $300 million into the Trump coin, which is a pure gift. It's $300 million for nothing but monopoly money. And so there's a word in Mandarin for this. It's called bribery. And it raises the question that I'll ask you to respond to for the record, and that is there any statute this administration will not violate for a $300 million Chinese bribe? We next focus on USAID. Musk gutted it. He said no one died as a result. Do you agree that no one has died yet as a result of the chainsawing of USAID? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, the question is, has anyone what?
Has anyone in the world died because of what Elon Musk did?
Listen.
Yes or no, reclaiming my time. If you won't answer, that's a loud answer.
No one has died because of USAID.
The people who have died
That's a
as a
lie.
result of cutting off the oxygen of a woman in Burma and denying HIV/AIDS treatment to those in Africa. They are dead now at the hands of Elon Musk and his co-conspirators.
Chair
I
now
yield back.
recognizes Representative Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will miss my seatmate, Jerry Conley. He loved sitting here, and we loved him. Secretary, in 1944, my uncle, James Arthur Keating, was serving in France, and as soldiers, his fellow soldiers were dying around him, he wrote a letter back in combat, back home, about the cost of human sacrifice and whether it was worthwhile to defend a piece of mud on the earth. Only a week after that letter, he answered that question while carrying lead in himself, as one of the people in his command was exposed and injured. He was wounded himself carrying lead and crawled out there, brought him back to safety, saved his life, and as he was going for another person, was machine gunned to death himself and killed in action. 400,000 other American families gave the same sacrifice, but the peace and prosperity that came forward the world has never seen. It's a transatlantic alliance where our allies sacrificed their young men and women when America was attacked in 9/11, and economically, they're a $1.6 trillion trading partner with us with 16 million jobs on both sides of the continent. So my questions today are looking for clarity on where we stand with our allies and partners for more than 80 years, because they're expressing their doubts. They're expressing their doubts publicly. They've expressed it to me privately. So as the face of our country, as the lead foreign policy representative in the United States, I'm just looking for this clarity. So first, simply answer this question, if you will. Is Russia the aggressor in this Ukraine war?
Yeah, Russia invaded Ukraine.
So they are the aggressor in this war, correct?
They invaded them, yes.
Well, thank you, sir, because it's important to get this clarity, because President Donald Trump said it was Ukraine that started this war, and our allies have the right to know this. Secondly, the person we're negotiating with, Vladimir Putin, is he a war criminal?
Well, I think you can look at instances that have happened there and certainly characterize them as war crimes, but our intent is to end the war.
Is he a war criminal?
We can't end the war without talking to Mr. Putin.
That's pretty simple. Is he a war criminal?
Well, that's
this man we're negotiating with, Vladimir Putin. Is he a war criminal? That's not tough.
But what? I'm trying to answer your question by telling you that we're trying to end the war here.
Go ahead.
No,
You're
it's not a
equivocating.
simple answer.
You are equivocating, sir. Just answer the question.
I'm answering your question, and the answer is that war crimes have been committed, no doubt. And who's responsible for that? There will be time and place for that accountability. But right now, the job is to end the war.
So you won't answer the question.
If we don't end the war, people are going to get
reclaiming
killed.
my time, sir. Let me go on. Because I don't understand this. Because you're sitting in front of us now as Secretary of State. It wasn't long ago that you were sitting as a senator with Secretary of State nominee Rex Tillerson at the time, in the exact same circumstances, only reversed, and you questioned him about Putin directing attacks against schools, markets, hospitals, playgrounds, and on top of this, in this instance, he's abducted 20,000 children, a clear war crime. So you were very clear then Vladimir Putin was a war criminal. Now you're unmaking him a war criminal, and you won't answer the question about the exact same circumstances.
You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm reclaiming my time, sir.
You're putting words in my mouth.
And you know what you said to Secretary
That's not what I
Tillerson
said.
at the end of his answer when he equivocated just as you are right now?
I've not equivocated.
You said,
You just don't let me
it sure
answer.
sounds like it to me. Then I'll give you a second chance. Is Vladimir
you never gave me a
Putin
first
a war
chance.
criminal?
I already told you war crimes have been committed.
No, you didn't tell me if
Well,
he's
that
a
can't
war
even-
criminal.
Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to answer questions?
I'm
or just
reclaiming
be
my
hectored?
time, sir, and listen,
Well,
I'm
if he
using
keeps
your own
reclaiming
words so you don't have to answer. Did you know what you said to then nominee Secretary of State Tillerson? You said you were very discouraged in his inability to accept that Putin was indeed a war criminal. Your words, we don't need any more. You're inconsistent. The third question I have, sir, is this.
I answered your question. You just don't let me answer.
You did not answer the question about Putin's
Well, you
war
keep
criminal
reclaiming your
conduct
time.
in Ukraine.
You ask me a question, then you reclaim your time. So how can I answer
You
the
answered
question?
it. Listen, let me go forward with this. 3 questions. And I'm
Or are you
being
gonna
pretty
reclaim
clear to
time
you.
on those too?
I'm giving you a chance to answer. Give me a chance to ask the question. Here it is. So there's a concern among these allies that we've had, our closest allies, about the one-sidedness of the negotiations with Russia and Ukraine.
Gentleman's time has expired. Secretary Rubio, if you'd like to respond, by all means.
Can I reclaim my time for a few seconds? Thank you. Number one, crimes have been committed in the war on Ukraine, and there will be accountability for that. But our goal right now is to end that war, because let me tell you, every single day that that war goes on, more people are killed, more people are maimed, and frankly, more war crimes are being committed every day that the war lasts. Number one. Number two, I don't know how European allies could say that. I talk to European allies literally every single day. I see or talk to the foreign minister of the UK and France and Germany more than I see or talk to my own kids in some days.
Chairman,
so these are all
I'm
falsehoods.
reclaiming my time now.
You have no time.
Because
You're not
you've given him
recognized, Mr.
time,
Keating.
and I ask unanimous
Not recognized,
consent.
Mr. Keating.
Chairman,
You're not recognized.
I'm asking for unanimous consent to
Mr.
put in
Keating,
the record.
you're not recognized. The
I
Secretary
am
is speaking.
asking unanimous consent to put in the record.
Mr. Keating, you're not
the
recognized.
op-ed. Oh, so you're not going to recognize, Mr. Chairman?
Not
Point of order.
recognized in this
Anyone
moment.
that asks unanimous consent to put in for the record a document,
Keating,
you're not allowing
you
that?
are not recognized right now. Your time expired. You might have a minute and a few. Mr. Secretary, please continue.
The last point is, our goal is to end this war. We have to be able to talk to both
Point of
sides
order,
in order
Mr.
to do it.
Chairman.
In order to be, we have to end this
My
conflict.
time is answered. His time answering my question ended too. It's the next person's time. That's the rules in this committee. When you won't even let a person enter into the record something from our ambassador till recently from Ukraine, Ambassador Brink,
Mr.
who
Keating
resigned
should-
because of the conduct
Keating,
of
you
this
should keep a better
administration
eye of the clock
after
right in front
30
of you.
years of service, sir.
You should keep a better eye of the clock in front of you. Your time expired. Continue.
Our goal is to end this war so more people don't die. And by the way, we want all those kids returned back to their homes that were kidnapped from their parents. We just want people to stop dying. Every day this war goes on, people die, things are destroyed, and lives are ruined. And we want it to stop.
Thank you, Secretary. Did you have something you want to submit for unanimous consent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now would be your opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I want to submit for the record an op-ed by Ambassador Brink from Ukraine, the regional ambassador that was close until recently, 30 years of service of Democrat presidents and Republican ones. It's an op-ed that says Trump's Ukraine
Representative Ice is recognized.
choice, and she details how
So
peace
ordered.
at any cost is
Take yes
appeasement,
for an
not
answer.
peace.
So
Thank
ordered.
you, sir.
Representative Ice is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for your testimony. I want to say at the beginning that I think that in terms of roles in the cabinet, that coming into your job, I think you're the most qualified cabinet member. In a cabinet that I think has otherwise been incompetent and unqualified. You and I are obviously of different political parties, but we share kind of a similar story. My grandmother, Victoria Castro, came to this country when she was 6 or 7 years old as an orphan, because both her parents had died after the Mexican Revolution, and the closest relatives that could take her in were not in Mexico. They were in San Antonio. And when my grandmother came to Eagle Pass, Texas, the manifest that allowed her to come, there was a question that was asked on that document. And the question said, purpose for visit. And her relatives that were bringing her, they wrote in to live, that she was coming to live. You have an incredible family story of your parents and your grandfather coming from Cuba in the 1950s and maybe early 1960s, and a similar background of helping you and your siblings pursue their American dreams, just like my grandmother did for my mom and for us. But I feel like today, under the Trump administration, our grandparents may have ended up in a gulag or banished in Guantanamo, or like the girl that I visited with who was a U.S. citizen in Mexico a few weeks ago with a brain tumor, having her seizure medication seized at a CBP inland port. And her mom, who's undocumented Mexican, her caretaker, 24 hours a day, not allowed to come back with her to get treatment for her condition. And I want to ask you specifically about a policy decision where on February 5th, DHS Secretary Noem rescinded temporary protected status for Venezuelans. This same thing was used for 700,000 Cubans in the 1960s and 70s. And she stated that in consultation with the Department of State, assessed conditions in Venezuela and that there are, quote, notable improvements in several areas such as the economy, public health, and crime that allow for these nationals to be safely returned to their home countries. And you said as recently as a few years ago that returning and failing to renew TPS for Venezuelans would be, quote, very real death sentence for countless Venezuelans who have fled their country. That was a few years ago. And so I wanted to ask you, do you believe after everything that Maduro has done, and you and I have both condemned him, as I think almost everybody on this dais has, that TPS recipients forced to return to Venezuela will truly be safe in that country? And how do you justify the decision to send 350,000 people to Venezuela right now?
Well, 350,000 people have not been sent to Venezuela. I think you're referring to the TPS cancellation of the temporary status. So 2 points. Number one is, unfortunately, that blanket approval of TPS gave TPS, including to people that, frankly, we should not have allowed in this country, irrespective of what part of the world they came from. Number two is the hope that now people that have received TPS will apply through the asylum process. And I believe many of them, if not most of them, will have very credible asylum claims to make for the reason you've just outlined. I think the problematic is that when you do a blanket TPS, number one, it's supposed to be temporary. None of these TPSs ever go away. But number two, when you do a blanket, especially in a mass migration event, it is going to protect and cover people that, frankly, we should not have allowed into this country. The overwhelming
I mean, we're both part of the same Latino community. You're not saying that all 350,000 people were gang members, are you?
Of course not. The majority are
you
not.
saying
But
that
if
they
1,000
were-
of them are, we got a big problem.
Well, yeah, but so because there is a very small group who are criminals, just like any group of Americans, you're saying that none of them get any due process? They're just automatically expelled?
No,
like
they
no
have a right
review,
to-
no nothing for any of their cases?
Well, again, it's not my department. We don't do asylum claims, but I
Well,
can
but
tell
she
you they
said
can
she
apply for
consulted
asylum.
with you. She said that it was her decision and your decision, and a few years ago you said it was a death sentence.
Yeah, but the problem is the previous administration did a terrible job of vetting applicants for TPS. They just blanket approved it.
They
So
did
now-
things that have been done in other administrations before.
But never in this
Republican
mass
and
migration
Democrat.
event. Look, the bottom line is, of course, the overwhelming majority of them are not gang members, and they will be able to apply for asylum, and they have a very credible claim.
I have
but
to
there
yield.
are some that are, and
I have
they
to
need to be
yield my
removed from our
remaining
country.
time. I got it. I got to yield my remaining time to.
Recognized Representative Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here today. As a member of the legislative branch, I don't have a special exemption to violate the law. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that in America, no one is above the law?
Of course.
Okay. And in our system of government, it's Congress that makes the laws, the executive branch that executes the laws, and the judicial branch, when there's a dispute, that says what the law is. Is that right?
Within the context of separation of powers, yes.
Okay. And the reason that due process is so fundamental to America is before we put the entire weight of the federal government and snatch someone off the street, we might want to ask, hey, do you have something to say about that? Might we have the wrong person? And in the case of Mr. Garcia, the Trump administration admitted in court that they mistakenly deported him to El Salvador. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, said the Trump administration has to facilitate getting him back. Do you believe the administration has to follow that Supreme Court order?
Well, I don't believe he was wrongfully deported. He's an Salvadorian citizen
That's not
illegally
my
in the
question.
United
Do you believe
States.
the Trump administration has to follow the Supreme Court 9-0 unanimous decision?
Within the context of separation of powers. That
Okay.
no court can tell me how to conduct foreign policy. They can't tell me what I have to say to a president of another country, nor do I need to tell them what I told the president of another country, because I can't
I'm
conduct
just
foreign
asking
policy.
you, do you believe the Trump administration has to follow the unanimous Supreme Court
I believe we
decision?
are following it.
Okay, so my next question is, what steps have you or the State Department taken to facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador?
The conduct of our foreign policy is an executive function, and how I conduct
I'm
it,
just
I don't need to
asking
share
you,
with you.
well,
and
let
I
me
don't
ask you
need to
this.
share with the court.
Have you or the State Department taken any steps to facilitate?
We've taken
the
steps, but I'm not going to tell you what they are, and I don't have to, because we conduct the foreign policy of the United States, and I can't conduct diplomacy with a
And
foreign
so-
leader if I come to committees and tell you what they said to me, what I said to them, and more certainly a court can't tell me to say
you
that
have
either.
taken steps to facilitate Mr. Garcia's return.
We've made those. We've made that assertion, and we've made those assertions in court, and
All right,
we've
thank
complied.
you. I appreciate that. I'd like to ask you now about Ukraine. On August 24th, 2022, you tweeted the following. In the past 6 months since Putin's criminal invasion of Ukraine, Ukrainians have shown incredible bravery and strength as they fight to defend their homeland. On Ukraine's Independence Day, the free world applauds their courage and celebrates Ukraine's sovereignty. And then also in 2022, you said the people of Ukraine are tough people who will never accept being ruled by Putin. I want to ask you, I assume you continue to believe what you said in 2022, right? That we should celebrate Ukraine's sovereignty and that the people of Ukraine will never accept being ruled by Putin, right?
Yeah, that's why we're trying to end the war.
All right. On April 30th, 2018, you tweeted, Glad to see State Department confirm delivery of Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. The U.S. should continue empowering Ukraine and other allies to defend against the threat of Russian aggression. You would agree with your prior statement that the U.S. should continue to support Ukraine against Russian aggression, right?
We've supported them more than anyone in the world.
All right. Unfortunately, it appears Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth went rogue and decided unilaterally to stop support for Ukraine earlier this year. Various news organizations reported that Secretary Hegseth paused military support to Ukraine without President Trump's knowledge. I'm going to read you from one article dated May 6. Quote, Pete Hegseth canceled military aid flights to Ukraine just a week into Trump's second term without the president even knowing, according to Reuters. The order initially sparked mass confusion within the administration as national security officials in the White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department couldn't figure out who ordered the halt in flights. This is yet another example of the chaos and lack of cohesion that Hegseth has brought to the Pentagon from day one. Did Secretary Hegseth tell you before he ordered the halt in flights to Ukraine of military weapons?
I can't comment on that because I don't remember that. I don't remember ever hearing that, to what you're claiming now.
So your understanding is he never told you he was going to halt these flights?
I just know we're providing them assistance now, but the war ultimately has to end.
In 2016, you stated the following: from his repression of the Russian people and the assassination of his critics, to his dangerous invasion of Ukraine and the occupation of Crimea, to his threats against our NATO allies in Central Eastern Europe, to the war crimes committed by Russian forces, Putin's Russia is a threat to global stability. You would agree with your prior statement, right, that Putin's Russia is a threat to global stability?
I would agree that in my role as Secretary of State, my job is to bring Russia to the table to end the war, and that's what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to end a war so that more people don't die.
Thank you. And trying to end the war, I simply note that Putin on Palm Sunday launched a barrage of missiles, killed a bunch of civilians. Right before his conversation with Trump recently, he launched a bunch of missiles, killed a bunch of civilians. So clearly, Putin is giving the middle finger to you and to the president. I urge you to defeat Putin on the battlefield. That's the only way to get him to the negotiating table. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Representative Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here. On March 21st, 2025, the State Department approved the revocation of a student visa for Rumeysa Öztürk, a Turkish citizen who is a graduate student at Tufts University, apparently simply for writing an op-ed. According to an internal State Department memo, you took this action under your discretionary authority to revoke visas, and soon after you revoked her visa, armed and masked plainclothes officers snatched Ms. Öztürk off the street and transported her to a prison in Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, do you really think that Ms. Öztürk's op-ed results in a foreign policy consequence for the United States?
I believe that case involves someone whose visa we never would have granted had we known ahead of time.
I'm not asking you that question. I'm asking you if you think an op-ed, but that's exactly, in fact, what happened. The State Department wrote a memo concluding that you did not have sufficient grounds to revoke Ms. Öztürk's visa. There was no evidence showing that she'd engaged in any activities that were a threat to national security. And in fact, in May, a federal court ordered Ms. Öztürk's release from detention, noting that the sole basis for the government's detention appeared to be the fact that she co-authored this opinion piece in the Tufts newspaper in March of 2024. Where in the Constitution does it say that the Secretary of State can override the First Amendment protections of free speech? Is there a footnote that I missed
There's
somewhere?
no constitutional right to a student visa.
So, but is there a
constitutional
right? Does it say somewhere that Marco Rubio gets to determine which speech is appropriate and revoke student visas based on what you think constitutes free speech?
There's a statute that says the Secretary of State gets to determine whether someone is a threat. We deny visas every day all over the world.
Do you think that the Immigration and Nationality Act trumps the Constitution of the United States, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Congress can always change the law if you want, but I'm telling you,
Mr.
in the meanwhile, I
Secretary,
have the authority. I will
clear.
continue to revoke the visas of these people that come here to tear this country apart.
You said that, Mr. Secretary. Let me reclaim my time because you are talking about revoking student visas based on what somebody says. And that means that you are trumping the legal supreme court, the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution of the United States.
No one has a right to a student visa.
Mr. Rubio, why did the administration need to use masked, armed, unidentified agents to whisk somebody off the street and deny her counsel for almost 24 hours after her arrest?
Well, you'll have to ask the agencies that did that work.
Well,
I'm not responsible for that I'm responsible for
but-
revoking the visas of these people that come to tear
Secretary
this country
Rubio,
apart.
I'm talking
Never should
about
have
this
allowed 'em in.
particular case where you revoked the student visa of a Turkish citizen who was a graduate student who wrote an op-ed that you didn't like. And suddenly you allowed for masked men to whisk her off the street. And you have multiple jobs, apparently. You're the national security advisor as well. So don't tell me it's not your job who snatches her off the street.
We don't do
If
the
these
snatching,
are
but I can tell you we
legitimate-
do the visa
Let
revocations,
me
and
ask
we're
you
going to
about
keep
the
doing them.
national security consequences of people, masked men on the streets, snatching people off the streets. If these are legitimate law enforcement agents carrying out proper arrests, why are they hiding their identities?
Because then radical crazies will try to hurt them.
So
Because
you,
we
so
know
you
from what we've
think that
seen.
U.S. agents who have almost always gone without face coverings, even when they're arresting
I
some
can't
of the
speak
most,
to law
some of
enforcement
the
functions. We're
country's
not a law
most
enforcement
dangerous
agency.
criminals, suddenly have so much to fear from a graduate student who wrote an op-ed that they need to be masked?
Again,
Is that
law
accurate?
student was a guest in the United States on a student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa.
So
we
you
deny
revoked her
visas every
student
day,
visa
and we will
on,
revoke and
based
continue
on
to
an
revoke
op-ed,
visas.
which trumps the Supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution.
Someone's coming up
You
here to stir
clearly-
up problems on our campus. We're going to revoke their visa.
She didn't
They're
do any of
guests.
that. She wrote an op-ed.
Well,
She
that's
wrote
what
an
you
op-ed,
claim.
and I'm talking to you about her
That's her
particular
lawyer's
case.
claims and your
You
claims. Those are not the facts.
You reclaiming my time. You revoked her student visa
Yes,
because she
proudly.
wrote an op-ed.
And
Would
we'll do
you
more. We're
revoke?
gonna do more of
I
them.
have another question for you. Would you revoke the visa of someone in the United States who published claims that quote Jews are an untrustworthy and dangerous group? Yes or no?
We will revoke the visa of anyone who's in this country as a guest
Are
who's
you
here to stir up
going to
trouble.
revoke the visa of somebody who made
Send me
that?
the case,
that,
I'll look at it.
that
I'm looking-
statement?
I'm looking to
Well,
get crazy people out of
actually,
our
it's not
country.
just about revoking.
Forward
You
to
actually,
revoking the visas
Secretary
of any
Rubio,
lunatics you
excuse
can
me,
identify.
reclaiming my time. Can you explain to me why the Trump administration granted refugee status to Charles Kleinhaus, the white Afrikaner who tweeted that exact statement that I just said? There's the case.
That's not a visa.
You granted that person
That's
to
a
enter the
totally
United
different process.
States.
That's someone that applied here through a totally different process.
Secretary Rubio,
visas are a privilege.
Secretary
we deny
Rubio,
them all the time, and
you
we'll revoke them.
revoked
And-
a visa based on an op-ed, and then you allowed for
Gentlelady's time
masked
has
men
expired.
to
That's your
snatch
claim. That's
somebody off
accurate. That's
the
your claim.
street.
Your time
That's your
has
claim.
expired.
That's your claim. That's not accurate.
Recognize Ranking Obama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, do you know what this is?
I'm sorry, my Lasix is not as good as
That's
it
all
used to
right.
be.
I'll explain. This is a ready-to-use therapeutic food, also known as a RUF. It's produced in the United States by Adesia Nutrition in Rhode Island and Manny Nutrition in Georgia from American-grown farm products. A single box that I have right here of this miracle product can save a child from dying of severe acute malnutrition in only 6 to 10 weeks. Now, since January, you have promised over and over again that foreign aid freezes will not include life-saving assistance. RUF saved the lives of children who are starving around the world. Do you agree that this product is life-saving aid?
It can be, yes.
Well, Secretary Rubio, the World Food Program estimates that 8,000 children die from hunger every day. Until last Friday, over 123,000 RUF boxes were purchased for Sudan, but were sitting in Rhode Island in a warehouse because of State Department delays. So my question for you is, are you doing everything you can to keep starving children from
There was
dying?
no State Department delays to that being deployed. There may have been other delays, but it wasn't State Department.
There were State Department delays. And it is clear that you have not done everything you can do to keep these kids from starving because there
Or
are
no State
another
Department delays.
185,000 boxes of RUFs that the U.S. government and taxpayers have already paid for sitting in that same warehouse, all because the State Department doesn't have a plan, doesn't have its stuff together to get this rolling. So I can think of several countries where this aid is desperately needed, where these boxes of RUFs could save hundreds of thousands of children's lives. And these delays have real consequences, not just for starving children, but also jobs at home. I talked to the CEO of Adesia who said they had to lay off 10% of their team due to the lack of payments from the U.S. government and a lack of clarity in March. So Secretary Rubio, will you commit to making decisions needed to move the remaining 185,000 boxes of RUFs to countries that need them by the end of this week?
Well, I'd be interested to learn what those impediments
Well,
are.
we've been talking about this for a while. I've sent you letters since
But there's
January.
no impediment on our end to
There
distributing
are
that.
impediments.
There are
I'm
others.
speaking
Part of
directly
it,
to the
Sudan
source.
is a war zone.
Secretary,
I mean,
I'm
that's an
reclaiming my
impediment.
time. This exists
other
as a
impediments.
problem, and you have not acted.
That's false.
And maybe it's the case that you have too many jobs. because I know it's the case. It must be a lot to be the national security advisor, the national archivist, or the head of USAID. That's a lot. I understand a lot of footballs. You're a football player. That's a lot of balls to catch. But the issue here is
All right, we
we
can
have
handle it.
children who are dying. So will you commit to continuing to fund the production, transportation, and distribution of these domestically produced life-saving products to save starving children around the world?
They're approved now.
They are not moving. I just told you about 185,000 boxes in Rhode Island. I
And
live
you
there.
need to figure out why they're not moving, because it isn't an impediment from us.
Sir, you need to figure out. That's actually your job, sir.
No, it's no impediment from the State Department.
Well, Mr.
There may be
Secretary, it
logistical
seems like you
impediments that have
will not
nothing to
make
do
a
with
commitment.
us.
Sir, it seems like you refuse to make
We
a
do
commitment.
more of that than anybody in the world, and we're going to continue to do it. We're going to continue to do food aid. We're going to do more food aid than any country on the planet times 10.
Well, that's a lot of talk. But I believe
Those are numbers.
Seeing is believing, and
But
there
those are
is not to
numbers.
be seen.
Those are numbers. Those are facts. We do more foreign aid.
Well,
and
I've
more
got
food
numbers. I've got 185,000 boxes that aren't moving. So,
Yeah, but the State Department doesn't move
I'm going to do you a
boxes.
little favor.
We
I'm gonna-
authorize them to
Mr.
move, and they're
Secretary, I'm
authorized-
reclaiming my time, sir. I'm going to
They're
do you a
authorized
favor.
to move. Well, you ask questions you don't let anybody answer. I'm telling you, they're allowed
And I
to
have a
move.
question for you, and you're compelled to answer. Why don't you take 10 seconds now to turn to your staff and say, let's get this fixed?
My staff knows that this has been fixed.
No, it
There's no
hasn't been
impediment on the
fixed.
State
Well,
Department
then
side.
you have not proven that to me. If the people who are affected, both here domestically and around the world, are not receiving this life-saving product.
They are receiving it.
Look, you staked your career in the Senate on supporting humanitarian aid, but now you won't make a commitment, or you're saying things have been done
I
that
already
haven't
made
been
the
done.
commitment.
You've made a commitment?
We do more food aid than anybody in the world, and we're doing more today than anybody in the world.
Secretary, I'm reclaiming my time. You are speaking in generalities. I'm talking about
I'm
specifics.
speaking in specifics. We do more than anybody in the world, and we're doing more than anybody in the world right now at this very moment.
That's hyperbole, sir, because this has been
So who
disrupted
does more?
because of your
Who does more?
freezing of aid.
Who does more food aid than the United States?
Sir, why are you asking me questions? My job is to ask you
Well,
questions.
you're the one that's claiming that we're not.
Secretary,
Tell
I'm
me who
reclaiming
does
my time.
more food aid
Secretary,
than
I'm
we
reclaiming
do?
my client. This is why I'm introducing the Rubio Act. So you focus on the one job that the Senate gave you to serve as our Secretary of State because you are clearly distracted, okay? After the last few months, I understand why President Trump has such colorful nicknames for you. You're obedient. You're following the rules. You will do anything the president tells you to do without regard for the law, the Constitution, America's security, or standing as a leader in the world. Unlike you, I do not fear crossing Donald Trump. I refuse to give up on these children. I will be calling you once a week until you take action to fund RUF and actually prove that you're doing this job to make sure you know how many children have died on your watch. Will you pick up my call?
No children are dying on
Will
our
you
watch.
pick up my call, sir?
Pick up your call?
When I call you to check in on your progress.
Our
Gentleman's
progress
time
is
has
already
expired.
being made. We already do
Representative
more than
Mills is
anybody in the world.
recognized.
No, but he's made some strong accusations here. We're doing more than anybody in the world. That food is being distributed now, and he knows that.
Very good. To the distinguished ranking member, you are recognized.
Thank you. And I agree with Mr. Chairman in terms of Iran, no enrichment, but no funding proxies. We've got to stop their terrorist activities. Mr. Secretary, we all like efficiency, and every president has a right to review programs. But with all due respect, it just seems to me what's been happening is backwards. Congress, we created USAID as an independent agency. Then without Congress, the administration has unilaterally dismantled USAID. Now you're bringing some functions, you say, over to the State Department. So I want to ask you about what's going on with all these people who are working, first of all, who are working for the USAID. There's thousands of them all over the world, I understand. Some have been brought back, some haven't, and they have been what's called, I guess, some are waiting until June or July, and they will be permanently fired. Maybe you can give me those statistics. Under Title V authorities, if an agency function is transferred to another agency, you must hire the employees from the old agency first. Is that something that you're going to do?
Well, first of all, you're right about employees are in staggered return status. Some of them, frankly, are because their kids are finishing school or some medical need or a pregnancy. And so we wanted to be accommodating. We've actually allowed some to come back as late as September, October, depending. As far as the function is concerned, well, the function will be the same, in essence, humanitarian assistance, food aid, but it'll be conducted out of the State Department and with new contracts. And we are in the process today of hopefully by July 1st having personnel in place to assume these responsibilities, and some of them will be former USAID employees. In fact, we're involved in the interview process now. I can't give you a percentage of how many will be. There's some others that maybe have not done, we're not working at USAID that are interested in applying. And there are some individuals within the State Department that perhaps have done development work in the past that would seek to transfer to that as Foreign Service officers or career civil servants that could fill that role. But I can tell you for certainty that we have had large number of former USAID or soon-to-be former USAID employees applying for employment in the State Department in these different bureaus that we're setting up.
So I understand what's underway. What I don't understand is what was the rush about? I mean, to just upset people on a mission, working dedicated, no fault of their own. You've turned their lives upside down, but not only that, disrupted all kinds of programs. I won't go through that. Why was such a rush to do that without coming to Congress and working with us as partners? Because I'll tell you, it's maddening. You want us to give you money for another budget. And you want us to rubber stamp these actions.
Well, I would say that these are reforms that people have talked about for a long time. As I said, multiple secretaries of state have wanted to bring the function of foreign aid, humanitarian assistance, the like, under all of it under the umbrella of the State Department, and it never happened. And so I think in this case, quite frankly, there's just a real impatience to get to reform and to restructure. When you move at that pace, obviously, there's going to be some disruptions, as there have been. I've talked to several of you during this period of time about some of this in the process, and it was a lot of hard work, but we feel like we've turned the corner and are now heading in a direction of building something that will be able to deliver on the national interests.
Well, let me just say, in this case, not having patience is not a virtue, and I really hope that you're going to halt some of these actions till we can actually work with you. There are, as our ranking member said, there are congressionally directed programs like family planning, democracy, education, women, peace, and security. Are these things that you are planning to continue in the State Department?
Yeah, nothing that is statutory is changed in the organizational changes. We do not touch any statutory functions. Obviously, if Congress passes an authorization, or its own reorganization, and we would hope it would look a lot like ours, if we could work with you on it, then that would be ideal because it would make some of these changes permanent.
The thing is, we don't know what your plan is. It doesn't sound like you know what your plan is yet. So how do you know what your staffing needs are? I mean, you're firing all these people before we even know what the plan is.
Well, that's in USAID. There's been no real, we've about 180 employees is the only numbers that have been released from the State Department because we got rid of an entire bureau, the Global Engagement Center, and one other. So that's different from USAID. I think that's what you're referring to in terms of the large numbers. As far as our plan, well, here's what we did. We sort of sent a proposed organizational structure. And we're now receiving comments as a result of that proposal, including from members of this committee and your staff and people inside of our building. And then we hope to bring you a congressional notification on reorganization on the basis of that comment period.
I'm getting hammered, but Mr. Chair, I just have one very important question left, very quick, which is this, because we want to work together. But I want to ask you whether you will commit yourself to using the funds that we put in to the congressional directives of this and the next budget.
Well, that's a decision OMB will have to bring before you in terms of what they seek to do with the remaining funds that are at this point unspent.
All right, we're going to move on, and again, thank you, member. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I might quickly say that a while ago we had a briefing by USAID senior officials, Jim Cunder, Chris Milligan, and just a quote, what has been done was an 84% cut to USAID. It scatters the remnants of USAID across a dozen state bureaus and almost guarantees that our competitors will dominate in local competition. The fact is, people have been fired and agencies and programs have been terminated. Secretary Rubio, human lives have been lost. Extensive damage is done to the U.S. international standing under your watch. This would not have happened if the administration had followed the law and congressional intent. Congress appropriated foreign aid funding with a clear set of directives, yet with no notice to Congress. The administration has broken the law, completely dismantled U.S. Foreign aid, hijacked funding for the State Department and USAID at the behest of Elon Musk and Doge. I might just say, You don't have the authority. Elon Musk doesn't have the authority. The president doesn't have the authority. And OMB doesn't have the authority. The authority to appropriate funding comes from this body, the United States Congress, and it is so stated in the Constitution. You're now sitting on billions of dollars. This subcommittee, which appropriated that funding in the first place, has no idea of how you plan to use them. Secretary, how do you plan to spend your agency's remaining fiscal year 2025 money, if not as directed by the Congress?
Well, I think the president through OMB is going to work with you and the Congress on how best to, reset the funding levels for the new year and how to move those funds. And we await OMB guidance in that regard.
Well, I would just say for months we have been asking for a list of which programs were cut and why, and all we have received is this unintelligible spreadsheet, a sheet that does not seem to reflect reality. We need clear answers on how you need to plan to spend this year's funding, and asking for a commitment that you let us know, because you have terminated programs, you have fired staff. What are you going to do with that money that was already appropriated?
Well, again, we're waiting for OMB guidance, and obviously they'll reach out and work with Congress on these funds. that have not been
OMB is
spent.
not working with Congress. The president is not working with Congress. You are not working with the Congress. We need to understand, if we are going to appropriate dollars, what it is that has happened. What is it that you propose to do with the billions of dollars that you have expropriated? If you
Yeah,
will?
again, that's a function, as you know, that's OMB has those decisions to
Well,
make, and they'll have to work with
then I guess you
you
don't have
on
much
it.
control over your agency, Mr.
Well,
Secretary.
ultimately, well, we
According
have
to
a lot of
public
control
reporting,
because
you have terminated more than 90% of USAID programs, 60% of programs at state. All are the firing of all our development experts in the next few weeks, and are preparing to fire hundreds more at the State Department. We need an accountability. And if we can't, I don't know, if we can't get it from the Secretary, then from whom are we going to get this accountability? It is your department.
Well, with all due respect, some of your numbers are incorrect. We have not cut 60% of the funding at the State Department. If you're referring to the budget request, that's different. There has not been mass layoffs at the State Department. I think there's been less than 200 people that have been riffed from the State Department. From the State
I'm talking
Department.
about, well, USAID. And
Oh,
now
well,
you
that's a
plan,
different one,
Well,
right.
no, it's not a different issue. You now plan to take on, and the gentleman said you're going to scatter the remnants of
That's false.
USAID throughout the State Department. Who is going to make sure appropriated funds are spent properly?
Well, they're not going to be scattered. They're actually going to be consolidated in a couple of funds that deliver, for example, International Humanitarian Assistance Fund. We'll also have an increase to the Emergency Refugee and Migration Assistance
You
Fund.
mentioned previous secretaries who have moved in this direction, and I just want to say to you that they decided not to do it because it was ill-advised. 15% of the planned cuts, there's 15% planned cuts of state staff. Now, who is going to make sure that appropriated funds are spent properly if you have fired all the staff with experience overseeing the process? Will you personally be approving every expenditure? I know you have a lot of jobs already.
No, we're not. First of all, we haven't fired any experienced staff other than the people that were riffed out of the two divisions in the department. But other than that, I said at the State Department, there's been only under 200 people have been removed. Some have retired and so forth, but that's normal in any cycle. We are also going to hire new people,
Let me
including,
just
as
say,
I've already.
you have,
well,
my time is short, Mr. Secretary.
so is mine, and that's why I want to tell you that
well,
we're
my
also
time
going
is
to bring in
short
people
here.
from USAID.
My time is short. I reclaim my time. You've terminated key monitoring and evaluation programs. Allow us to account for the use of this funding. How does allowing the money to flow out the door while hamstringing your own ability to track that money make our government more efficient and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse? It's clear that from the administration and Musk that the process is ignorant of the purpose of foreign aid, utterly unprepared to manage their own dictates, taking a chainsaw to foreign aid with no concern for human lives or the broader consequences for our security, no plan for the future. I yield back. Thank you.
Privileged to recognize Ms. Meng now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. First, I wanted to continue to urge you and the President to do everything in your power to bring home the 58 hostages who Hamas still holds in captivity. That includes 4 American citizens, Itai Khan, Gadi Hagai, Judith Weinstein Hagai, and Omer Nutra. And I want to urge you to continue efforts to please get humanitarian aid into Gaza and make sure it's getting to Palestinian civilians and not Hamas. Mr. Secretary, I too am extremely concerned that your actions will prevent the State Department from fulfilling requirements under federal law to comply with congressional directives and fund programs that Congress agrees, bipartisan agreement, are a priority. One example is basic education, authorized by the Reinforcing Education Accountability and Development, or READ Act. This is a bill that you personally introduced in 2017, and I was proud to co-lead its reauthorization last year in the House. However, during your review of foreign aid, you personally canceled all international basic education programs. As a result, an estimated 44 million learners will lose access to education, vocational, and workforce development programs supported by the U.S. government. These are programs that make us safer, stronger, and more prosperous by building stability and helping kids stay in school. This is statutory. Under federal law, you are required to spend these funds. What is your plan to fulfill the congressional directives of the READ Act and ensure millions of children around the world can stay in school?
Well, number one, we always looked at, I would characterize that as development assistance, because that's what it is. You're trying to build the development capabilities of a country. And I think those would have to be driven, we would be open to doing programs that work, but they would have to be driven because an embassy or a regional bureau thinks these kinds of programs will work in this particular setting as opposed to this global view on it. But just because something's called something nice doesn't necessarily mean that's what it's delivering on. There are many of these programs where, frankly, if you talk to the partner nation, they would say, I'll give you an example. I was recently in one of the Caribbean nations, and they're very grateful for help with schools, but their number one need is security. They have to build up their police departments and their security assistance. So they would tell you, before we can focus on our educational systems, we want to build capacity in our law enforcement so we can provide security so that then our society can flourish and that could be possible. That doesn't mean education is not important. It just means that the nation has identified that as a more important need, and we want to have the flexibility to be able to prioritize what could be most helpful.
So that I agree, and we would love to work with you on potential legislation and programming on safety and security. But this legislation, it's not just something that sounds nice and has a pretty title. We worked on this together, the Senate, the House, Republicans, Democrats. It's something that's important and keeps us safe. And that is, statutory. That is something that has been touched. And so I wanted to follow up also in the same vein with international family planning and reproductive health programs. You have also canceled all of these programs. These programs are life-saving. In 2024 alone, they were estimated to save the lives of 34,000 women and girls, prevent over 5 million unsafe abortions, and serve over 47 million women and couples around the world with modern contraceptive care. You are statutorily required to spend $575 million in bilateral international planning awards, as Congress provided in 2024. What is the plan?
There's no plan. As I said, on those programs, with regards to that, there's no plan to spend that money. We're not going to be in that business globally. I mean, we're not going to do it.
So it doesn't matter that Congress passed the law?
Well, the money, that's not, the money that's been appropriated is for that purpose, but the way it's been spent, those programs, the way that money was being spent and the specific uses, we're not going to continue to do it in that same way.
What is the plan then? I know you talked about reorganization.
Again, all of those funds that will be brought under one of the two buckets, it could be humanitarian assistance, it could be development assistance, it could be refugee and migration assistance. We will work with Congress to find a way to channel those funds in a way that comply with the statute, but at the same time are not funding activities that the administration feels is outside even the purview of the statute.
I just want to say that is statute, that is law, and contrary to your testimony, you are touching and changing it. And you said you wanted to work together with Congress. On April 24th, almost 90 members sent you a letter about these programs requesting a response. We still have not received a response. I respect that you say you want to work with us, but we need more than words, we need actions.
You'll get a response. What day was that letter?
April 24th. Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to turn to the war in Sudan. This is, as you know, the world's largest displacement and humanitarian crisis. 500,000 people are facing famine. I saw firsthand the suffering when I visited Sudanese refugees in Chad. Earlier this year, and again yesterday, you reiterated that the Rapid Support Forces, a militia, is committing a genocide in Sudan. Is that correct?
We're very concerned about what both sides are doing, frankly, but the RSF in particular.
Correct. I agree with that. You also said as part of that, that all of our engagement with the UAE, we need to raise the fact that they are openly supporting an entity that is carrying out a genocide. And yet, President Trump continues to arm the UAE. In fact, he just blew through Ranking Member Meek's congressional hold on over $1 billion in arms sales, ignoring this committee's longstanding role as an independent check on major arms sales. And we can have a policy debate here about the merits of continuing to arm the UAE or not, despite this genocide. I had that same conversation with Secretary Blinken. But actually, I want to talk about the events that led up to that decision. So on April 30th, the Trump Organization, which Donald Trump still owns, unveiled plans to build an 80-story Trump Tower in Dubai. Then on May 1st, Trump's crypto company, World Liberty Financial, secured a $2 billion deal with an Emirati company with deep ties to the government. And only 11 days later, on May 12th, your department notified our committee that it would ignore Ranking Member Meek's holds on UAE arms sales. Secretary Rubio, we have a president who is personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government-backed company at the same time he is selling lethal weapons to that same government. Isn't that a clear conflict of interest?
I think no matter who was president, they would have to deal with the UAE. We have to. There are members.
That's not my question. We can have a policy debate about how we should engage with the UAE.
You're making claims about corruption, and I'm answering that any president in the United States, I don't care who the president is, would have to deal with UAE. They're a member of the Abraham Accords, number one. They've been incredibly cooperative on a bunch of other issues. We don't agree with them on 100%. We have concerns about some of the things they do, but this is called the balancing of foreign policy.
Secretary
it is
Rubio,
in our national interest to have
you.
a good relationship with the UAE, despite the fact that there are things we do we don't like.
Secretary Rubio, I don't disagree with you. I just visited the UAE a couple weeks ago and had these very same conversations there, but I don't think this is a complicated question. President Trump is personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government while selling weapons to that same government who is enabling a genocide. Policy aside, are you really saying you don't think this is a conflict of interest?
No, you're making claims. The president's family owns a business, and they can conduct business anywhere in the world they want. The president's never once raised business deals in UAE when talking about it. Any president would have to have a relationship with the UAE.
Secretary Rubio,
the
that's
previous
just silly.
administration had one too.
President Trump has retained his ownership of these companies, and I have an image right here from World Liberty Financial's website. So the idea that President Trump is not the face of the brand of this company on top from benefiting from them, and it literally says on the website that Mr. Trump and his family members own a 60% stake in this company, that's silly. So we can talk about the policy merits. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you believe it's a conflict of interest to have a president personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government while selling weapons to that same government who's enabling a genocide?
I don't accept the premise of your question. I think this has nothing to do with personally benefiting from anything. This has to do with the fact that in order to conduct foreign policy in the Middle East, you're going to have to deal with the UAE.
Mr. Secretary, this is a clear conflict of interest, and anyone with any common sense can see that. The president is personally benefiting from billions of dollars of deals, and he doesn't care at all about the people of Sudan who are experiencing famine and genocide. It's shocking to me that you can't admit that. It's clear that you seem more concerned about staying in Trump's good graces than sticking up for human rights and American values that you once were a champion for. With that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Representative Olszewski.
Well, you make these claims about staying in good graces. You accuse people of being
Reclaiming my time,
corrupt.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
False.
Secretary. I appreciate
do
a
UAE.
softball
We
for
have
you,
to
yes or no, since I don't have a lot of time, and I appreciate it. The chairman gives me a few seconds back. Softball for you. Would you, yes or no, as Secretary, find it outrageous for you to solicit or accept a $200,000 Rolls Royce from a foreign government for personal or State Department use?
That offer's never been made to me.
Yes, so you would reject that offer?
The offer of a Rolls Royce?
Yes.
I don't understand the purpose of that
You
question.
would.
That's a silly question.
The fact that you can't answer the question,
I
Mr.
just
Secretary,
answered. I said it's silly.
silly because you would accept it or not?
Of course not. Who would accept it? But
Well,
no one's
then
giving.
I think you should
But what are
maybe
you
perhaps,
equating that to?
Mr. Secretary, reclaim my time. I think you are an honorable man by most accounts, but the man that you work for doesn't. And the fact that he is soliciting and accepting a $400 million plane is problematic. And you should know about it. It came up in a Senate hearing. You should read about it, add it to your reading, because it is problematic for foreign policy. It adds to the corruption that my colleague just said. And I hope you speak out against it. Thank you.
Just in terms of Ukraine, my concern is that when you equate these two powers at the negotiating table, it does seem to diminish the fact that Russia was the aggressor, and having been there 5 times since the war started, stood at Bucha at the mass grave and heard accounts of rape and murder and the kidnapping of kids. I just don't hear the administration talking about holding Putin accountable for these things as part of these discussions. And finally recognizing that Putin doesn't seem to have any reason to negotiate in good faith because he has, what, 4 to 6 times the manpower? He treats his troops like cannon fodder. And I think he probably recognized this is an administration that will do another supplemental. So what in the world are we doing to hold him accountable and to actually force him into negotiating in good faith? And again, not rewarding him with de facto land that he currently occupies. And what is it? We're punishing him that he can't have additional land? So what is it we are doing to actually hold him accountable and force him to negotiate in good faith beyond really stern tweets?
Yeah, on the second point, those are the details that would have to be worked out in any negotiation. And as I said, he'll have to make concessions, and so will the Ukrainian side. I don't know what those are. We're not going to predetermine what those are. That's why we wanted to enter into direct negotiations. We honestly continue to believe we're open to any peace deal, but we think it's very difficult to enter peace negotiations without a ceasefire because something blows up somewhere, some attack happens in the interim, and the negotiations fall apart. On your first question, listen, I sense, and I think we all do, what you're arguing here, okay, about the imbalance in the relationship, by who's the invasion, things of that nature. But the bottom line is this war's been going on for 3 years, and there was no end in sight. And the only way you can end it is you got to be able to bring both sides to the table. And we feel like the president, we know the president was in a unique position to be able to bring both sides to a table and be able to talk to both sides. It may ultimately not work out. It may ultimately not work out, but we have to at least try to make it work. And I think it's the same position, for example, the Vatican has adopted. There's a lot of pressure on the Vatican to condemn the Russians for their, but the way the Vatican has viewed it is unless we're able to talk to both sides, we have no hope whatsoever of trying to force a negotiation.
There's no impetus on Putin to do anything. He won't do anything, and he will be rewarded. This is more like Chamberlain than someone who's trying to win a Nobel Peace Prize. Chamberlain didn't win a Nobel Peace Prize conceding this and saying, well, this war could be going on for a long time. FDR didn't say, this war's been going on a long time. You know, we're not going to engage and involve. We're just going to see if both sides can work this out. Aggressors like a tyrant like Putin aren't going to listen to goodwill.
Well, I understand. I think the goal here is to reach a ceasefire so they can negotiate a broader deal that's fair and, frankly, sustainable. If it's an unsustainable peace, meaning if it's an unfair, unbalanced peace, it won't be sustainable. And our goal is to get them to that point. I hope we're successful because the alternative is more people will die.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Ms. Letlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being with us today. And I wanted to start with a topic that is very important to me personally, but also to my constituents. And we've been battling it at a national level, but unfortunately, it's a worldwide issue, and that's human trafficking. It remains an urgent and devastating human rights issue worldwide. It disproportionately targets women and children, trapping them in cycles of forced labor, sexual exploitation, and modern-day slavery. Combating this crisis requires sustained commitment to prevention, prosecution, and survivor support. An anti-human trafficking group recently shared with me that although this takes place overseas, it has a direct impact on our own citizens. I've learned that human traffickers have forced victims to work in scam call centers, where they are made to target vulnerable Americans, particularly the elderly, with the intent to steal money and commit identity theft. Secretary Rubio, what strategies is the department employing to ensure that anti-trafficking efforts remain effective and targeted, particularly in high-risk regions where women and children are most vulnerable? And what steps is the department taking to strengthen international cooperations and enforcement mechanisms to disrupt and expose trafficking networks and safeguard survivors?
Yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, that's one of the reasons why we've preserved and actually advanced one of the bureaus under the Office of Coordinator for Foreign Assistance and Humanitarian Affairs, we have a new division, or not a new division, but moved under that branch of Population, Refugee, and Migration. And the key is, we're not in the business, in many cases, some of these programs in the past were about, frankly, accelerating migration, helping people along the migratory path as they came towards the United States. And we want to prevent mass migration because mass migration lends itself to human trafficking. I would argue in many cases mass migration, frankly, is human trafficking because you are getting people, you are charging them money, promising to bring them to the border of the United States, and then committing horrifying atrocities along the way, including in many cases handing those people over at the border to traffickers inside our own country who then tell them they have to pay off their debt by working for them. And this was happening, and it was happening on a consistent and horrifying basis. There's nothing humanitarian, there's nothing compassionate about mass migration. The only people who benefit from mass migration are the traffickers. And so that is one of the things that we want to be able to prevent. I think you also see, obviously, the opportunity to disrupt it at the ground level. I'm very concerned about Haiti, a country that we have seen a long history of not just the abduction of children and young girls, but of people writ large into trafficking networks. And so that's what instability creates in places like that. And I think all of our missions around the world already have a mandate, but will have an increased mandate in our view, not just to prevent mass migration, but to identify networks that are preying on vulnerable individuals for purposes of human trafficking. And I would say that there are many countries around the world that have a willingness to tackle it, but don't have the capacity. Right. And then there are other countries, frankly, who look the other way because it's an industry or it's run by people who have ties to the government, and that needs to be called out as well.
Thank you so much. My constituents will appreciate that response. I appreciate the administration's continued commitment to protect life and ensuring that U.S. taxpayer dollars are used responsibly. I also understand the desire to refocus State Department funding towards core priorities like safeguarding our own national security by addressing the spread of infectious diseases abroad that could impact the U.S. and its citizens. As the budget priorities evolve, it may be worth considering how the U.S. health investments align with the broader objective of supporting effective programs that address preventable infectious diseases, improve health outcomes, and save lives, and reduce long-term dependence on external assistance. Programs such as Gavi and PEPFAR, which you discussed earlier, have contributed to these types of goals. Secretary Rubio, with the adjustments in the proposed budget, how is the department planning to reorganize or reprioritize its health resources in a way that reflects the original intent behind these initiatives?
Yes, well, I mentioned on the question of PEPFAR already, where we have preserved it. 85% of recipients are now receiving PEPFAR services, and we want to build on the program and improve it because it's one that has strong bipartisan commitment, has been successful, but it needs to be measured not just by how much money we spend, but by the success of empowering local government, the host governments to eventually build their capacity and graduate from the program. In the case of vaccines, we continue to provide vaccine services. What we have problems with is a number of these international organizations like Gavi and others and the way they've conducted themselves. I would extend to that the way the World Health Organization behaved during the pandemic, where frankly, I think they did not just a poor job, but an outrageous job of covering up for China and the irresponsibility on the Chinese end when that started. So we are looking actively at alternatives to multinational organizations like Gavi to provide the same service, but in a better way, in a way that actually ensures our purpose, which is to prevent disease and instability in other countries.
That's encouraging news. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Recognizes Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure something out. I know you said you read a lot of cables every day, and I know that when you first got sworn in at your confirmation hearing, you stated that being the Secretary of State would be an extraordinary responsibility. Here we are 4 months later, but reading cables every day. How much time do you spend at the State Department?
How much what?
How much time?
Do I spend
at the State Department?
Almost every day. If I'm in the country, I travel a lot. It's part of the job.
I agree. I understand. But now you have 4 jobs, don't you? Now you're not only the Secretary of State, you are also the acting USAID administrator. You're also the acting archivist. You're also the interim national security advisor. You cannot spend every day at the State Department and then neglect your other jobs that you have the responsibility to do. So how much time do you spend at the other jobs if you spend every day at the State Department?
Well, now you know why I can't offer you 8 hours today to answer every question on this committee, which you were complaining about earlier. Look, here's the thing. All those jobs are being done. USAID largely has been folded into the... Do you want my answer? Or do you want to...
No, I just want to know this. Did you anticipate or did you want, when you were sworn in to be the Secretary of State, do you want to have the jobs of USAID administrator?
No, I did not apply for those jobs.
Did not apply
I
for
was
them.
asked to serve in those roles, and I'm happy to do it. The archives are doing great. The USAID has been folded under state, so it's a sort of a duplicative role. And the National Security Advisor, which is on an interim basis, has tremendous overlap with what we're doing at the State Department.
Well, then why not get rid of all of them and just put everything under you? Get rid of all those departments. If it's not crucial to have someone every day at the as a National Security Advisor, you folded in USAID, you saying the archives is fine, get rid of them. Wouldn't that be then waste? Based upon how you have determined there's waste, based upon your testimony earlier, in some of these other departments, they were duplicative. So if it's duplicative, then get rid of them.
Well, you would have to pass a law to do that if you want to combine those 4 offices in your reorg.
Well, look, that hasn't stopped you in the past because the law requires you to consult with Congress on any proposed reorganization of USAID or the State Department. That hasn't happened. I agree. It should be the Congress's responsibility. Your staff claimed, quote, that you've extensively consulted Congress on your plan to fold USAID into state. But that did not happen. All we members have gotten was 1 hour of a meeting with Pete Morocco, who you later fired and who couldn't answer our most basic questions about the aid freeze. And you've ignored thus far. That's why I want to know about you've ignored nearly 20 letters from this committee seeking information about who sent, since you took office, as well as, we spoke one time, but not consulting this committee at all. I don't call that extensive consultation. So you're right. Things that you've done should be in collaboration with the United States Congress. But surely the USAID and all of these other things Congress was not consulted one time. Senator Rubio would have demanded it.
Well, we've complied with every part of the law. Every single part of the law has been complied with, including, you, for example, have written us 16 letters. You've been briefed on 7 of them. Some of them we couldn't answer, and we told you why we couldn't answer, because they were subject to litigation. 4, you've gotten answers in writing, and 5 we've gotten just in the last few days. Well, 16 letters. I've been there 17 weeks. You write me a letter a week.
I'm going to yield my last 48 seconds to Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here. Corruption is determined by our democracy, is detrimental to our democracy, and the Trump administration has moved swiftly to scale back, reverse, and dismantle various guardrails that protect Americans from corruption. We have now a plane that he's accepting by a foreign government. His family's doing business deals with a foreign government. And your office has authorized Elon Musk company Starlink to do business in at least 5 African countries and many, many others. My question is, with the dismantling of the enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and many other things, what efforts are you doing as Secretary of State to make sure that our government is free from improper foreign influence over our policy?
I mean, the examples you've given, Starlink's all over the world. There isn't a country in the world now that doesn't have Starlink for the most part. They have Starlink in Syria. We certainly didn't help them land that deal, but they've got Starlink's a global company that's present everywhere and continues to grow because they provide a very unique service no one else provides. I'm not aware of any plane that's been given. I know the media reports about it. I know that the Air Force One that's scheduled to be delivered is like 5 years off balance. So they went to Boeing, and this is the extent of what I know about this plane. I've never seen it. They went to Boeing and said, are there any planes that fit the bill? Boeing produced a list of planes that they'd sold over the last few years. One of them happened to be in Qatar. You'd have to ask the Department of Defense, because that would go to the Air Force. That would not come to the State Department. Beyond that, look, we're involved in helping businesses expand all over the world. There isn't a single day that we aren't involved in helping an American company gain access to a market, and we'll continue to do so. As far as people involved in our government that are doing that, I'm not aware of anyone on the cabinet or in the President's White House that's using the State Department to expand their personal portfolio. And if there are, we wouldn't help them do that. But no one's ever asked us to do that. So I think we're following the law with regards to what we're doing to prevent corruption.
So is the answer to
Chair
my-
recognizes Representative Smith for.
Mr. Chair, you told us about all these wonderful business deals that were announced in the Middle East. It's reminiscent of the first year of the first term of Donald Trump, where he announced a $10 billion investment by Foxconn in Wisconsin. It is still an empty field. I am sure that the only deals announced in the Middle East that will actually happen were the bribery deals, the $400 million plane and the $2 billion Abu Dhabi will put into the cryptocurrency sponsored by Mr. Trump. TikTok. Mr. Secretary, you led the effort to say that it shouldn't be controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. We passed a law with your help. That law requires that we ban TikTok now because all of the expiration dates have expired. But instead, we saw Chinese interests affiliated with TikTok transfer $300 million into the Trump coin, which is a pure gift. It's $300 million for nothing but monopoly money. And so there's a word in Mandarin for this. It's called bribery. And it raises the question that I'll ask you to respond to for the record, and that is there any statute this administration will not violate for a $300 million Chinese bribe? We next focus on on USAID. Musk gutted it. He said no one died as a result. Do you agree that no one has died yet as a result of the chainsawing of USAID? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, the question is, has anyone what?
Has anyone in the world died because of what Elon Musk did?
Listen.
Yes or no, reclaiming my time. If you won't answer, that's a loud answer.
No one has died because of USAID.
The people who have died
That's
as a
lie.
result of cutting off the oxygen of a woman in Burma and denying HIV/AIDS treatment to those in Africa. They are dead now at the hands of Elon Musk and his co-conspirators.
Chair
I
now
yield back.
recognizes Representative.
Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this Inspector General report about the impact of USAID involved in the state. Mr. Secretary, I did not get the chance to know you while you were in the Senate, but like you did, I also have traveled a lot to Africa, have seen firsthand the gratitude of lives that we've saved. You know, after the Ebola crisis in 2014, had a chance to visit villages in Sierra Leone, and just the joy and thanks to the United States. You know, in 2015, you stated this, and again, foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget, but foreign aid can make a difference when properly used. And if you ever have a chance, travel to the African continent and you will meet people who are alive today because their American taxpayer-funded antiviral HIV medications that kept them alive. It will not be easy to radicalize people who are alive because the American taxpayer saved their lives and the lives of their children. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yeah, and that's why we're still going to do foreign aid.
Great. So that's incredibly important. As a young doctor in the 1990s, I took care of a lot of people that were dying of HIV and AIDS. It is a painful death. What I hear on the ground in Africa is that these medications aren't getting to folks, that some of the folks that deliver the medications aren't getting to folks, and people are dying. We need to do what we did under President Bush with PEPFAR. We've saved over 25 million lives. Nearly 8 million babies are alive today because we prevented them from getting HIV/AIDS. I want to work with you to make sure we continue doing that. That is the goodness of the American people. I'm a little bit older than some of the people on this committee. I grew up looking at pictures of kids that were starving in the 80s. Part of the reason why I became a doctor, part of the reason why I'm on this committee and why I've focused so much on health, nutrition, food aid, is because of pictures like that that are embedded in my mind as a kid. We came together as a country. Part of what moral clarity of the United States is we are a country of abundance. President Trump may not think this is in our national security interest, but I think it is in our faith interest. It is who we are as a spiritual nation, as a faith-based nation. We worry about that. We care about relieving starvation and so forth. We've got to do more because I talk to the faith-based groups, I talk to our implementing partners, I read the news stories. I do not want to see more pictures like this coming out and I'm definitely afraid in the next 30 days, 60 days, 2 years, 4 years, we're going to see more death and starvation because nobody else can do what we do as the United States of America. I'd like your commitment that you will work with us to make sure we continue providing food aid, that we continue doing what we do best based on our moral clarity. Can I have your commitment on that?
Yeah, in fact, that's why we're going to have a humanitarian fund within the Department of State that's going to provide the humanitarian assistance that you've outlined. And we're still going to be by far the largest donor in the world to
Great. And
humanitarian
you'll continue
assistance.
to work with this committee, work with us in a bipartisan way, in a bicameral way, to do what we do best. Nobody can do what the United States does.
That's my hope, to be able to continue to work with you in that way. We want to see humanitarian aid. We're going to do more of it than anybody on the planet.
Great. Let's save lives. With that, let me yield the remainder of my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Steen.
Senator Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I make some remarks, I just want to say, as was said earlier, Jerry Conley, who we lost today, a great member of this body, a passionate advocate for the people of Virginia, particularly public servants working in the federal workforce. He was a mentor to so many of us who came into Congress after he started, and just one of the greats, and he will be missed dearly. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for being here today. In 2016, you warned, quote, "The world without American engagement is a world none of us wants to live with," unquote. I couldn't agree more, and I bring it up today because the threat from China has grown, not just due to global shifts outside of control, but because of political choices by this administration, short-term moves with no thought for long-term consequences. The Chinese Communist Party has spent years claiming America is too divided to lead and too unstable to trust. When you became secretary, many of us hoped you would help lead the fight to combat this propaganda, because that's exactly what you did so well serving in the United States Senate. For example, Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to submit for the record the August 2023 op-ed written by then Senator Rubio on this very subject. Without objection? Yeah. Secretary Rubio, in this op-ed, you wrote that strong, credible deterrence against Beijing is the best way to keep, quote, far-flung controversy from impacting our way of life. You added, quote, "If there's even a hint that the United States will not honor its security commitments, it will encourage Beijing to engage in more hostility to test our resolve." I thought your framing was especially smart here because you weren't just warning about policy. You were making the case for credibility. And I couldn't agree more with then Senator Rubio. But here you are today as Secretary Rubio presenting a very different record. As Secretary, we've seen you defend or be complicit in reckless foreign policy that Senator Rubio once warned against, like strategically incoherent tariffs that alienate our allies, alliance-breaking decisions that weaken our national security, partnership neglect that isolates us, abandoned commitments that shred our credibility, and hand China easy propaganda wins. None of this is deterring China, Mr. Secretary. In fact, my concern is that unless we course correct and fast, this administration is handing Beijing a string of "I told you so" moments that only strengthen their position. Look no further than the Vice President. In February, Vice President Vance took the stage of the Munich Security Conference not to criticize our adversaries, but in a rather stunning moment to attack our allies. In fact, he literally said, quote, "The threat that I worry about most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it is the threat from within," unquote. And just last month, the Ipsos global poll found that U.S. favorability fell in 26 out of 29 countries in just 6 short months. It's also the first time in the poll's history that more people now view China, not the United States, as the world's most positive influence. That's not just a perception problem, that's a strategic failure and the cost of inconsistency. Speaking of costs, these policies have also having Americans on edge as well. In Arizona, my home state, the Phoenix Sky Harbor alone, we have more than $750 million in annual exports at risk. Chip makers in Chandler in my district face increasing costs driven by the unpredictability and supply chain disruptions. At Arizona State University in my district, we rely on international students for tuition, research, and talent. They are being run off by the chaotic immigration policy that flies in the face of American values. The so-called brain drain is real, and it's tipping the balance of global innovation away from the United States. The challenge in this next century won't be fought on battlefields. It'll be the fight to shape the future, technology, trade, global trust. And if we keep turning our back on what makes America strong, we risk giving China the upper hand. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, I keep hearing you say your job is to carry out the mission of the executive branch and the agenda of the president. It's kind of hard to figure out what the president's foreign policy is. It jumps around from Gaza being a resort area to we're going to help Ukraine or we're not, we're going to have tariffs on China or we're not, we're meddling in the Romanian election. I don't know how you figure out what the agenda is. Also, you say you want to make the State Department stronger, but everything we've seen coming from y'all is that you're dead set on kind of killing it or at least undermining American interests. I think you proposed an 84% budget cut, plans for widespread diplomatic closures, laying off staff across the board. I don't see how any of those things really makes us stronger and delivers for the American people. Now, I believe that jeopardizes our national security, but I want to ask you something a little more arcane, a little more specific to my district that has to do with some economic investments, and that's about tourism. You know, we've been working very hard to improve the visa services over the last few years. Seems to me what you're doing is going to undercut that and move us backwards. We're already seeing this as a problem in Las Vegas where tourists are down by 8% just in a few short months. And this problem's going to become more acute as we look to host the Olympics and we host the World Cup. So could I just ask you, are you planning to cut the Consular Affairs Bureau that does the visas by 15% like we're hearing?
No, consular affairs may actually even be expanded. And in fact, we are looking for ways to do double shifts in some of our embassies around the world because of the visa requirements. For example, if you haven't applied for a visa from Colombia already, you probably won't get here in time for the World Cup unless we go to double shifts. So we've even talked about reassigning Foreign Service officers, many of who are trained earlier in their career in consular services, to provide 24-hour presence in some of our embassies and consulates around the world just to handle the visa load for things like the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the FIFA Club Cup, and then the Olympics 2 years behind it. And in fact, go ahead.
How are you going to do that with an 84% budget cut?
There's no 84%, but I think you're referring to USAID when it comes to the State Department.
I know that's part of it, but just
Yeah,
generally.
but when it comes to the State Department, our consular services are actually intend on ramping up efforts because of the reasons that I've just outlined below, because of the reasons I just outlined earlier. And we recognize that as a top priority. We want it to be a success. It's a priority for the president. And I think there are good numbers because it's the same division that handles it. We are setting records in the numbers of passports that are being processed. Same group of people, so it shows that our systems are improving. And finally, we're looking of ways to infusing technology and AI to even further and rapidly increase that process even further, particularly for people, we're people who have had visas in the past, so we're just restoring visas. We can move even much quicker on many of those.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, but I want to look and see what you do, not just what you say, because when you talk about cutting budgets, talk about cutting personnel, talk about closing embassies and consulates, I don't know how you can increase the visa process or make it quicker.
There's no proposal at this time to close embassies or consulates. That's been media reporting because people like to leak lies, but there's no such work.
So that's not happening?
None are proposed, and I think I would know.
Know about it? Well, okay. Well, let's check that out and see where that information is coming from. If I could switch just a little bit to Afghanistan, you've heard a little bit about that. I introduced legislation to authorize the CARE Act, the Coordination for Afghan Relocation Efforts. You voted for that, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Mass voted for that. We called for this to be created and have an appointment made. I wonder, can you tell us what's happening with that to help us serve these Afghan refugees? Or are you wearing that hat too, or is there somebody else that you're going to appoint to that position?
Well, primarily the DHS responsibility for the intake of people into our country. I can certainly take that back and give you information on what progress they've made in that regard. But I will also tell you that one of the things we're tackling right now is we have to be able to properly vet anyone who comes into this country, given the mass migration events we've confronted over the last 3 years.
I suspect these people are vetted as much or more than just about anybody else coming into the country as refugees.
Well, some of them. They include dependents, and in many cases, a higher level of vetting is necessary because they're coming from countries where we don't have a lot of information. Not every country keeps including Afghanistan, has perfect records. Some of them, we know them because they've worked with us in the past. Others, we just have limited information on them.
So, but we are going to continue with this Afghan relocation efforts and this office, this care office. That's what you're committing to me?
Well, we're going to comply with the statutory requirements, but we
Okay,
also
well,
have to
that's
be more
good.
careful about who we let into this country.
Well, I didn't say that. I know we have to be careful, but I'm just saying we need to continue with that effort. You voted for it. Mr. Mass voted for it, but I don't see any progress on it. I hear just the opposite. So I appreciate that commitment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative Jackson.
Thank you so much, and we acknowledge that we miss our dear colleague, Conley. Thank him for his years of service. Mr. Speaker, it was 39 years ago. Here in Washington, D.C., I was arrested while protesting against the apartheid government in South Africa's white minority that had a non-minority white for the greater part of the latter half of the 20th century held captive, if you will, in bondage, which sanctioned racial segregation and political and economic discrimination against its black citizens. I believe your policies on South Africa at this point in your career are wrong, precisely because either you do not understand the history of the country or you have grown indifferent, and I beg that you go to your higher nature. That being said, I want to ask you about President Trump ending U.S. government support for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility that promotes fairness in hiring and helps make our national security workforce the strongest it can be. In the name of advancing an anti-woke agenda, he has given himself permission to break the law, attacking congressionally mandated efforts that have enjoyed bipartisan consensus for decades. I believe not only in diversity is our strength as a country, but in fact, our workforce does not reflect our population, then it merits an inquiry into what are the impediments that are leading to that outcome. Would you agree with that latter statement, that diversity is our strength?
I think unity is our strength.
Okay,
That
well,
we're a diverse
furthermore,
nation is
while
important, but
those
unity is
words
our
you would
strength.
think that they were mine, they actually are recorded from you in your Senate hearing in July of 2022. Further, do you believe that following the law is important, yes or no?
We follow the law every day.
Okay. Well, you wear so many hats, it must be difficult to keep track of all the laws that you have supported, but yes, you did vote in favor of the bill, and I want to read a section of the bill that you did support. It's Section 5403 of the 2022 NDAA requires that the State Department to strengthen recruitment of people belonging to underrepresented groups. I know Mr. Trump has asked you all not to say that as cabinet officials, and I hope you have the guts to tell the president on some matters he is simply wrong. Mandating outreach to universities, employees' affinity groups, and expanding paid student internships are among the actions. So I would like to know, do you stand by strengthening diversity within the ranks of the State Department?
I stand by hiring the best people to do the job, irrespective of their background, the race, color,
So you're going
creed.
against the
That's
very
the
law
American
that you
way.
had once supported, which I find highly contradictory and hypocritical. I hope that you would have the courage of your convictions, be the Marco Rubio, the senator that we knew, and not the Secretary of State that is now capitulating to that of a tyrant and that of Donald Trump. At
The
this point,
president's
I would
not a
like to
tyrant. He
yield
was
my
elected by the
balance of my
he was
time to
elected by the
that
voters of the United
the Honorable
States.
Sarah McBride, and I thank you so much for your time.
The president was elected, as far as I recall.
I've yielded my time, sir.
Ms. Meng, thank you.
Mr. Secretary, as a mom, I'm really troubled by the way that the department has treated public servants, USAID's public servants who dedicated their lives to this country, including some who are my own constituents from Queens. One example, in February, a USAID Foreign Service officer who was overseas needed a medevac for his pregnant wife who was at risk of hemorrhaging due to a life-threatening condition. She was 31 weeks pregnant after having spent tens of thousands of dollars on fertility treatments. Her medevac request was denied twice. The response was there's no USAID funding for medevacs, and it took intervention from a senator to finally get her the care she needed. Should we be abandoning our dedicated public servants this way? And was there a plan in place to ensure the health and safety of our own public servants and make sure that it wasn't compromised.
Yeah, that was a media account of that. That was inaccurate. That's not accurate. The medevac has been provided to anyone who needed one, including in that particular case. The problem is the medevac under the State Department mandates. And the State Department mandates are we medevac you to the nearest available facility that can treat your medical emergency, not one you choose. So I'd rather go here than there. But that one was not, had nothing to do with funding.
Nothing
The
to do-
medevac was available. They wanted to go to a different site than the one that was that the policies allowed them to go to.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up. Earlier today, you told HVAC that no one has died because of the actions to destroy USAID. Do you stand behind that testimony? And has there been any assessment conducted by the department to this point of how many people have died?
I think that question about people dying around the world is an unfair one. First of all, the United States is the largest humanitarian provider on the planet. I would argue how many people have died because China hasn't done it? How many people have died because the UK has cut back on spending, and so has other countries, France, Canada. They've cut back on humanitarian spending. So the United States continues to provide more than anybody else, by far. We feed more people than anyone on this planet does in humanitarian assistance, by far.
Sorry, I'm running out of time, and I want to make sure my colleagues have time. But these, just so you know, they were programs and commitments and contracts made statutorily promised to the people around the world, and to withdraw them in a very sudden, impatient, and irresponsible way may have led people to die. And I would love to have more transparency in the future. We could work together. Thank you.
Mr. Alford?
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Quigley, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your comments last week. You said the U.S. is troubled by the humanitarian situation in Gaza, echoing in some respects the words of our new Pope, Pope Leo, that it is calling the situation in the Palestinian enclave yet more worrying and saddening. Quote, I renew my fervent appeal to allow for the entry of fair humanitarian help and to bring the aid to the hostilities, the devastating price which is paid by children, the elderly, and the sick. I know your heart's in the right place on that, and you stated that the engagement from the U.S. and other countries, Israel has started to allow that aid to re-enter. We were talking about 100 trucks, we're hearing reports entering yesterday, far fewer than the 600 during the ceasefire per day, but that the aid is still not, even from that 100 trucks, is still not getting through to the Palestinians. What further diplomatic efforts are we going to do, and what are the benchmarks? What are we telling Israel that has to happen, and what are we saying the consequences are, if any, if it doesn't happen?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very serious and important question, and I want to answer it here. And I'm not trying to filibuster, but you deserve the answer to it. Obviously, Israel is a key ally of the United States. And so we are always careful about what we say publicly about the nature of our conversations with them. But I think they've acknowledged in their own statement that due to the intervention of the United States and others is the reason why they've started to allow aid, albeit, as you've pointed out, not at the levels that are necessary. I can tell you I was in Rome this weekend on, was it Saturday, and I met with Cindy McCain at the World Food Program just to get a better understanding of the systems they have set up for distribution. And whether they would, what amount of aid is ready to move in. And we've been engaged constantly. Obviously, I've been on the Hill all day, but I know members of our team, and this includes Mr. Witkoff, our special envoy and ambassador on the topic, has been working on that as well to ensure that additional aid is provided to people there. Because as we said, we were concerned about the conditions and the directions that they were headed. I think ultimately we would like to see is for this to end, for all the hostages to come home, all of them, including those who are deceased, but their families deserve to have that closure, and we're committed to that as well. And I've said this a number of times in the past, so I don't want to get over my ahead of myself or over my skis, but I have some level of optimism that we may have breakthrough achievements here pretty quickly, hopefully, on an end to this and the release of all the hostages. Again, I have felt that way now at least 4 separate times in the last couple of months. And for one reason or another, at the last minute, it didn't happen. And so I don't want to be disappointed on it again, but I want you to know there are efforts ongoing to both provide more humanitarian assistance and bring about the end of this, to this conflict as it's ongoing. Because frankly, you can't begin to provide the lives that the people who live there deserve, free of Hamas, until that ends.
And agreed as to the issue with hostages and that Israel has every right to defend itself. But the manner in which they conduct the war has consequences as well for the safety of Israel in the meantime. So beyond just the talk and the diplomatic efforts, and I know you don't want to reveal negotiations, but there has to be at least some framework of benchmarks in which we're talking to the Israelis about what, at the bare minimum, has to happen on the humanitarian side with at least some repercussions. And we hear from our allies who are talking about sanctions, but at the very least, we have to have some sense that the U.S. is in this beyond just, please, would you do this because it's the right thing to do.
Well, I would say that our conversations are more substantive than just please do this, because it's a nice thing to do, obviously. Again, Israel, we support 100% their right not just to defend themselves, but to protect themselves from Hamas. To frankly, we can't have a future for the people of Gaza. There can't be a future that's prosperous and safe as long as Hamas or any group like Hamas is governing it. And there's a lot of work to be done post-conflict in that regard. But in the interim period, the one thing we made abundantly clear is that the humanitarian situation, and I think this was acknowledged by the Prime Minister in his statement, the humanitarian situation and the direction that it was headed was undermining Israel's standing in national security. And so we've had these conversations in a frank manner. I don't want to characterize them or go further because, again, they're an important ally, and I also don't want to imperil the work that's being done, both to bring a permanent end to that conflict, but also to get the aid in an increased and timely manner.
It's in both countries' interests. It's in the Palestinian and Israelis' interest that there is a long-term agreement that allows both to exist peacefully with some security assurances for both.
Representative Costa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this important hearing today. I, too, like many of our colleagues here today, mourn the loss of our dear friend, Jerry Connolly, and our thoughts and prayers go to him and his family. Mr. Secretary, there are a couple different issues I want to touch upon here that have been raised, but I would like clarity on. First of all, would you agree that the transatlantic alliance, the partnership post-World War II, has been a hallmark of freedom throughout the world?
Yes, and it continues to be a strong feature of our foreign policy.
Yes. You said that you had not discussed post-closures as it relates to those in Europe as part of your overhaul of the State Department. 4 are in France, 3 in Germany, 1 in Italy, 1 in Portugal, 1 in Brazil, not Europe. But and then I thought you said that no determination has yet been made with those post-closures?
No, there was an article. Some of these are cultural places, like, I forget the exact ones, but they're not even embassies or consulates. But they're not being closed, but I don't know where these things are coming from. I mean, people are putting stuff out there. Now,
if
listen,
you could respond with a letter on that point, I would appreciate that.
Sure. Well, I can tell you this. If
the
we find a
Consul
post
General
that's
I know in
wasteful, we'll
Portugal
close it, but
is
we
our
haven't-
oldest.
What's that?
And the Consul General's post in Portugal is our oldest historically.
I don't know where that's coming
Well,
from. I mean, that's
okay.
a press report.
We'll clear that up later on. Mr. Secretary, America has been the beacon of light for democracy, post-World War II certainly, and almost every president has been used as a voice of a defender of democratic principles. Do you agree that China and Russia are our adversaries today, along with Iran, I might add?
I think both, well, there's no doubt in the case of China seeks to replace us on the world stage as the world's most powerful country. In the case of Russia, they clearly do not support a world order in which the United States plays the role it's currently played, so they're an adversary in that front. In the case of Iran, they're a threat to regional peace. I wouldn't say they're a global threat, but they're an increasing threat.
No, I understand. And I would even go further. I consider today modern-day Russia a syndicate masquerading as a country with a mob boss called Putin. And so in these negotiations, I want to do a comparative analogy. The president has indicated that with Iran, as we've noted, that maximum pressure are the tactics that will be used to engage Iran to ensure that they do not obtain nuclear capability. Is that correct?
Maximum pressure on Iran?
Right.
As compelling them to not seek a nuclear weapon?
Right.
Correct. Or the alternative is worse?
Yes. In the negotiations that the president is trying to seek a ceasefire and a peace between Ukraine and Russia, I would like to ask you why the president has not considered using maximum pressure on Russia to ensure, which we have the ability to do so. Sanctions are being considered, as you know, over in the Senate, additional sanctions, to pressure Russia into a ceasefire mode and to a peace agreement, realizing that they've broken the last 3 agreements they've had with Ukraine in the last 20 years.
Well, I think the president has made clear that he understands clearly he has options with increased sanctions on Russia if necessary. He would prefer that they agree to a peace deal. And so it's a process of trying to encourage them to reach peace. If ultimately that doesn't work, the president has publicly stated he's very well aware of the sanctions options, devastating sanctions options that he has.
And I just want to make sure that we're clear about this, because we have leverage on Russia. And it's not clear to me that we're using it in the same sense that we're using it with Iran. And I think, frankly, we and our allies must be together in defending democracy. And certainly Ukraine is a democratic and intending to become more democratic, wants to join with the West, with the European Union, as well as ultimately with NATO. And I think Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states are watching very carefully to America's commitment to Ukraine. Let me go on quickly here. The effort was raised, and you commented on Armenia and Azerbaijan, another country that, Azerbaijan, that has not kept its commitments in the Minsk Accord. We've tried to get Republican and Democratic administrations to forego the waiver on Section 907 on military aid to Azerbaijan. Finally, last year, the Biden administration rightfully refused to issue the waiver. I think it should be permanent. What is your position, and will you commit to not resisting Section 907 waiver again this year that would block military aid to Azerbaijan?
Well, we haven't made a determination on that yet, because what we're focused on right now is getting them to agree to a peace agreement that does not cause them to invade a neighboring country in Armenia. We would like to prevent that from happening. The president's very committed to preventing wars, and we've tried to outline to both sides, especially the Azerbaijani side, the tremendous benefits that would come from signing a peace deal and not engaging in a war that we would find to be destructive, counterproductive, and the last thing we need right now in the region.
And Armenia is looking for our help and our support.
Representative Kane is recognized. This is Representative Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me extend my condolences to the Connolly family. Jerry's wit will be missed in this Congress. And so in the spirit of Jerry, let me say, Mr. Secretary, that I am deeply disappointed and find your performance as the National Archivist extremely underwhelming. And just for the record, we don't get to confirm here in Congress, but if we did, I would have voted against your confirmation as the National Archivist.
That vote never happened, so.
I know. I want to talk about Iran for a second, okay? I'm deeply concerned about the language that I'm seeing from the isolationist wing of the party. And I've been kind of shocked that the administration seems to be tougher on Canada, Greenland, than they are on Iran. The Ayatollah insults our president. If the language coming from the Ayatollah was coming from Canada or Greenland or the EU, the president wouldn't stand for it. Yet he allows it from the Ayatollah. Is it your recommendation? I understand that you can't guarantee what Trump would or would not do, but it is your recommendation to the president that he sign no deal that allows Iran to keep enrichment?
Well, here's the answer to that question is the president has made clear that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. He's also been clear, and I think you've seen this in statements over the weekend, for example, that Ambassador Witkoff did on television and the like, that if you have an enrichment capability at any level, you are but steps away from a nuclear weapon.
Of
so I
course.
think that's why the no enrichment piece is so important.
Right, of course, and that was the issues that many people had with the JCPOA, is they felt that it kept the enrichment capability along with ballistic missile capability, which Iran now has, okay, a delivery system. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, there are many players in this, and I'm going to ask about those, but is it your recommendation, should the president ask of it, I assume he would, is it your recommendation to the president that he sign no deal that keeps their ability to enrich?
Yeah, and he doesn't need that recommendation because he's already said that.
Okay. Is it the vice president's position in your conversations with VP Vance that he also does not believe Iran should have any enrichment
Well, I'm
capability?
not going to describe our conversations, but I can tell you the vice president is completely aligned with the president in his foreign policy.
So that is his position then?
the position that they shouldn't have enrichment.
Yeah, is that the
Yeah,
vice president?
if they have enrichment, then they will have a weapon, or at least there'll be a near, and everybody in the administration has been consistent on that.
Okay, what about Mr. Witkoff? Is it his position that Iran should not be able to have any enrichment capabilities?
He
Part
has
of any
said
deal?
so in public interviews as recently as this weekend, that
Okay.
this is not an enrichment deal, what level Iran gets to keep enrichment. What they have said is if Iran wants a civil nuclear program, like they want to have nuclear energy, there's ways to do that. Other countries have done it without enrichment. That opportunity is available to Iran if they seek it. They haven't been interested in it because they want to keep enrichment. That's the crux of what we're facing here.
So any deal the Trump administration is not going to look anything like JCPOA. Is that your position?
The Trump administration has been very clear that Iran will not get to enrich because if they enrich, they're a threshold nuclear power.
Okay, I want to shift for a second. There was just a leak that is now national news that Israel is poised to strike Iran. Where did that leak come from in the administration? Do we know what department leaked that? Is that being looked into?
Well, I'm not aware of the leak that you're discussing. I'm obviously, I wouldn't discuss intelligence matters and even verify whether it's even true. I also don't think it's a mystery, though. Irrespective, I'm not talking about the leak, I'm not talking about the news story, that Israel has made clear that they retain the option of action to limit Iran from ever gaining a nuclear capability. I don't think that's a mystery, but I wouldn't comment, if I had read the article, I wouldn't comment on intelligence matters, confirm or deny them. As far as leaks are concerned, I don't know. I read stuff in the news every single day that I look at and say, I don't know where these people are coming up with
I mean, they're given polygraph tests in FEMA to determine where leaks are coming from. That's been well reported and not disputed by anyone in the administration, that they're literally going employees, sitting them down, putting them up to a polygraph, putting them up to, an oxygen monitor, trying to test their heart rate to figure out if they're leaking to the media. Is that sort of same application that is happening in FEMA going to be applied to the National Security Team and to the State Department to figure out who is leaking?
As far as I'm aware, we've not conducted any polygraph tests at the Department of State. Maybe we should, but we haven't.
Okay, all right. So I just want to be clear, because there is a lot of confusion depending on the day, the week, and a lot of the reporting that's coming out, is that any Iran deal, is it your recommendation that should go to Congress to
I actually think the law requires it. If you recall, we passed legislation here a few years ago, and it requires that Congress has a right to weigh in on any deal and could actually reverse any deal. I forgot the acronym for the bill, but it was one that was passed a few years ago, and I was in the Senate when it passed. It was after JCPOA.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair now, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome, and thank you for being here. Congratulations on your appointments. With great power comes great responsibility. The responsibility to our Constitution, to the American people, and to the truth. You have built a reputation as someone who stood up to dictators, someone who defended our democracy from foreign threats. And I know that firsthand because you, Mr. Secretary, defended me in the past. When President Bukele of El Salvador targeted me, telling his followers, don't vote for Rep. Torres, endorsing my opponent, and unleashing a campaign of vile threats, harassment, intimidation, and leading an online lynching against me 3 times. Your response, Mr. Secretary, was clear and direct. My home was vandalized with gang graffiti. My husband was confronted in our front yard while we were having a toddler swim party. That child is watching us right now. A man filmed himself planning to shoot me. Our Justice Department agreed with us in a 2022 court indictment alleging that Bukele has a deal with MS-13 gang leaders, receiving support from MS-13 and strategizing on how to better hide murderers from the public, disappearing them. In fact, a woman who dared to lead an anti-corruption unit in El Salvador was just arrested by Bukele's attorney general, and no one knows her whereabouts. You understood what was at stake then. You called it out. You stood with me against this outrageous, dangerous authoritarian. I'm a bit confused with what has happened. You're now shaking hands and cutting deals with him. And you facilitated what our Supreme Court has ruled as an illegal rendition, a Maryland father sent to a torture prison in El Salvador. In my hand, I have evidence here, news reports and affidavits that detail the deal you worked on with El Salvador and Bukele's deal with MS-13. I have here interviews with MS-13 gang members revealing the truth behind Bukele's gang ties. And I ask unanimous consent to enter these documents into the record.
Without objection. Done.
Congress has been very clear. The law requires you to share these secret agreements. And let me be clear on which agreements I'm talking about. The State Department is usually the lead agency, but at the very least, a part of negotiations with foreign countries, not the Homeland Security, the State Department. The U.S. has an agreement with El Salvador. According to the U.S. law, state must share all international agreements with Congress when requested, and Congress has requested this agreement numerous times. You've so far ignored us. So let me ask you directly, will you commit right now to handing over the requested agreement that the United States has entered into with El Salvador under your watch as required by law?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to. The United States, two things have happened. The first is El Salvador agreed to take back nationals, Salvadorian nationals, including the individual you mentioned. These are people that were in this country unlawfully, had MS-13 ties, and they were repatriated to their country.
Okay,
Then there was a group of gang members from Trinidad Agua in the United States, and he agreed to take them into his prison system. The United States, in addition to that, has provided law enforcement funding to El Salvador, which they are free to use any way they want. They can use it for their jail system, they can use it for other law enforcement functions. But that's the deal.
That is not correct.
No, that is correct.
But those agreements did include giving MS-13 gang members to El Salvador at their request, right? We turned over a gang member who committed a murder in the U.S. without allowing for our judicial system to try him, to give some justice to that family of that murdered victim. But we sent him to El Salvador because Bukele requested him, because it is in his best interest to hide his ties with MS-13 gang members. So do the agreements to send migrants to El Salvador contain provisions saying that the U.S. retains any future control over the individuals transferred?
Well, those who are Salvadorian citizens are citizens
no.
of El Salvador. They're here unlawfully. Gang association is a crime in El Salvador,
We
and
send
he will face justice in his home
Venezuelans,
country.
we send other country nationals to El Salvador. We disappear them to a prison that is known for torture and inhumane dealings with their imprisoned people. How much U.S. taxpayer money did your department send to Bukele's regime?
And Mr. Secretary, I would ask you to answer very briefly, because we have to move
Yeah,
on.
bottom line is, we gave them law enforcement funding as we do for other countries in Central America, and who we sent to them were Trinidad Agua gang members that Venezuela won't take. So we have to send them somewhere else. We don't want them in our country. We don't want these gangbangers in the United States.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, Mr. Alford.
Let me yield the remainder of my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Steen.
I thank you, Representative Vera, and God bless Jerry Connolly. Mr. Secretary, you and I had the great privilege this past Sunday of traveling to the installation of Pope Leo, where he encouraged us to choose love and help the world's poorest. He suggests that we should get proximate to the suffering. If I were to tell you, Mr. Secretary, that outside that door was a 3-year-old little girl starving, like that photograph, ribs protruding, weak, unable to speak, what would you do?
Whatever anybody would do, we would try to help her.
I agree. I would too.
And that's what we do more than anybody in the world.
Anybody would do that. We would go out that door and help that little child. It's your humanity that calls you to do that, to save a single life. Mr. Secretary, Gaza is starving. As of last week, the UN has confirmed, it's the UN, has confirmed at least 57 children have already died of malnutrition and 14,000 more are on the brink of starvation. Food sits just beyond the border. for days, for weeks. It was cut off. Please hold the clock for me. Reclaiming my time. I understand they're upset. For days, for weeks, I asked that I could reclaim some of that time that was just interrupted.
We'll give you 5 seconds.
5.
Additional.
Innocent children are dying. Mr. Secretary, Pope Leo has called for an end to the blockade to humanitarian aid, which began by Mr. Netanyahu March the 2nd. He said, the Pope said, the price is being paid by children, the elderly, and the sick. Secretary Rubio, I call upon you and I ask for your affirmation of this. Stand by our faith, by the call of the Pope to save the children desperate for food and water, babies who have no way to feed themselves, mothers who have to watch them die. Stand by the Jewish faith. Their teaching tells us to save a single life is to save the whole universe. Will you commit to getting a surge of aid into Gaza now?
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Maybe the
Chair now
Secretary...
recognizes
maybe the
Representative
Secretary
Burchett
could
from
answer-
Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, could the Secretary answer my question?
I don't
It's
think
a yes
you got
or no.
I don't think you got a question out, and
I
I gave
did.
you additional time.
Would
Chair
somebody-
recognizes Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, how do you plan to ensure that future foreign assistance funding decisions are aligned with the President and are not co-opted or watered down by entrenched Foreign Service bureaucrats?
I'm going to get to your question, Dimitri. If I could just take 5 seconds. We have asked the Israelis, and I think they've acknowledged this publicly, to allow more aid to flow. I actually met with the World Food Program in Rome this weekend while I was there. We believe they have a system in place for distribution. We'll continue to urge them to do so, and in fact, we expect more aid will begin to flow rapidly over the next few days into Gaza.
I thank you.
Mr. Skamani, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here, and thank you for your words, especially at the beginning when you're describing and through the questions on your fast and, I would say, intentional actions in restructuring, refocusing the department and its true mission of expanding American interests around the world. I think that is exactly what we should have been doing for a long time, and you're definitely getting there very, very quickly. I'll start off with this. I represent Arizona's 6th Congressional District, which is along the U.S.-Mexico border. First, I'd like to state how impressed I am with how fast the administration has been able to combat the transnational criminal organizations and secure our southern border. However, low border encounters by CBP, our fentanyl crisis continues to ravish many of our communities across the country still. How is your budget request going to prioritize programs for counter-drug initiatives and border security, particularly with relation to fentanyl?
Well, we've remained very committed, especially, we've preserved the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement at the Assistant Secretary level. That's underneath the broader new directory that we've built on the Undersecretary for International Security. And it's a top priority for many of our partners. I can give you a few examples of places where we think we can make a difference. First, let me say, in full concession, the Mexican government has been probably more cooperative and forward-leaning than at any time that I can recall in my 15 years here, for a couple of reasons. But one, because I think they too identify the cartels as a threat to their government and their national stability. There are parts of Mexico today that are governed by drug cartels, and they recognize the threat that it poses. But I think it's also, and by the way, if you go all down Central America, country after country, the primary threat they face in Ecuador, in Costa Rica, in Panama to some extent, certainly in Guatemala, is the threat of these transnational organizations that use their countries as transfer routes, and which we seek to help them develop the capability to partner with us and disrupt, and that'll be a priority. In the Caribbean Basin, that's also been an issue of grave concern. But primarily what we hear there, one of the things we're working on now with the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the ATF, is how can we disrupt the flow of illegal gun shipments, primarily leaving the Miami River in containers, embedded among other things, that's finding its way into the hands of Haitian gangs, gangs in Trinidad, gangs in Jamaica. That's also destabilizing the region in those countries. And what they want, if you talk to our embassies and you talk to those governments, is for us to help them build the law enforcement capacities so that it's foreign aid that ends, because one day they will have the capacity to disrupt it. The Dominican Republic is currently seeking radar systems to be able to detect boats and planes that may be coming to their shores because they become a very attractive place to bring drugs through because it quickly can, from there, be shipped into Puerto Rico and at that point has entered the U.S. and crossed our border. So I think this is an example of where embassy and regional-based policymaking will help us to identify the critical capacity needs that each individual country gets and then drive our assistance based on what they need as opposed to what we think they need.
That's great to hear, especially on the, and I agree with you on the, we've talked to Coast Guard about that, about the interdictions also of drugs across the ocean. And what you mentioned about the Mexican government, I agree with you. I've worked on that issue for a while, and I've seen a very open willingness from them. I think it's a win-win for both countries to be able to tackle that. In the little time that I have left, and you already covered some of this, I was going to bring up also the situation with the hostages and the interactions with Hamas there and the hostages remaining, especially the 4 Americans. Israel has successfully destroyed much of Hamas terror capabilities, but the group is not yet defeated, and all hostages are not free. You talked a bit about that, so I'll focus my question really on UNRWA. And does the administration support the continued prohibition on funding of UNRWA? And is the administration working with others in the international community to design an alternative to UNRWA as well that meets the needs of all Palestinians without perpetuating the conflict?
We do oppose working with UNRWA. And in fact, that's exactly what we're working on, is finding alternative mechanisms to deliver aid that doesn't find its way into the hands of Hamas, where they steal it and in some cases resell it at exorbitant prices to people that are hungry and suffering. And in many ways is the grip they had. Now, you know, on the population there as well. One of the things they use to be able to control population is their ability to steal this. And in some cases, they weren't stealing it. They had people inside the organizations that were cooperating with them. We do need to find alternative mechanisms. And there are some that exist that are independent of UNRWA that are out there. And so we, like I said, we've put out some proposals. We're open to any proposals that exist that provide assistance and aid, especially if we can get to a peacetime posture to help rebuild that does not help a group like Hamas benefit or restart and grow again.
You're right on that, of over $1 billion stolen in the last 18 months on that. So I'm glad you're on it, and I trust you. We're going to get that done. So thank you, sir, for your time today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Secretary, these are the programs that are being cut in the USAID program. These are the ones that we are retaining. There are 5 columns on these sheets. I've reviewed a lot of these. I'm trying to make heads or tails of why these programs are being eliminated. I know that we're refocusing. That is great. National security investment projects. I'm with you on that. There are 5 columns: contract number, vendor name, contract title, description, estimated life contract value, and obligations to date. Would it be possible to go through here and add a 6th column to let us know as a committee why programs are being terminated and why specifically some programs are being retained?
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, programs are being canceled simply because we just don't view why that's in the national interest. Why are we funding some cultural program in some part of the world? We just don't think that's a core mission of the United States. So, I mean, we could elaborate more in a 6th column in that regard. Some of them we're not claiming fraud. We're just saying we shouldn't be spending money on that. I mean, I was reading the list here a moment ago. I probably put it away, but there are a bunch of programs here that I would ask myself, I mean, do we really need to spend, I'll give you one example here. Do we need $7 million for the American Bar Association to promote the resilience of the Eurasian legal sector and civic society?
Right.
So I would say I don't know why that's in our national interest. I can put a column that highlights.
I'm in total agreement with you. We want to work with you. We want to fund the programs that need to be funded. We want to fund the State Department. We want to help you, but we need help from you. Would you commit to having your senior official staff spend some time with us and our staff and our committee staff going through these spreadsheets so that we can more in detail understand where you're coming from?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Ms. Torres, you're the one between the Secretary and the